And we are back. I am joined for our first match with Peter. Now, Peter, in Premium, like I said, we have the benefit of using every card that's been released in Vanguard. And recently in Overdress, we've gotten over triggers. Now, personally, I think in Premium, one of the strongest over triggers to be wary of is the Brand Gate over trigger, because we've got many decks that do many drive checks. Dimension Police, Nova Grapplers, even Restanding Messiah, they're doing many drive checks, so the chances of them getting an offensive Brand Gate over trigger is just a lot higher. Give me your opinion.
Brand Gate Overtrigger is one that can turn pretty much any board into lethal, no matter what stage of the game it is, just because it doubles the critical and power of everything on the board. But I do think as well there are times where you don't want to check it. For example, if you only have one unit on the board right now, or maybe even just two, it can be a bit less effective. I do think though there are triggers with not quite as high of a ceiling of how effective it can be, but a very, very high floor in terms of like the worst it can do, which I think the Stoicheo one, Bless Favor, is really good in that case because that one is a heal, front, draw, and critical trigger all at once. And the momentum it gives off of that, healing a damage and being a critical trigger at the same time, in addition to going +1 in card advantage, is such a huge momentum shift. It can turn it from especially if you hit it in the early game and you're at 1 damage and your opponent's at 0, it puts it back to an entire reversal of being at 0 to 2. And if you have a board, it gets even better with the front trigger effect as well.
Exactly. I think I do have to agree myself. Now, let's actually take a look at the deck representation. In our intro spiel, you mentioned that Grand Blue, we're looking at 37 decks?
Yes, 37, but one of those people at least is not playing because that person was going to be using my Grand Blue deck, which I'm holding right here, but they have work right now.
That is a tad unfortunate.
Yeah.
Now, let's take a look at the other high rep decks. I'm looking at Kogoro, I'm looking at Shadow Paladin. Now, obviously, not everyone's going to be, not like each of these 28 players, each of these 27, they're not going to be playing the same decks. What do you think are the common pieces of each deck going into the tournament?
Common pieces I'd say for Kagero, I feel like, just most of the decks nowadays, especially because of the change to stand trigger rules, is mostly just going to be Overlord because Blade Master is not quite as strong anymore. I think that for Shadow Paladin, a lot of them will be using Luard as their main focus, especially because they can use strides like Chain Ranker to be able to, copy that, or they can just go for Morfessa. So always strong options. And we also have things like Bermuda Triangle with the Highlander build, which if you get hit by that, I got hit by that one time. It's scary. It's scary.
And even in Grand Blue, like I know in Grand Blue, like having watched a few videos myself, having watched some of the prior streams just earlier today, there are many variations to take the deck. We saw in the EU region, we saw a Scaredeck Turbo, which looked to ride skip to be able to get your first ride and just have very strong rearguard attackers while your opponent's still in grade 2. We have the bread and butter. Beatrice call a bunch of Skull Dragons to attack your Vanguard with. But then, let's not also forget about the existence of the new Limit Break 4, not even the new Limit Break 4, a very old card in Night Mist, where you're able to combo that off with Bad Bounty, re-ride into the Night Rose from the drop zone, activate the Break Ride ability. Grand Blue is just so versatile, and there's so many ways to take that deck that I think it's going to be so cool to see what kind of decks people bring in today's tournament.
Yes, for sure. I do agree on Grand Blue just being able to be so diverse in how you want to play it because it has the ability to search for anything you want. So you can run cards at one copy, especially because then you can just bring those copies back whenever you want. And that means that you can also put in so many situational options. Like, for example, Hanali. Actually, quite a few Cray Elementals are good options. Like, there's Bikun. Bikun is one that, because there's quite a few decks whose Vanguard restands or re-rides, you can just use Bikun from Nagonora to just be a PG off of that.
Sounds like a great strategy. That's the beautiful thing about Premium, right? Because Premium, you're able to use such a wide, expansive toolbox. You're able to actually look look deeper into like what's currently played as well, and be able to like accustom your deck to face the meta. Like we've talked about how there's a lot of like restanding Vanguard decks. Like since losing Taro, Genesis players they've been kind of moving on to Regalias, and as you said, restanding Vanguards.
Mm-hmm.
New yellow card combo video dropped about the Regalia combos there, restanding Vanguards. That's all it's about. Now, Beacon, just like you said, a simple Cray Elemental card that you can like tutor off of like many easily simple things. Throw it down on the Guardian Circle. Perfect guard. Your opponent's not hitting you anymore.
Yep, and I remember people were first bringing that card up back when No Life King when 4 assassins were illegal, that you could use Beacon as a possible counter. That was when it was first being discussed, but now it's become much more applicable because of things like Big Obadiah, because of things like Columbard, and because other decks also have ways to search it out too.
Yeah, for sure. And like, let's take a look into like we also saw a high representation of Kagero players.
Yes.
Like just a couple months ago, Kagero, we'd be like overburdened with just Blade Master 16 stand trigger decks, right? Being able to just restand that vision token many times. But obviously with the new stand trigger change rule where you're only able to restand units stood by a stand trigger once or perform drive checks once, Kagero decks will have changed a lot. Right now, I'm predicting a lot of it's going to be like Dragonic Overlord the Cross. What's your take on this one, Peter?
Yes, I agree. The Cross is most certainly going to be the focus of most of these Kagero decks, at least. There might be a Seal Dragons build or two in there, because, I mean, there's always a Seal Dragons player, no matter what. It's no matter how relevant the deck is, there will be one person.
Big hops to that guy.
Yeah.
If you're the Seal Dragon player, give me that BRO hashtag 2021 in Twitter. I want to know who you are. All right.
Speaking of that one, there is one Gear Chronicle player in this tournament. I want to see them.
One Gear Chronicle player. Wow. Such a stark contrast to what Vanguard used to look like before. Back before V, back before Overdress. Gear Chronicle everywhere. Probably one of the, what I want to call the fan favorite decks. We've got Zodiac Time Beast. Such a strong, robust engine. I'm curious as to see what kind of Gear Chronicle deck that said player brings in this tournament today. There could be the ZTB engine, where a lot of it is just basically playing the same deck, but now you have a few more new tools. Or maybe they'll just be playing like a V Premium Plus deck, which uses the new Chronojet to like pseudo stride from the main deck. We've also got in Clan Collection, we've got Rose Command Dragon as well.
Yep. There's also, I remember in the AO tournament, there was someone that was running the one Gear Chronicle player, and that one had a Mystery Flare build. So they high rolled for Mystery Flare turn 3, and then they would just bank on getting a grade 3 on their draw for the next turn to stride immediately afterwards.
Oh my goodness, that sounds so crazy. They're very reminiscent of Chronojet Dragon Z and its shenanigans. But yeah, we should be getting into match 1 very quickly now.
Yep.
We don't know the matchups at the moment yet, but what are you looking forward to watching? What are you looking forward to watching? I want to see some Aquaforce. No bias.
Aquaforce.
I want to see some Aquaforce.
But I want to see some Nova Grappler maybe. If we get the one Gear Chronicle player, that would be cool. Just
That'd
saying.
be very cool. Yeah, for sure. Now, like, speaking of Aquaforce, there's like a lot of strategies that we can expect going into the premium tournament now. One of the ones that I like to boast about is stride denial. In premium, a lot of your tempo, a lot of your momentum is through striding. I speak highly of Tavis in Aquaforce because they have the ability to deny stride. I even speak highly about Victor decks that run the small riser package because those ones can also deny stride going first. Alternatively, ever since the induction of V format as well, grade 3s have just gotten that much stronger in power. What is your take on denying stride or just getting to grade 3 as soon as possible and then hoping to blow out your opponent before they're able to even retaliate?
I think it depends on like the clan, because like some of them, like I think, well, Overlord, that's sort of the plan already, where you just want to ride up to grade 3. Dark Irregulars as well. You want to ride up to grade 3. Sometimes you don't even bother striding. You're just like, okay, I'm going to just try and push for lethal on turn 3. And if I don't, then I guess I lose. So
But it seems like we do have the first deck reveal available for our first player going into round 1. Let's take a look.
I'm excited to see what it is. And
So it looks like player Jin will be playing Gavrael, and not
okay.
the Gavrael either. This looks like Raw Rescue Gavrael.
Huh.
So for those who are unaware, what rescue means is basically you're going to heal a damage from your damage zone and perform a damage check, basically getting you extra pseudo drive checks for the turn, basically just increasing the consistency of finding triggers. Now, not having seen their G zone yet, we're not sure if this is like a pure rescue build or a pure Gize build. But Peter, I want to hear your thoughts on this one.
Well, I mean, if you look at the name of the list, what my locals had plus Basasel or Basasael.
Vasas, okay. Well, that
So
kind of gives a big hint.
yeah, we get a general idea of what they want, but also this saying that it's what their locals had. That means that they're not even bothering going for the Hemiel push, which I've seen quite a few premium Gavrael players just going for the Hemiel build. Just go, okay, I'll try to push to 6 from 1 to 0, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like how the deck functions in V. It's a little bit harder in premium though, so I can see why they wouldn't really go for it because of things like G guards.
For sure, for sure. Now, I do want to point out, Jin is not playing any over triggers.
Maybe they've got Ultima in there then.
They're not very interesting, which then would, like you said, would indicate that they're playing Ultima. And we do see the Surgery Angel, a stand trigger, and using Ultima to be able to stack said stand trigger alongside a crit means that your board is swinging multiple times with a crit as well. Now that we're here, let's go ahead and skip into the G zone. I am curious to figure out myself what this player is playing.
Yeah, let's look right now and get a because if their deck's name is what my locals had, I would be surprised if they have the Ultima.
Oh,
'Cause,
for sure, yeah.
like what kind of card shop just has the Ultimas? Like those get sold out pretty quickly because it's a pretty high demand card. It's very good. Probably one
Yeah,
of the
and
most
like
popular.
what's interesting as well is that the fact because they're not on like the V Gabrielle, they're not able to get protect markers. And if you notice that they have the grade 1 no kill as well, they do have to play that when they play no kill onto the guard zone, they're able to swap a card from hand into their damage zone. And the way the protect markers work in the damage zone is that since they don't exist as a card, they'll just disappear.
I don't think they have any protect grade 3s though in this build, so they can't even get interactions with the protect markers.
Mm-hmm.
Because both of those grade 3s are from G era, and here we are, Basasael. Oh, there is an Ultima. Okay, there is an Ultima.
So we do see the Ultima there. What's very cool, actually, I want to point out the Cyclone. I'm going to actually flip back here to the original deck. And Cyclone boosts the power of vanilla units. And we do see that grade 1 vanilla there. So that one Cyclone might make a big difference going into our Ultima turn. Being able to give this vanilla unit that extra 10k, it'll be very strong.
Yeah, very threatening. And we also see quite a lot of G guards at 6. We'll see. We actually more recently in premium format, we've seen more and more decks go for like, okay, 6. Eventually, like at first it was like 4 G guards because it's like, okay, you're not really going to be able to use more than 4. But then with the introduction of flip G guards, you started seeing 5,
Mm-hmm.
and then like I think starting in like 2019, it started becoming more common for seeing 6 G guards in a G zone. Uh, could you
Yeah.
give us a rundown on Basasael on why it's run?
Yeah, so Basai Cell, basically her main effect is the ability to change your lose con. Normally in Vanguard, once you hit your 6 damage, you lose. However, Basai Cell is able to increase that loss threshold from 7 to 8. And as your damage zone increases from 7 to 8, in a deck like Angel Feathers, whose toolbox is the damage zone, not only does this give you more breathing room, it gives you more tools to play with. But enough about Angel Feather. Let's go take a look at player 2's deck.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what list they're using as well. And I mean, I hope it's the One Gear Chronicle player. Oh my! It's Charlie. It's Charlie with his.
Okay, so you seem very excited about this. I'm also very excited about this too. This was one of the decks I very much wanted to cast. Go start us off, Peter.
Okay, so Charlie is playing this build, or Card Dweeb. He's playing this build as a bet, and this bet is if he can do well with this build, he gets to fill out a bingo board, and so the idea of this deck is to get Savage Mercenary into the Soul. So he Soul charges aggressively early, and he uses Spino Commando to, at the end of the turn, ride into Savage Mercenary so that he's on a 27,000 power base defensively. And when he strides as well, he's going to be at 27,000 plus 15,000. So that's going to be 42,000 base
42.
strides.
Wow, that's crazy. Now, like, so definitely Savage Mercenary. Like, Savage Mercenary is a 27k base Vanguard, but like this card cannot be normal ridden. And Tachikaze themselves, they don't have very many venues of selective soul charge. So a lot of the soul charge in this deck is just off the top. So you're hoping, just like Peter said, we're hoping to soul charge aggressively. We're hoping to get that Savage Mercenary into the soul, and through the use of Spino Commando, rewrite it so that we have a very strong defensive base that we can play off of. I want to also point out that Cardweeb is not playing any crits. It's a full set of draw triggers here. We're looking for that hand advantage. We're looking to draw into those pieces so that we can keep punching cards into soul and hopefully get that game plan going off.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, one of the great things about draw triggers is, so the mentality of running them is less of a, okay, I want consistency, and more of a, I want hand mass. Just, I don't care what I get as long as I have cards themselves to burn. And that's sort of what the idea is of this build too. So there's also things like Vacuum Mammoth. That's a huge part of how you get to the soul charge. And there's a few other soul chargers in here, but Vacuum Mammoth is a huge player in this deck.
Vacuum Mammoth is probably the big name for basically what this deck looks to do. And speaking of what this deck looks to do, let's take a look at the G Zone. So one of the cards that I want to present here is Gyeongju Raptor. This card is basically, I want to call an Anger Blader Stride. Basically being able to restand your front row, push on the aggressive more and more. But not only Gyeongju Raptor, I want to also present Gluttony Neburos. This card is so strong. In combination, if you're able to get that re-ride into Savage Mercenary, you're able to have said Savage Mercenary with the Neburos strode on over top of it and restanding with it as well.
Yeah, it's very scary. I mean, like, if you have the Neburos, then that's just 6 drive checks right there. Increases the chances of hitting an overtrigger as well. And if you hit the overtrigger on this, well, if you hit the overtrigger on the first attack, you can't use Nebulos's. Well, you can't get the stand from the overtrigger because Nebulos stands himself on attack, which is an unfortunate interaction. And I remember seeing Card Drew's bingo board saying checking 4 to 6 triggers on a Nebulos turn. So let's see if they get, like, it'll be interesting to see if they get that 4 to 6.
Yo, I'm very interested into seeing what card we brings up against Jin's Angel Feather Rescue deck here. Is there any other thing you want to talk about the deck list, Peter? I think we're good to head back, and I'm so ready to get started on game 1.
Yeah, I'm raring to go to watch this match because Charlie team killed me in AO, so
you're looking to get so you're looking to see like what he's able to do. Now,
yeah.
You said that he team killed you in AO. Was he able to get the Savage Mercenary rewrite off? Not with this build.
He's only using this build in the North American tournament. For AO and for EU, he was using regular Spino Driver.
Okay, so he was using regular Spino Driver. All right, and we are into game 1. We've got Card Dweeb here on the right and Jin on the left. We've just started our mulligan here.
Yep.
And what are you expecting to happen in this game?
I mean, I've played against this build before. He was testing with me this Savage Mercenary re-ride build, so I've seen what it does, but unfortunately for him, I was playing Nova Grappler at the time and was getting DOS Ledge to very big numbers.
Okay, so
he couldn't block.
Despite having that 27k base defense, the power of Dosage was just too much for him to handle.
Yes. However, Angel Feather, especially because it's not the Hamiel build, might not be able to hit over that for the most part, which could be in Cardreeb's favor, especially if he gets to re-ride into Savage Mercenary.
100% I agree. Even like historically, having played Angel Feather in G myself, I know that Angel Feather, though they're able to amass some advantage, their power scaling was not as high as every other dex. But with the inclusion of the vanilla and with the inclusion of Cyclone, I'm very curious as to see what would happen. So we're into our grade 1 here, over, and it looks like we are just filtering.
Yep. And that is the perfect card, if I remember correctly. So those perfect cards do let you draw a card and then discard one. So it does help you dig a little bit, just so you can increase the consistency just enough so that, sometimes you can afford to run less of some grades, or you can, if you have like ideal ride targets, you can hopefully get that a little bit easier.
And over on the right here, it looks like we have ridden into, I believe that looks to be Prism Bird there.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we're filtering to get one piece of our combo here in Spino Commando.
Yes, Spinal Commando is important because it is how you re-ride into into Savage Mercenary, because at the end of the turn it has Limit Break. You re-ride a card from your soul that is grade 3.
Yeah. And it looks like thinking about what to discard off a Prison Bird skill, and we'll just go ahead and put that Quick Shield back into our order toolbox there.
Mm-hmm.
Swinging at the Vanguard here, off the top of the deck, what do we find? Waiting on the guard choice is a no guard, and it looks like a Savage Mercenary was picked up. And that's one of the Honolly's gone. Probably a very large piece in this matchup here, considering you're able to stop a lot of multi-attacks. But Angel Feathers does have the benefit of being able to toolbox from the damage zone.
Mm-hmm. I will mention though, one thing about Hanali is that in against Tachikaze specifically, it isn't quite as good because all of Tachikaze's strides, at least the premium ones, the ones that came out in the premium collections, are able to actually retire things on attack. So they can spot removal the Hanali, which does mean that they don't really have to worry about their multi-attacks being interfered with.
Sounds like a good game plan there. All right. So it looks like the Angel Feather player rode into the Aratoron, which is a rescue unit. So compared to, it looks like we're starting our mammoths going off here, doing a bunch of soul charges. We're looking for that Savage Mercenary. Let's drop that hand. We're looking for the Savage Mercenary here.
Yeah, Vacuum Mammoth is such an important part of this build because you need that soul as soon as possible. It is, I mean, you just get to do a lot here.
Yeah, and Vacuum Mammoth popping up on the screen there. When another rear guard is placed on the rear circle, you may soul charge one. And obviously, we've got all those draw triggers just to like dump cards down onto the board there so we can get multiple soul charges. We're just looking for that Savage Mercenary here. At the same time, though, dumping that hand down, we're looking to aggress our opponent as well.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a high risk, high reward play though, because if you get the Savage Mercenary into your soul, you are living the good life. Oh, and I think it hits.
Speaking of living the good life, we also get the draw trigger off of our Vanguard swing. But luckily, on Jin's side of things, we do find the damage trigger, being able to negate the other two attacks. And it looks like Jin takes the first ride up into grade 3 into Blackish Shiver Gavrael. Let's see what he does on the rest of his turn.
I do think one thing that's worth mentioning as well, being on this specific Gavrael, is that on your opponent's turn, it has defensive capabilities of every single time that you take damage, your front row gets 2,000 power, and that can stack up pretty well, especially because of the stride that gives you an extra damage to work with, and then if you stride it again, you get another extra damage to work with.
Mm-hmm. And off the 2 drive checks, we do find a heal trigger, which is very welcome in Jin's case here.
And it does look like Jin chose to heal the Hanali, probably thinking, okay, I don't really care too much about that because Tachikaze can just get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Cardweeb is just not even bothering with...
Oh, not bothering to ride. We're just looking to... Are we waiting to find the Savage Mercenary into the soul?
Oh, and doesn't even want to give any damage right now.
Ah, so he's actually going to swing under to prevent like the toolboxing that Gabriel can do. We do get a drive check, no trigger. And even if we did get a trigger, we had an abundance of rear guards that we could throw it onto. So we'll pass it over to Jin here. Now, Card Dweeb did not ride last turn, and Jin has been grade 3. So as per stride rules, we are able to go ahead and stride now. Discarding 2 for stride.
Oh,
Let's
wow.
see what Jin goes into. I predict it's going to be the GBT-13 Gabrielle here. It looks like they're pondering into what stride to go into. I would probably go into the Gabrielle here. It looks like we do, and it's like a nice SP one as well. You got to get that drip for the waifu.
They did have the one SP copy. I guess their locals had that one. So
what my locals had. All right. So using Gabrielle's stride skill here, counterblast 1 and check the top 3 cards of your deck to put 1 into damage zone and heal 1. And actually not heal 1. You get to call 1 to rear. So we'll actually call the Surgery Angel out here.
And Surgery Angel is going to be a big play here because Surgery Angel does send itself back to do a rescue check. So that's always helpful.
Surgery Angel is part of like what I like to call the Angel Feather Gacha. You want to be able to send the Surgery Angel back, but you also want to rescue check it off of its own skill. Oh, and off of Gabrielle Eden's skill, we also find another Surgery Angel. And Gabrielle Eden's skill does just say perform a rescue check. So we healed our face down to get a face up. Now from hand, we're going to call down a bunch of cards. We're going to do some damage zone and hand filtering here to pick up that Surgery Angel as well. And the grade 3 here. Remind me on this one. I think it just performs a rescue check, right?
Yep, it just does a rescue check, which is helpful here because that does mean you get to power up your units a little bit, which is always helpful. And because there was a Surgery Angel that was sent to hand, and there's one on board right now, that does mean it gives a bit more opportunity to just get like a stand trigger off of the Surgery Angel.
Exactly. So it looks like the crit that we see there is the Premium Collection crit, which says when your Vanguard attacks, if you are GB1, you can soul it in to draw a card and give your Vanguard 10k. Just a good way to convert cards on board into hand, once again. It looks like we're going to be swinging over rear guards first. Card Dweeb does not guard.
Yeah, I think Card Dweeb does not really care about taking damage right now. It just cares about getting Savage Mercenary into Soul, because that's what this deck lives and dies by. Like, if you don't get Savage Mercenary, you're stuck on Spino Commando, which isn't the strongest in terms of not having a grade 3 to rewrite off of it.
We do get to defensive draw, though. And now, with skill, we're going to go ahead and push that crit into Soul, gain 10k, and draw a card. Now, I want to mention that we actually did not use Surgery Angel that attack.
Interesting. I wonder why.
Who needs to use Surgery Angel when he's already on the top of your deck? So get a draw trigger. So that's a stand, a draw, and a grade 2. It looks like we were able to actually throw down the grade 3 Heal Guardian, which might hint as to why Card Dweeb did not ride up last turn. The Heal Guardian, definitely not something that you're looking to ride into. And maybe we might see a G-Assist here.
We did see earlier, remember the Spinal Commando?
He did get a Spinal Commando off of the drive check. Off the draw trigger. Prison Bird. Yes.
Yes.
And it looks it looks like we're just gaming. We're just looking for that Savage Mercenary.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for Card Dweeb because, I mean, that is sort of the life of playing this deck. You know, you gotta
You live and die by the Savage Mercenary.
Yep, you gotta just hope that you hit the Savage Mercenary in your soul, because being on an 11,000 base, not the greatest feeling.
No, definitely not the greatest feeling. Now I do wonder what Card Dweeb will do now this turn. Basically giving the opponent a chance to strike twice with no retaliation. We will be boosting this time, and it looks like we're just going to try and knock out some of the opponent's rear guards here, try and slow the game down, hopefully be able to stabilize on the Savage Mercenary rewrite if we're able to get there. But it looks like Jin is going to heavily guard his rear guards, since those are very important to the Angel Feather strategy here. Okay, monitoring, and off the drive check.
Nothing.
No trigger. And it looks like we're just
And
going to keep harassing the rear guards here.
yep, just get rid of it and just give that damage denial. And for those who don't know, damage denial is a bit more of an advanced concept of not giving your opponent damage, because damage being face up damage is a resource that you can use for counterblast, and sometimes it's just what they can do off of a counterblast is more dangerous than you dealing them a damage in the first place.
All right. Passing it back over to Jin's side here. Jin still now has priority on what to stride again. Gavrael Eden gets bigger and bigger each time you stride into it, as it has an effect that scales off of the G zone. The unfortunate part of this, though, is that at the same time that it scales off the G zone, it also scales off the damage zone. So while being able to stride multiple times is great and all, having your Gavrael Eden just in the end just be a rescue check 1. Not exactly what you're looking for.
That
It
is
looks like
true.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, like,
Yeah.
that is true that
Yeah.
something that's normally 2 only gets to go once because of the damage denial.
Because of the damage denial. Like, damage denial goes doubly strong against this matchup just because normally, like, in alternate toolbox gameplays, such as like Grand Blue and Pale Moon and Angel Feathers, their alternate toolbox is their damage zone. Damage denial not only denies them of resources, it denies them of that toolbox. So now they're playing with 1 card in damage zone to try and like do rescue checks, do rescue calls off of. So this damage denial strategy is kind of helping Card Dweeb's strategy here as well.
It is helping, but also on the other hand, while Card Dweeb does have quite a big hand, most of that is from draw triggers, which are mostly 5,000 power or 5,000 shield cards. So the size of this hand is deceptive because the shield value for it is extremely low.
Extremely low. Yeah. So hopefully we are able to live through this turn. Now, I wonder if Charlie knows that Jin does not play the overtrigger as well and is hopefully looking to just guard everything quite safely, knowing that there's no chance of a oops, I got an overtrigger kind of deal. But we'll go into Eden and use her skill to perform a rescue check, and off the rescue check, no trigger. Okay, let's take a look at the board state here. Jin's hand is looking incredibly healthy. Card Dweeb's hand, like you said, though healthy it may look, in reality, not so much. Got a lot of 5Ks there, not a lot of 15s, in the way I like to put it.
Yeah, it's...
So actually to pop the rear guard into the damage zone and heal 1 off. So a very cute way for Angel Feather to have their own kind of board control there. It looks like we have another Heal Guardian.
Wow.
Buffing the Mammoth by another 10k.
Yes, that's really helpful too, because like being able to help survive at least is super important. But this is a bit unfortunate for Card Dweeb because I think they're out of vacuum mammoths now. So
yes. Without that many vacuum mammoths, we're at some point we gotta give up on the strategy, and at some point we just gotta ride up. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep looking at triple drive, and that card disparity and advantage of 1 drive versus 3 drive each turn will come back and bite. And it looks like we don't even get that second defensive trigger, but we'll pass it back. And let's take a look at what Card Dweeb can do. Will he ride this time? Let's take a look-see. Opting not to ride for the 3rd turn in a row. Very adamant on finding the Savage Mercenary.
And they still didn't get it. Oh, they're just calling again. I still don't think there's a Savage Mercenary in the Soul. This is very unfortunate for Card Dweeb.
I respect the dedication to the game plan. If you know that your deck wants to rewrite that Savage Mercenary, put all the eggs in that basket. Just go for it. And that is what Card Dweeb is doing. Big hops to Card Dweeb there. Big respect.
We did say at the very start, live by the soul charge for Savage Mercenary, die by it. Like, and I mean, right now, especially with 2 heals, maybe even 3 out, it's looking closer to the die by that game plan.
Oh, and even off of the on-hit grade 1 there to look for an ancient dragon, we don't hit anything either. So we don't get that cheap plus that we're looking for to try and stave off the next turn. But like I said before, each time that Jin strides into Gabriel Eden, it just amounts to a 1 rescue check and a triple drive.
Do they even have any Gabriel Edens left? I think
They might have actually gone through all 4 now. So what could Jin go into now? Because Bazazel does need 4 counterblasts to go into. Now they could go into Bazazel just to get that 8 damage win con or 8 damage lose con I might throw in instead.
Yeah. And honestly, at the pace this game is going, deck out is not that unlikely.
If that is the strategy that Cardweeb is going for, I will be amazed.
Because like Cardreeb is soul charging a lot, and Jin is healing a lot and then rescue checking a lot, and then getting triple drive quite a few times as well.
So as predicted, we are going to the Bazazel here.
It's definitely realistic.
Yeah, and Bazazel just has the on-placement skill. Now that we have those face-up in G-zones, we're able to lose at a later state of the game. Unfortunately, the skill to have the guard restriction is not active as we're not able to counterblast the required counterblast for it. It looks like, yeah, just a vanilla swing here. Not even using Gabriel's stride skill.
And that's a no guard, I think.
And that is, if that's a no guard, okay, let's check. Hopefully off the top of the deck, it's another heal trigger. Oh, it looks like we're actually attacking the rear guard here.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, and a heal trigger.
I feel like attacking the Vanguard was probably the play there, though, because, I mean, there's very little shield. Still no Savage Mercenary.
Still no Savage Mercenary. Just calling it down. Like I said, I respect it. I respect it. This is like one track mind. You know what your win con is. Play for it. Play for it. Don't back off. Oh, it looks like just attacking and missing. Using the skill to Soul Blast 1, call it back on retire to grab another soul charge.
And still, it was Prism Bird that time. Still no Savage Mercenary.
And then using its skill of, once again, when retired to Soul Blast 1, call it back.
Oh, I see what...
And it looks like have we reached an infinite?
Well, infinite until you soul charge your whole deck out.
Infinite until you soul charge your deck out, okay. So calling it out. Attack, retire, call it out. Attack, retire, call it out. That's what we're looking to do here. Let's go! And they said infinites were dead. All right. Attack, retire, Soul Blast 1, call it back. Attack, retire, Soul Blast 1, call it back. Soul Charge on place. Attack, retire, Soul Blast 1, call it back. This is a certified combo if I ever seen one.
Oh my god. And they're going to deck out.
Did we finally get the Savage Mercenary? Is that what it is?
Yes, and Cardreeb has 3 cards left in deck.
Actually just passing the turn on that. Okay. Oh, that was probably one of the coolest turns that Tachikaze could ever do, and I'm so happy to have seen it.
But that was a very funny turn too. Just okay, yeah, I could technically infinite until I mean, if you have 2 Excel circles and your opponent's at 5,
that is infinite. Like you're able to, if you're able to get those small pokes in, your opponent has like no other choice but to play for that 6 damage heal trigger here. And it looks like we're opting to stride into the Bazazel again, using the no-KL skill to damage swap. And we're just going to swing here.
And because Bazazel this is the second time that Bazazel has been strode, it is now 8 damage as the lose condition, because the first time it becomes 7.
And it looks like Jin is opting to attack the rear guards, attacking the pieces of the infinite combo. Very smart. But sometimes I think when your deck is only 3... Now, in your memory, do you know if Tachikaze has any ways to refill their deck? Do you remember a Coela Magnum at all?
I do not see any Sela Magnums in this deck, if I remember correctly. So, because it's 11 draw triggers, so I don't think it's possible. Oh, I think Cardreeb's just playing to deck themselves out.
All right, Cardiff is planning to deck themselves out. They took the draw and then basically ended their turn, so they were able to re-ride into the Savage Mercenary. Cardweeb was able to get his game plan off and deck out. Cardweeb, though losing, in our hearts, Cardweeb won.
Exactly. If Cardreeb got that Rusher Erasma combo a little bit earlier, they probably would have been able
to find the Savage Mercenary earlier as well.
Yep.
Yeah. All in all, though, a very fun game to start off our tournament. Being able to witness something that I wanted to see happen like very early. This was something I wanted to see like in premium. Someone figure out a way to get like the Spino Commando Savage Mercenary rewrite, and Cardweeb being able to do this for us to see on stream. What a treat. I hope everyone else in the chat also enjoyed what they saw from Cardweeb today. Peter, what was your opinion on the game?
That was definitely a game. Unfortunately for Cardweeb, didn't get to see the combo. He did get to do the combo against me when we played a few days ago, but just casually. But I mean, that time it didn't really matter because of Nova Grappler getting big numbers. So
yeah, let's talk about what ifs. What if Charlie was able to get that Savage Mercenary on his first turn of Grade 2? Calling down those 5 rear guards, you find that Savage Mercenary, being able to go into Spino Commando, getting that rewrite off. What do you think the game would have looked like, actually?
I think that the game would have been a lot harder for Jin because Jin's units all were hitting for relatively low numbers without rescue check numbers, without the triggers from the rescue checks boosting up the units. So I think it would have been a bit easier for Charlie to be able to possibly win that game, especially because then the stride would have been big, and also being able to just restand rear guards, especially because I do remember he had a Savage Mercenary in hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
If only there was a way for Tachikaze to get a card from hand to soul, then that would have been helpful. Because another thing about Savage Mercenary, technically, rule-wise, G-assisting is still riding from hand, so you cannot ride Savage Mercenary from G-assist.
That is also an unfortunate point as well. Now, like you said, I'm very hopeful on the strategy. Like, as more and more Dragon Empire stuff comes out in Overdress, like you see that Eugene, like the new Eugene stuff, there's a lot of soul charge in that package there. As more and more stuff comes out for Eugene and Dragon Empire, we might get some more selective soul charging, which then will make this a real valid strategy. I'm very excited to see stuff like that happen.
Speaking of Eugene, on Charlie's bingo board for playing for the BRO weekend, one of the ones was, I wish I was playing Eugene.
Now, speaking of Eugene, let's just break off a bit. Speaking of Eugene, we all know about like the very funny combo, the Eugene and the Nizari hand rip 6. Do you expect to see any of this tournament? Like, I know we talked about Kagero a lot and we talked about Draconic Overlord the X, but how do we forget Eugene's Ranch?
Yeah, Eugene's Ranch is great. I love it. It gives that. It's just such a spicy combo. And unfortunately, we're not able to hit, like, Bushiroad, please give us the Vanguard 0 grade 3 crits.
Exactly. We need those. Those Vanguard 0 grade 3 crits. They open so many different strategies that look up that like check grade 3. Like, I don't really want to spoil anything just in case that someone is playing like a strategy similar to that in today's tournament. But a lot of strategies that just are based on grade 3s, those grade 3 crits are so good. And having the introduction of grade 3 heal triggers as well brings us back into that point as well.
Yeah. I remember I've seen like before a Bastion Crystal Luster build that, and a Bastion Chain Ranker build as well, that if you were able to get the grade 3 crits, those count as things to get from Bastion as well. So
Exactly. Now, so enough about Cardweeb. We all love his deck. We all love his Speedo Commando Savage Mercenary Turbo. What did you like from Jin's side of thing? Like, for me, I love seeing Surgery Angel again. I love that card to bits.
Yes, Surgery Angel, big favorite of mine. just being like a potential multi-attack is so cool. I'm a big fan of multi-attack. I mean, I play Nova Grappler. I'm a big multi-attack enthusiast.
For sure, for sure. And then like let's not forget as well. Once like let's say that the game happened to go a different way. Cardtube was able to get into his Speedo Commando, Savage Mercenary, and then Jin was able to actually amass a bigger damage zone because he is taking more attacks in the long term of things. We'd be able to see Bazazel. Like maybe we have a rear guard, and then we're able to use Bazazel's skill to get the damage, the guard restriction on. You couple that up with a bunch of multi attacks, and that becomes really hard to guard. Even with like that 27k defensive, the moment you break that 27k defensive, a 5-2 guard becomes all of a sudden 5 cards to guard. Just a 5k to guard becomes 5 cards to guard. That really throws a damper in a lot of like defensive game plans.
For sure. It's really scary. Just I mean, a lot of stuff like that. It's just like you go, "Oh, well then, I guess I take it."
For sure, for sure. Now,
I also thought it was very cute that it was, "Oh, this is what my locals had." That's the real power of friendship right there.
that's the power of friendship. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Like I also like talked about this a lot in like my Discord channels. Is that like I hope that I'm able to like witness Speedo Commando and Savage Mercenary, and it just so happened that the first game that we comment together happens to be Charlie doing exact said strategy. Now, on the topic of Tachikaze, Charlie brought the Speedo Commando and Savage Mercenary strategy. But what other strategies do you know of? Like one of the more popular strategies I like to call is just Neburos abuse. You just play a bunch of rear guards that gain a lot of weapon gauges, equip gauges, and you're just able to abuse Gluttony Neburos because that card is a house in itself. What other strategies do you know of, Peter?
There's also the Anger Blader build, one where you just try and get the Anger Blader and then you use the Stride as well. That is pretty much Anger Blader. You get things like a Sweeper to be huge and have resist. So that's always scary. And because Sweeper's huge on both players' turns, that means that really the only way to get rid of it is through either column retire or, well, just non-targeting removal. So things like, I guess, what the that one Kagero stride that just gets rid of the whole board, and I forget the name sometimes.
The Progenitor Dragon, the one that attacks the entire board.
No, there's the 2020 stride.
Oh, the Zanburst.
Yes, Zanburst. That one, it just retires the whole board. That's a way to get rid of Sweeper because it doesn't target Sweeper.
Yeah, yeah.
And you use that with a few other cards that also get power from how many equip gauges they have. And it's pretty scary. You have to make sure when you're playing against it how to counterplay it, like attack Sweeper before it gets, or try to get rid of Sweeper before it gets to the correct amount of
exactly.
equip gauges.
And let's not forget that Sweeper not only gains that 5k per equip gauge on your turn, you're getting 5k equip gauge on your opponent's turn as well. So eventually we reach a breaking point where this card just sits there. And because it has hexproof as well, you're unable to touch it because it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. You're unable to attack into it. So you need once that Sweeper Acrocanto comes onto the board, you've got to have your crosshair set on that bad boy as soon as possible.
For sure. And I mean, Tachikaze also has the Spino Driver build. You can try and just, it's more of a Neburos focus than the Anger Blader build. That's one where I remember Cardreeb actually used that against me in AO. And
speaking of Cardreeb, I want to see everybody on that hashtag BRO 2021. I want you guys hyping up Cardreeb's deck list today. This is one of the coolest Tachikaze player deck lists that I've seen, and I want to see that on hashtag BRO 2021. But at the same time, I want to highlight Jin's deck list as well. Now, there's many different ways to play Angel Feathers. Angel Feathers probably had their first big competitive showing, not only in V, but way before V when Gize was a thing. And we see a lot of the cards in this deck list was very G era centric.
Yes.
But do you think Bazazel was enough to actually push it from Gize to a more rescue centric build, or do you personally still think that Rescue plus Gize is a better way to get all those all those extra triggers?
I feel like just for the sake of because they're not running the over trigger, Gize is probably a safer option because you can actually, you can get the just off of so many damage checks and drive checks as well. You can increase your chances of getting Gize pretty strong. It's been a pretty solid option ever since Gize came out. Like the first Gize deck was Angel Feather, pretty much. Like the first intended one was Luard, but Angel Feather was the first one to really like pop off. Like start to be successful. But even before that, there was the old NoCL build in
Hmm.
G. That was always fun.
Oh, for sure.
And until Doctoroid Refros got limited because NoCL was just able to do so much.
I'm still of the train of unhinge the fridge or unhinge the fridge. Bring him back. But yeah, let's quickly go over the schedule once more, just in case that you guys were curious as to what was happening. This was only day one, and we've only gotten so much hype of it. This is day one of the premium tournament format. Tomorrow will be day two. This will be the top cuts. Hopefully, we also see some crazy strategies there as well. And let's not forget the prizes as well. Peter, run over the prizes for us.
Yes, we do have for first place 4 copies of Brandwin in a special promo. That is Brandwin, right? The alternate
Correct,
artwork.
Brandwin.
Yes, that alternate artwork throws me off sometimes. And then, from what I remember, it is actually for premium. You get boxes. You get a box of Clan Collection Volume 4. Yes, that is the set that comes out in March, which is in 3 months. So that's interesting. You do get some stuff that maybe will help you. We don't actually know any like of the full skills of any of the cards in that set. So
No, we just know the art
yeah,
and the names.
yeah. Uh, and then you also get a certificate. All of the top 4 get a certificate. All the top 3 get a box of Clan Collection Volume 4. But the real difference between the rest of the top 3 then is how many of the alternate art promo Brandwin you get. First place gets 4, second place gets 2, third place gets 1. So pretty good. I know that a lot of people really just like having the alternate art promo, especially because Brandwin is used.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
being like a competitively relevant card is always nice. And I mean, like, it's also just nice if you even if you don't use Shadow Paladin, just like I don't know, put it in a top loader, seal it in like hard plastic, and just put it on a shelf.
And now, before we get into our second round, we, the casters, got to take a short break. We, the viewers, got to take a short break. The gamers got to take a short break as well. But I do want to give a big shout out to Cardweeb's opponent, Jin, as well. I was informed that if it wasn't through Jin actually playing alongside Cardweeb, we would not have been able to experience the strategy that was the Sweeper Commando rewrite into the Savage Mercenary. So everyone in the chat, give a big, huge thanks to both of our players, Jin and Cardweeb, today for allowing us to present to you that first game. So enjoyable, so great. Let's go to a quick break.
See ya.
and we are back again, getting ready to start round 2. But before we do so, I do want to read off a tweet that I saw using hashtag BRO2021. Richard from Nexus Corps, y'all work fast. Damn, hashtag BRO2021. And in this image, we actually see the Speedo Commando having the price spiked to $20. So, Card Dweeb, if you're holding on to those, you have made some mad stonks today, buddy. Props to you.
Single-handedly increasing the market value of a deck. That is a flex.
Now, having been said that, going into round 2, I hate to say this, but I want to say like a lot of the fluff has been filtered. At this point now, going from 512 to 206. Is that the correct math? 512, 24 to 212. I don't know the math, but a lot of the fluff has been filtered off. We're looking at some of the now we're getting to the upper echelon of things already. What are you expecting to see?
I mean, this is gonna be exciting to watch. Like, just seeing some like more of these like interesting decks. I mean, we got to see 2 decks that were like really creative builds.
Exactly.
And I want to see some more of those. Maybe I know that we've seen personally some builds that are going to be available in English soon-ish with DBTO3. That actually opens up quite a few build options, like Mega Colony getting some new some new options for builds. We get to also see Dragon Empire with Eugene's Ranch.
16 Desert Gunners in the showers of Eugene's Ranch. All right, now, before round 1, we talked about the big 3. I'm looking at the representation list right now. Let's actually talk about the smaller 3. We've already talked about Gear Chronicle, but at 2 representations, I see Murakumo. Now, Murakumo, they got a big beating in the October ban list. They lost both strategies. They lost their dual weapon Infinite. They lost their new Adile aggression game plan. Now, I do know that there are very, very, very cute strategies right now for Murakumo, but what do you think? What are you expecting when you see a Murakumo deck in Premium nowadays?
I've seen actually that the idea that a lot of Murakumo players are going for is Yasue, which is, going for a bit more of like a... It's not quite as good as Murakumo used to be with Nue Dao. I mean, Nue Dao was just like extremely good. So it's hard to top that or hard to even come close. But, those that are dedicated, they're working hard at making Murakumo still work. And I respect that.
I respect that grind as well. Now, speaking on Yasue. So Yasue, we all know, famous for its like cloning technique. So you have a rear guard, you use a skill, you make more copies of that rear guard. In DBT01, we actually happen to get in the Dragon Empire a grade 3 rear guard that says when your Vanguard attacks, pushes into Soul, your Vanguard gains a crit for that battle. So, what I've seen some very cool Yasue gameplay, you're able to clone that rear guard, that Tri-Bash, I believe it is called. You're able to suck it into Soul, and your first Yasue swing, that's almost going for lethal at that point, because you're able to clone it once, twice, boom, 5k crit Vanguard, 5 crit Vanguard.
Yep, you're pretty much just pushing for game there. And I mean, it's just like, okay, do you have a perfect card? No, I win.
GG, shake my hand. All right. But besides Murakumo, I also see at 3-player representation, Mega Colony. Now, Mega Colony, that's been taking a very different approaches. We've seen things like Magnolia Colony, which uses the Mega Colony like engine, but then you rewrite into Magnolia to get some advantage through multi-attacks and using like the order as well. And we've also seen, not in the English format, but in the Japanese format, people are going into the new costless Order Dragon, and some people are actually still playing pure Mega Colony. What are your takes on the Mega Colony decks in the premium format right now, Peter?
I think that right now, Mega Colony is in an interesting spot. It's always sort of had that thing of like, if you don't know what to do against it, it's extremely scary. But the counterplay against it is pretty universal. Like the ways that you deal with it, you just have to like play in a way where you can either play out a grinding game or you can just rush them. Maybe even like just don't let them stabilize, because Mega Colony is a bit of a slower deck. They can't really get their control aspects working until their grade 3 turn. So if you are a rush deck, you could probably just bash their face in, or in some cases you can just put down, or you can and also depending on the deck as well. Like some decks, like a Royal Paladin or Grand Blue, you have to play very differently, but some other clans like Nova Grappler, you are pretty much just doing your thing and naturally winning against
Hmm.
Mega Colony. Just like it's like, oh, I can't stand my rear guards. I can do that during my battle phase. I don't
Yeah.
really mind.
I don't need
And
the stand phase. I stand myself.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, there are other things like that where, sometimes you just have to worry about like, or sometimes you are a deck that superior calls, but like if you're a deck that just does a lot of normal calling, you don't really mind. And in that case, it just hurts sometimes to be the Mega Colony player. I know from experience. I have a Mega Colony deck, but I am excited in the future for the new Grade 3 that lets you get an order from the drop zone on ride, because that's really strong.
Exactly. And then we all know about strong arm tactics, I believe it's called, the grade 3 order that just says for a cost of 3 counterblast, for a cost of 3 soul blast, draw 3 cards. I love
Mhm.
cards. You love cards. I like having my hand healthy. Having like draw 3 and then you can stride and do another triple drive check. Man, do you remember that one time in Cardfight Vanguard G Stride Gate where we gathered everyone's energy, all their stride force, and then we basically just like shut down the entire like gears system?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what happened. That last game was so hype that it just overloaded the server, and now we had to restart.
Yeah.
But we're just about ready to start round two. Sorry for the delays. Sorry for the technical issues. But I'm excited for round two. Let's take a look at what the deck list will look like.
For our first player, we do have
Sabrier!
ah Sabria play. Speaking of Mega Colony, we were talking about Mega Colony earlier, and this is a Giraffa and Magnolia build. It does use also some multi-attack engines in there with things like Heldemize, which lets you stand a rear guard, and also being able to, and then other options like being able to call things after you've dealt the damage for the turn.
Yeah, for sure. Just like Intrude Scissors, like you said, once you dealt the
Mm-hmm.
damage for the turn, he's able to pop out a drop zone. Surprise, I'm going to intrude and scissor your Vanguard in half now. But what
Mm-hmm.
I want to point out about this deck, what Premium can do that you can't do in V Premium, is I want to point out their starter, Pupa Mutant Garaffa, or Larva Mutant Garaffa. So in Clan Collection, we actually managed to get the grade 1, 2, and 3 ride line of Garaffa.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's very cool is that between pupa and larva, when you get to ride the grade 1 over the grade 0, you're able to instantly hand fix your hand to whatever you want. Have an extra grade 3 in your hand, which I'm sure you do, because now that we run Heal Guardians, we have extra copies of Intrude. We have Heldemize, which is basically your 5th and 6th copy of Intrude.
Yep.
You're getting that one of copy of Garaffa very easily. And I love this inclusion. But not only that, if you didn't have Elite Mutant in hand already, that grade 0 is getting there. That grade 0 is getting it for you as well.
Yeah.
It's a very streamlined engine to get you through 0, 1, 2, and 3. But at the top end, you also have Magnolia as well to present like attack from the back row strategies.
Mm-hmm. It
All in
does
all,
help.
a great deck.
Yes, it does help Mega Colony get a little bit more of a push than earlier, because you can actually get a bit more aggression with Mega Colony. It makes the control aspects of the deck a lot stronger and a lot more threatening. Like if we go into the G zone right now, the Darkface Gradora is like, it's so strong. Just being able to not only stun the entire board for the opponent, but also completely lock superior calling outside of from hand, which means that things like G guarding does not work. Doing pretty much like Gurguit plays does not work.
Exactly. And especially in a format like Premium, where a lot of the board advantage comes from superior calls. We have stuff like Grand Blue. A lot of their units are being called from the drop zone.
Mm-hmm.
Dark Phase Ghidorah turns it off. Now like we've got the WCC special in Nightmare Dolls. A lot of their stuff comes from the soul. Ghidorah turns that off as well. Just like
Yeah.
a very good card in a vacuum to like kind of match the pace that Premium does and bring it down to their level.
Mm-hmm. It's very helpful. And there are also some other strides like Obturandus, which, I mean, if you already have a way to stun some stuff, then, I mean, you may as well just Obturandus. Prevent calling in general, which, like, if you see your opponent has an empty board, that might just be the play sometimes. Just go Obturandus, and if your opponent's got Excel circles but nothing on them, then they
Yeah, for
just get
sure.
one swing for the turn, and that's it. And that's pretty good because then you can conserve hand, and you can also maybe get a bit of that intrude scissor and some hell demise, some stuff like that to be able to, get your multi attacks in while your opponent's only at like one attack.
For sure, for sure. And then I want to point out, like, let's talk about Mega Colony into the Axel matchup. So Axel markers, we know that we're able to provide and like just generate more front rows, generate more rear guards to attack with. Now these two strides here, Overwhelm and the GB8 in Tyrantus, these two cards work very well against the Axel matchup. Overwhelm has a very simple effect. For each of your opponent's rested rear guards or rested units, draw a card. Your opponent is able to generate like 3-4 Axel markers through like Ezel Turbo, for example, and they have all their rear guard circles filled up. Counterblast one, draw 10. It feels great.
Yeah. You get to draw a lot of cards, which, I mean, that's always good, especially because Mega Colony outside of Overwhelm does not have the greatest in terms of advantage engines. And that could be a good tempo play, especially because Overwhelm can get the additional drive check, which is always nice.
Yeah, for sure. And then, like I said, in Tyrantus, with how grindy Mega Colony is, it it isn't a pipe dream to get to this GB8. And like I said, like once Axel markers start popping up, this Tyrantus is able to give a lot of power everywhere. And like
Mm-hmm.
this is not only is this an auto skill, I do believe this is a con skill. So
Yeah.
units like Intrude Scissors, Hell Demise, that's able to like pop out of the drop zone when your opponent takes damage, that's getting that extra 25k as well. And then you're able to restand another unit to give and have that 25k be used as well. Very good finisher.
Yes. And not only that, though, but there is also the ability to lock auto abilities on the opponent's side, which means that perfect guards will not work, which means that G guard abilities will not work.
Hmm.
Uh, and it also prevents intercepts, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. But let's take a look at the second player's deck list.
And it seems that we've got for our next player, in a second, we'll be getting their deck. Oh, Hacks for Gaming. Oh my, this is one of the people in the Bracket Discord server that I run. He is running Nova Grappler, and he is going for a Victor build. So, game plan of this build in general: get that DOS ledge really, really big, stand it a lot of times. They're running the Energy Girl for the ability to actually use Counterblast free restand. Also, the Cool Hank for that purpose as well,
Hmm.
and Brutal Jack with Riser Custom. If you're running Brutal Jack, you should generally be running Riser Custom if you're going for the Victor build, because then that means that you can use this as an engine for going for 2 free restands to get 2 extra drive checks during the main phase.
For sure, for sure. And how funny was it that just before we went into here, just before we dropped, we were talking about Mega Colony into Nova Grapplers.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this now. We've got Mega Colony versus Nova Grapplers. What I do like about Nova Grapplers list, though, and what actually intrigues me the most, is basically how wide they go. We've got some Ghosachi, we've got Cool Hank, we've got Brutal Jack, we've got a very diverse number of grade 2 rear guards that all in tandem help each other restand, but the the MVP player here is definitely Sledge. And alongside Sledge, there's a G Zone unit that really makes this deck pop. Let's take a look at the G Zone real quick here. And
For
that
sure.
that is Bustard. Now,
Yep.
Peter, I'll let you take the reins on this as you are probably a lot more well-versed in Nova Grapplers than I am. Go for it, brother.
All right. Thank you for putting me on the reins right now. And Bustard, the ability Soul Blast 1 whenever a rear guard of yours stands. Soul Blast 1, flip a unit face up, and you get an extra drive check for the turn. Which, I mean, already that's really strong. Part of the win condition of this deck, like of pretty much a way to guarantee you win, especially in this matchup, is you stand DOS Ledge 3 times for the turn, and when you do that, you get to actually go for a you get the guard restrict so that your opponent cannot use sentinels. And if you hit the over trigger, which you are far more likely to do when you are getting so many drive checks in one turn, you can actually get the over trigger, give the 100 million to DOS Ledge, and then double its critical and power. So that means it's 200 million. So that no matter what, unless your opponent has a way to retire DOS Ledge, like Mari Martin or Denial Griffin, something like that, you pretty much can't block this attack, which is just really strong in general. And for other strides, though, we do have some alternative plays. Sometimes you want to go for Ozdabulk. Ozdabulk is a stride that's Soul Blast 1, flip a G unit face up, stand your front row. Pretty simple, but pretty effective as well, because sometimes you could just go for plays like that if you don't think you can really hit a good play with Bustard. Actually, another thing with Bustard as well, because you can restand Bustard if you've had 5 or more drive checks and you lose 5 drive checks after that, it does also increase your chances of hitting a over trigger again, or just triggers in general, because we do see that they run 4 criticals in addition. So even if you don't get the over trigger power on DOS Ledge, you could still make it really big, and if you get a critical trigger on it, it still makes it really threatening. And because the deck runs stand triggers as well, you can afford to possibly check a stand trigger, make Bustard go off, and get another drive check. So that's always good. And because of the engine with Brutal Jack and with Riser Custom, you get to do the immediate quintuple drive, which is always scary. And because Jarahawk goes into the soul and stands something, that fuels itself for a Bustard, and DOS Ledge on the second stand gets a soul charge, so another fuel for a stand, which gets you another drive check. There's just so many ways to get a lot of checks in one turn. It's just really threatening in general. And this is a deck where if you play against this, you generally do not want to let them get the first stride, because if they do, they get to not only stabilize, but they get to put in so much power and so much threat that it becomes near impossible to make a comeback from that, because it just
For sure.
it just
And
destroys their hand.
yeah. And so let's not spend too much time on the deck review. Let's let the players do the walk while we talk the talk. We've got a deck that looks to keep your opponent down in Mega Colony, and we've got a deck that looks to stand themselves back up in Nova Grapplers. Let's get to the gameplay.
For sure. This is going to be exciting too, because this is one of those matchups that is like an interesting case study of like how Mega Colony and how Nova Grappler both like want to play. Mega Colony wanting to stun things, Nova Grappler not really caring as much compared to most decks, especially because I mean, things like Brutal Jack stun themselves anyways, so you can just get that active pretty well.
So over on the left here, we have Sabrier representing Mega Colony. And on the right, Hacks for Gaming for Nova Grapplers. Over on the right here, it looks like Hacks for Gaming will be starting off the game. And off of their Grade 3 Searcher, they find the Zubat, it looks like.
Yes. Zubat maybe going for a re-ride play here, because they do have the Zubat. If they have an Extreme Battler Victor, then that means that they will also be able to get the Excel Circle, and then because Gridora will be stunning the board, you can then just use Zubat to just have that very good stride skill.
Just shuffling up here. So yeah, it looks like they've chosen to pick the Zubat as the Grade 3 off of the Grade 1 Searcher here. And their discard will be the Zubat.
Oh, wow.
Just deck saving by 1, it looks like.
Yeah, that's interesting. They maybe have another Zubat in the hand.
Passing it off into Sabrier, and it looks like Sabrier was unable to actually get the Pupa Mutant Girafa to guarantee the ride. But off the top, we do find that heal trigger, which is very good to see. That means that we're able to, like, against a deck like Nova Grappler that looks to attack a lot, that heal Guardian in hand, that 10k defensive will come up huge.
Absolutely. But unfortunately, also for Sabrier, because they're running the Giraffa starter, that means that we won't. Oh, that's Hank. That's Hank. That means that if they hit and they decide to Soul Blast, they can actually just draw another card, which, depending on what their soul charging is looking like, they might go for the Soul Blast to draw, which, okay, they're not.
Not
Probably
to
one.
Soul Blast, because we do need that soul
Mhm.
for that big buster turn.
Yes,
Going and
definitely.
riding into the Elite Mutant Garaffa here, go ahead and use its skill. That's probably the reason why we took the damage, to go ahead and draw an extra card.
And probably just take the damage here because Nova Grappler doesn't really. Well, Nova Grappler wants that damage in general.
Looks like a no guard, and off the drive check, we find a copy of the Pupa Mutant. Now that Pupa
Oh,
Mutant comes up huge in a deck against Nova Grapplers that looks to call down a lot of rear guards. With a lot of rear
oh,
guards, that's a lot of tapped units, so you get a lot of that free Soul Blastless draw one.
speaking of a lot of things, that's 2 grade 3s, now 3 grade 3s out of the deck here because there's the extreme that they just rode, got the Excel, but there's 2 extremes out now and 1 Zubat. So that means that half of their grade 3s and half of each of them are out total,
Mm-hmm.
which hopefully they have another Zubat in hand maybe so that they can get the reride because it is dangerous to get hit by. Oh, wait. Oh, that's
It looks like Gunsdawn.
yes it is.
And Gunsdawn is a very good card into this matchup, specifically because there's a G Guard in the Mega Colony extra deck here, which is able to interact with your opponent's board on their turn.
That is true. It is also, but it is also a bit difficult because that G Guard, the options are either, well, it gives the option of interacting with your board or drawing cards, and Gunsdawn can actually mess that up sometimes because you could. Oh, this is really smart. Keeping the Gunsdawn standing.
Keeping the Gunsdawn standing, so that way all these like restrictions or like all these conditions that ask for like all of your opponent's units are tapped. Very good to see.
Mm-hmm.
So we do get the defensive draw trigger. Always love to see it. That extra card in hand, every little bit does help in the premium format. And it looks like we do ride into Magnolia, and we are given first ride. Using the Intrude Scissors as stride material, we are able to go into Dark Phrase Ghidorah.
Yep, and that's gonna stun Victor, but not Gunsdawn because Gunsdawn is standing. So that's always.
Always good to see. And like you
Mhm.
mentioned, we did see a lot of the grade 3s already out. And for those unaware, when we say stun everything, we mean everything. Not only rear guards, even the Vanguard gets stunned. So if you don't have another copy of the Vanguard in your hand to read right into, your Vanguard will stay tapped for the next turn.
Yes, and that's where it's a bit scary that Hacks 4 Gaming actually, you know, discarded that Zubat. Hopefully that means that they were just planning on winning it next turn, especially because
Right.
they don't really have any rear guards in the front row for Sabrier to actually attack to damage deny, because damage denial is probably the play here because if Nova Grappler is left with 4 open damage, they can do a lot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So it looks like Sabrier opts to use Ghidorah's on attack skill. Off of the skill, we're able to call Hell Demise, and that unit will gain 10k for the turn. So even already, just in Mega Colony by itself, we already see a lot of multi attacks coming through. Introduction of Dark Phrase Ghidorah to Superior Call from the deck. Then we've got Intrude Scissors to Superior Call itself from the drop zone. And both of these units as well, Hell Demise and Intrude Scissors, on play, they restand a unit. So at base, you're already looking at 5 attacks. Then when you throw it into the Magnolia as well and get some back row attack going, that's even more attacks. It's just something you don't expect to see from Mega Colony, and it does take a lot of people off guard.
That's very true. Uh, it might be the play here. Just take it, and like you do want damage as a Nova Grappler. player.
For for sure. A lot of that counter blast goes into a lot of your strategy, being able to restand. It does look like we take it here. First drive, second drive, third drive. We do
Oh,
get that heal trigger, and that heal trigger does come in very nicely because we are matching in damage 2-2. That heal trigger not only means that we go back down to 1, but that means that we have fuel for G Guardians on our opponent's turn. And just getting that a little bit of interaction and safety goes a long way in this matchup.
for sure. And it looks like the damage check is a DOS sledge. Ooh. So
That's
hopefully,
hopefully you have another dosage in hand there. Otherwise, that's 1 out of 4 that we got rid of.
mm-hmm.
Go ahead and tack with the health demise here. Also going to take this going all the way up to 4.
And that's a draw trigger. So that's always nice to have. And one thing here, Sabrier doesn't have like the biggest hand in comparison to like what you need to survive this turn.
For sure. So we're hoping that either our opponent just
No.
doesn't have the pieces yet.
Oh.
Oh, we do get the
There's the
rewrite.
Zubat.
We do get the rewrite. That is good to see.
And smart to discard the stride critical, specifically Keton Pecan, because you actually can then conserve grade 3s in your hand so that if you have another grade 3, you can actually rewrite again. Because this is looking to be a play that will allow for a lot of drive checks because Sabrier does have 4 soul right now, and it can increase as well. If they have a DOS Sledge and a Jarahawk, it can just go up even more. It can go from... And also another thing to consider, all of Mega Colony's disruption is only Vanguard to Vanguard. None of the rest of it works.
So the one time that G Guard comes out, Lady Relish, I believe it is called, it will be against Bustard, which is doing upwards of 5, 6, 7 drive checks, and that card is only 15k shield. So sometimes that just might not be enough.
Yeah, it like just the using the G Guard alone is not enough shield, which can definitely hurt.
For sure, but I guess putting your opponent into that decision fork, even that sometimes, like in a long-term tournament, like a large scale, where we're looking to go all the way up to 8 rounds, the more decisions you can force your opponent to make, the more mental fatigue that might happen.
Another Gunsdon. Oh my! Wow, this is a really good board.
We're going all the way in here. We're tapping the Gunsdon to give our board resist. It looks like.
I think you don't really need the resist anyways, because I mean you can't really do that much. Oh wait, no. If they have, if they may think that Sabrier plays, trying to remember the name of the card, the one that is a grade 1 that prevents one of your opponent's
Brilliant Blister. Brilliant
Yes.
Blister, yes. I do know that is a grade 1 in the Mega Colony deck, but I do not believe I recall seeing it in the deck list. So definitely not something to worry about here. And now the thing is, Gunsdon is for the rear guards and unfortunately does not affect the Vanguard. So if the Vanguard was to attack multiple times, Brilliant Blister would still be able to go off, though it does not exist.
That is true. But we will be able to see here, DOS Sledge will be getting plus 12, which is nice. And then there's also the Soul Blast off of that, which means that we're now at 4 drive checks. And with the amount of restands, which is Zubat, Zubat, Jarahawk, Golshachi, Ninjad, and Energy Girl, that is 5 extra drive checks total. And that's not counting checking any stand triggers. So if they check stand triggers, they'll have the soul to go for 9 drive checks total on the first Vanguard swing. Possibly even, possibly even, no. It can't hit more than 9 because there's not enough soul. Because you'll be generating exactly 6 soul. So
yeah, it looks like this will be the Gunsdon in French, what's the grade 2 name? Remind me again.
DOS Sledge.
It will be the DOS Sledge and Friends show here, as DOS Sledge keeps attacking, and all of his friends will help stand him back up again. And each time that DOS Sledge restands, he gets stronger, and each time that DOS Sledge gets stronger and restands, Bustard also gets stronger as well by getting an extra drive.
Speaking of getting stronger as well, there is Ninjad on the board as well. Ninjad does give 2,000 for every face-up card in the G-Zone to itself and the card it stands. And also, because Golshachi is being boosted by Energy Girl, that does mean that Hacks 4 Gaming can actually stand the Gunsdan behind the Vanguard, and it will be getting +4 for every face-up card in the G zone as well.
Very
And
good. Very good.
and because of how it works, because you can because both Bustard and Gunsdan's effect activate at the same time, you can choose to do Bustard's effect first and get the +12 to Gunsdan. So that's really scary.
Mm-hmm,
You just
mm-hmm.
you've just got a 19,000 power booster on your 27,000 power Vanguard for 46. Whew.
Looks like we're using the Energy Girl here effect to restand said Gunsdawn, just like you said. And as we shuffle up, it looks like we're just going to do some skill resolution here. But I'm expecting. It looks like Sabri has been able to hold off the small attacks at least. So, got to deal with 2 big Vanguard swings and a big Dose Sledge swing here.
And Dosledge is only going to be getting bigger as time goes on here because. Oh wait, no, I think they do get to wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, it is 5. Okay, so Dosledge will be getting even bigger here because of Ninjad as well. Ninjad will be getting to give +6 to itself and to Dosledge. So that means Ninjad will be 20 on its own. Dosledge will then get its own additional +10 and the +6. So that means that it'll go to 37, which is
Mm-hmm.
nice. And that's
Yeah.
not counting any triggers that are checked.
Yeah. Now, what's good to mention is that it's a very small and minor thing, but Axel clans and Protect clans, these are naturally smaller than base values. But being able to run into Magnolia means that you're 13k. Um, it might not actually show up a lot in this match since a lot of these numbers still hit 13k by accident even. But getting
Mm-hmm.
that one extra K power does make a big difference sometimes in guarding multi attacks like this. It might actually just mean like one hand saved per attack, and that does come up huge when you're just looking down the barrel of like a 6, 7, 8 drive bustard as well with the crit and restrict on the dose sledge.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And it might be worth it to just go for the DOS sledge swing and then the Vanguard swing and then just hope for stand triggers because you have 8 drive checks. Well, you'll have
Mm-hmm.
8 drive checks. So, I mean, it's very likely that within those amount of checks, you can probably hit one,
Mm-hmm.
which
And
means
it
that
looks
you'll
like
get
we
to
see,
9.
yeah. And it looks like we get the first G Guardian here from Sabrier, calling
Uh,
out
oh,
the one whose
that's
name escapes me, but I do believe this is like a
Morphosian.
25 kg Morphosion.
Yes.
And I do believe like
Uh,
it just gains power based on conditions like tapped units or so.
Morphosian. Yeah, it's based on the number of uh, units that are not standing, or the amount of units that are not rested. So
Yeah. Two. If your opponent has standing rear guards is 2 or less, gains 10k.
yep.
So once your opponent has started to tap their board, Morphosion becomes more
Wait,
alive.
did they not use Zubat's skill? Oh, they didn't use Zubat's skill.
They actually opted not to use that counterblast for Zubat's skill.
Interesting. I
So
guess they're just hoping for a stand trigger then, which sometimes hurt.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get the draw trigger as well. It looks like we're fishing for a stand trigger here in order to get it.
Oh,
Oh, we do get the stand trigger, so that will stand the dose sledge there. And at the
yep.
same time,
And
we're able to use Bustard's effect to gain one more extra drive. And who knows, maybe that extra drive happens to be a stand trigger as well. And then that happens to gain an extra drive to give us another stand trigger. And eventually we might find the over trigger.
if it's over trigger, I think it's just game here because Dosledge will then be 6 critical. Or so
It
no,
looks like
sorry, no, 4 critical. 4 critical.
we don't find the over trigger. Oh, we do get the defensive draw. Is that enough though? These are very large columns already.
Oh wait, Dosledge isn't swinging for. I think you just go for the restand the Vanguard, then attack with Vanguard again for triple drive.
And it looks like we're resolving the cost on Bustard here. Choosing which 3 cards to discard to restand it. Now, how many drive checks did we see there? I think it was 1, 2, 3, 6, I believe.
8.
8
Uh,
drive checks. And so Bustard
yes.
will restand and then lose 5 drive checks, I believe.
Yes, at least they should have had 8. I don't see why they wouldn't have gone for the 8 drive checks because they got 5 stands. They got 5 activations of Bustard's skill. So, I mean, you may as well. Yes,
Looks like
that's
okay, yeah, there we go. That's the
oh,
counter for the
dude,
drive checks there. So it's gonna be
huh?
2 drive checks on this last attack here.
That's strange. Why do they only have 2? They got 5 stands that turn. Did they not activate Bustard one time?
They might have opted to actually not activate Bustard. Like maybe now, like maybe a lot of these attacks here, like from the goal stashing from the Ninja Yard, maybe they opted not to use it. And that way, after this Gunsdon is really large and they get an extra stand trigger here, they're able to use that Gunsdon multiple times. But another Heal Guardian comes out from Sabre's side of things. It's another Morphosian here, going for the
Oh wait,
25k. Go
I
ahead.
think I know. I think I know what. I think I know what Hacks 4 Gaming's going for. Keeping a soul, well, keeping 2 soul, to be able to actually next turn prepare. Oh, okay. So next turn, if they keep the soul, they can actually get the extra. What's it called? They can get the first up soul blast for. I'm blanking on the name now. Dogon Titan, because
Dogan Titan. Yes.
has Dogon Titan has an ability that when face up in the G zone, you can soul blast one, flip it back face down, and countercharge one, or unlock a card, or undelete something, and then you'll still have a soul uh, for Ozdabalk, which
Mm-hmm.
also gets to just stand your front row, which pretty much just undoes the rest of the what the rest of the Gridora does.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, passing it back to the Mega Colony player, we do get the Persona ride. We do
Ooh.
get the Persona ride, which means that for the rest of the turn, anything that pops out in the front row, Intrude Scissors, Hell Demise, those will be 10k larger. And I wonder if that's enough, if that 10k being used that many times will be enough to push the game into Sabre's favor here. Once again, we are going into the Gridora, and obviously using its skill to turn off any sort of superior calls and stunning the board. Superior calls from G zones, such as G Guardians, superior calls off the tech. We're not looking at any of that, but we also stun the board. So, after resolving that skill, looks like we're just going to establish our board here. Let's not forget about that Gunosla in the back there. If we ever need more power in this deck, Gunosla is here. Gunosla is just able, like, from the back row rear guard when he attacks. Now, I don't believe that there's any way to attack with it from the back row at the moment, but when it does, you're able to donate its power to like another rear guard that comes out. That's a lot of power that stacks up.
Mm-hmm. It gets really big. And I mean, it's threatening in premium too. Even though it's threatening in standard, it just converts well.
Mm-hmm. And now I do know that I do remember seeing Dama Inaru being drive checked as well. And Dama, because our heart's name is Magnolia, we're able to choose said Gunosla to attack from the back. So, and it does look like that was called. Yeah, it was called. So our Gunosla is able to attack from the back here. So this Gunosla attack from the back twice. We do have that 2 open counterblast now, right? So we're able to attack twice with it. We can donate its power not once, but twice to other rearguards as well. We're looking at a lot of attacks with a lot of that extra power donated from Gunosla.
And an interesting thing here as well. So we do know that Hacks 4 Gaming has one perfect guard. So probably wants to perfect guard the Vanguard.
Mm-hmm. Probably want to perfect guard the Vanguard, but like let's not forget that with how many attacks are coming out here, well, Hacks 4 Gaming, their hand is looking very healthy. Their hand is looking very healthy, but it looks like we're going into attack phase here. We're going to go ahead and start with the Gunosla. Go ahead and donate the power over to the Dama Inaru. Basically, 13k from the back. It's going to be an easy 5k to guard. Oh, it looks like a G guard here. Actually, is it? No way you can G guard. Yeah, you can't G guard while against a Dark Phrase there. So every guard here has to be a vanilla guard.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like
Take
they're
it?
opting to take the first one. By taking
Yeah.
this damage, this means that Intrude Scissors in the drop zone is live.
Oh, that's true. So you might just honestly block
It
something?
might be in the best favor of Nova Grapplers here to guard everything until the Vanguards, or even after the Vanguard swing here.
Oh. Oh, and
Opting to take it. So now the Intrude Scissor in the drop zone is live, and there's two of them, mind you. Two
oh
Intrude
my.
Scissors.
That
So
means that
not only are you able to restand the Gnosla in the back through Intrude Scissors popping out, you're also able to then swing once again with the Gnosla, give the power to the Intrude Scissors there. And we're looking at a lot of attacks here. So
this is really scary, but because it'll be 6 attacks. I think that
yeah,
the Bustard will have been able to get enough cards to, be able to do a good amount of guarding.
yeah.
But I am wondering why Hack4 Gaming didn't at least go for the Octo Drive, because I mean, because of Zubat being able to Soul Charge, that would have also been able to draw them another card as well.
But let's see what happens out here. It looks like we're contemplating how to guard the Dama Inaru here. And let's not forget, Persona Ride is active. So everything up here is also another plus 10k. Cannot forget that.
Ooh, that's true.
And then on Gridor's attack here, we're going to Soul Blast 1, and I believe it'll either be another Intrude or a Hell Demise from deck here.
Probably a Hell Demise to stand back up Damainaru. Oh,
Okay.
nope, just Intrude.
It's going to be an Intrude. Now, Intrude still has the same effect that when it is placed, Soul Blast 1 and stand another Rearguard, and Intrude will gain 10k itself. But then Gnosla is then once again be able to attack from the back, donate some power over to the new units that popped out. We're getting a lot of power distribution. We're making very good use of all the power that's being given here. That 10k being used multiple times, that scales very quickly. And at the end of everything's all said and done, we might see a hand completely shredded after this multi-attack.
Oh my. Oh! Oh my. So this is going to be 7 attacks. Because standing the Gnosla. Oh.
The heal trigger is not live, unfortunately, but getting that extra 10k power might make a big difference, especially on the Gnosla now, because you're able to give that 10k power to multiple units. That just becomes exponentially stronger. Opting to give the crit to the Intrude Scissors here, using Gnosla's effect to buff the Intrude Scissors with the crit.
Oh, okay. I see what it is now. They're going for this play because they're not. I think that's their last soul, so they can't.
That was their last soul. They cannot call another.
Okay. Okay. So
They
it's
could
6
they could call another Intrude Scissors. They just wouldn't be able to stand something else. Is all.
and they
The timing for it also passed. So we're just looking at the last attack here with that very large Intrude Scissors, and it looks like another PG has been offered. What's important to note is that what I just saw being dropped for some guard was the Overtrigger. So we do know that the Overtrigger is out of play from Nova Grappler's side of things.
But I mean, they get to reride. They don't get to Superior Call anything. They still do have to search and shuffle because they can't call anything though. But it does say look at your deck and shuffle. So yeah, they're just looking. They can't call anything because it's not from hand. But it's a nice way to at least, I don't know. If you're feeling, oh man, my luck's not great with this shuffle, you just get to shuffle it again.
All right. So rewriting into the Extreme Battler Victor, probably like the bane of every Mega Colony player at the moment is knowing that your opponent is able to rewrite, but at the same time, forcing them to keep that extra grade 3 in hand not only cuts off a lot of decision trees, but it also cuts off a lot of like resource management. Because a lot of times, extra grade 3s, if you don't need them, you can just discard them for PGs. You can use them as stride cost. But because we have to use them as reride,
favorite champ. Wait, what?
Going into favorite champ, calling over the board.
Oh my! This is
over the board.
Play.
These tapped units, I don't need them where I'm going. Get rid of them. I'm looking to restand my Vanguard many times. I'm looking to hit you in the face 3 times. I don't need these tapped Vanguards. I don't need these tapped rearguards where I'm going. And it looks like we do also have enough counterblast to do everything as well. We've got that 2 counterblast needed for favorite champ, but we also have an extra counterblast for that Golsachi and the Gunston as well. Let's not forget.
Yes. I feel like though here you just wanna you don't even want to use you don't even want to use Dosledge's or you don't want to use Jarahawk's skill quite yet, just because you want to have that open damage for favorite champ.
Yes, for sure.
Oh.
Oh, looks like we're getting a count here.
Okay, so they definitely have enough to stand their whole board. They have 5 face up at least because of Bustard flipping 4. Oh, they take.
Oh, get another defensive draw. That's 3 defensive draws, I believe, from Sabri's end of things. And though it might feel good, in the end, you have to realize that means you don't have any perfect guards.
Yes, that's true. And not only that, but this is going to be a lot of attacks, and Dosledge is going to have Sentinel. Well, Sentinel Restrict won't matter anymore because I think they're out of perfect guards now. But like,
might be one more in play.
There's going to be multiple Vanguard swings.
Looking like a 2 to pass. 1, 2, and we do get a heal trigger as well, which does go off.
I feel like 5. Give the power to Golsachi, or I guess Vanguard. I feel like giving the power to Golsachi would have made it so that it could hit. Because
surely it still hits on that circle. 14, right?
14, but then plus 7 versus Magnolia's
13? Oh, 20, 23 because of the defensive draw, correct.
Yeah, maybe going to use Golsachi as a way to get...
Maybe we're looking at Dosledge as an alternate attacker as well.
Maybe.
Using favorite champ's Victor's skill to restand himself.
Mm-hmm.
We're putting all of our baskets into this game plan here. Getting 10k to the Dosledge again. Getting some power to the Gunston. More power to the Dosledge.
I feel like here you just want to attack with Dosledge to Vanguard, then Ninjad, then Dosledge again, then Golsachi to rearguard.
Sabri's hand, I'm looking, it looks like 3 or 4. So we might have to play for that 6 damage heal. Or the 6 damage over trigger to bring us in to bring us that miracle last turn. And like if we're able to survive this turn, like the Victor player, like Hacks for Gaming, they have expended all of their resources. If we're able to live this turn here, I think that's game. We also see a heal trigger soul charge there.
This shouldn't be enough. That's only 21 to the 23. I feel like that was a misplay there.
But regardless, we're looking to just like restand the Gunston. Hopefully get it to that point where it gets that extra 10k and the Sentinel restrict. In which case, once it gets that part, we're able to hit with it again. Thinking on the attack order here.
You are right. Dosledge does now have the Sentinel restrict, and because it got the... Oh, wait, no. Okay, yeah, no. This is just the... Yeah, no, so this is 24 because of that.
Getting that extra 10k, so 19, and if it got any power buffs, then it might be 24 through the favorite champ, which is 5 to guard here.
And because they have no perfect guards left, and because Gunston is massive, this is...
Getting another card. It looks like 2 cards left in hand on the side of Sabrier here. And the last 2 cards, could it be a PG and a card to discard?
I think they discarded their... Or I think they used their PG already, didn't they?
Last turn? Oh.
Yeah.
It looks like contemplating how to guard this. I think it's the favorite trigger count, G guard count, math count.
Yeah, I think they used the...
Have they gone through all their heal guards? We might be able to use Relish Lady here and hopefully draw into another valid guard.
But like this is so big. This is 27 plus 10 from the trigger. So that's 37 plus then plus 7, which is then 44 plus then 20, so that's 64. So you need, because you're at 23, you need 45,000 shield, and Mega Colony doesn't really have anything that could get to 45,000 shield. Unless you
But
can have a Morphosian and a 10k. You need exactly that.
But Relish Lady does draw as a card back if our opponent's unable to tap the 2, right? So off that one draw, we might get that over trigger. Like, obviously, it'd be better to defensively take the over trigger so we save some hand, we get that extra card back. But that over trigger might just be the 50k shield that we need. Alternatively, what happens if we draw into like a Sentinel? If we're able to draw into that PG, boom. Throw down that PG, take your turn, top deck stride. But it looks like, yeah, we're just doing some math here, counting the triggers, figuring out the ratios. What is the chance of me getting that 6 damage heal? What are the chances of me getting that 6 damage over trigger? And unfortunately, it was a 6 damage stand trigger. It looks like the winner of this will be Haxor Gaming. Oh, and unfortunately, it looks like the over trigger was at the bottom of Sabrier's deck. Regardless, still a great showing from both players. Both players showing off all the strengths that their deck do, and I was so happy to see both of them. Sabrier especially being able to show off like Magnolia Colony, showing off that Mega Colony doesn't always have to be based on just the strides, doesn't have to be based on just the stuns. You're able to get like that back row attack as well. That's so cool. And then obviously Hacks for Gaming, going through the standard Nova Grappler gameplay. We're looking for that big buster turn to farm us into the favorite champ.
Yeah,
stable standard gameplay from everyone.
It was definitely some solid gameplay from both of those players. And I mean, that's sort of how the Nova Grappler versus Mega Colony matchup goes. Like, it's kind of rough in general.
It is rough, but like I said before, like a lot of Mega Colony, it feels like the great part about Mega Colony and the sad part about Mega Colony is that it is one of the decks that I would like to call retroactive versus proactive. So a lot of Mega Colony is based on reacting to what your opponent does. Once your opponent like overextends, that's when you hit them with the stuns, because basically all that overextension will then be wasted. But with how easy it is now to farm up a large hand, get another grade 3 to rewrite into, it's a lot harder. But as we release more and more Stoic Chaos stuff from Overdress, Mega Colony can slowly go from a reactive deck to a proactive deck. And that's like hints of what we see here. We see that the Magnolia Colony being able to actually have a forward strategy rather than like a sit back and wait for your opponent kind of do things. Like, I'm pushing hard, I'm going in, this is the new Mega Colony, this is the new me.
Yeah. New year, new me. And I mean, this is definitely a good momentum for Mega Colony in general. I think that with DBTO3, we'll be able to get some more stuff. Which,
for sure.
And also some ways to also help with the Magnolia gameplay, like the Magnolia build as well, if you want to keep going with that. But like, Overdress has really helped this one clan quite a lot. Like,
for sure. And I think it's great to see, because Mega Colony has historically always been on the back burner of support. Always been like kind of on the back of like people's minds, never really on the forefront. Like, even in the anime, a lot of the time the Mega Colony players, they were like the jobbers. And it's only now that we see like very cool strategies from Mega Colony, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, not only were they the jobbers, sometimes they would just use the cards wrong. Like using a Relish Lady on a rearguard attack, which is just not allowed.
Which is just wrong. But let's talk about the Nova Grappler deck that we saw there. Very standard. We've got like the Dual Sledge, we've got all the Restanders, we've got the Bustard. Give me a rundown of what you thought about the deck list there.
I thought it was interesting. We didn't see any Jack or Riser custom. I don't think we even needed to see it though. So, I mean, yeah. But also, in that build, from what I hear, Hax4 Gaming did not quite get everything he needed. So this is an incomplete build apparently.
Oh, incomplete. But
yeah.
I feel like the core of it was still there. We've got our 4 copies of Dual Sledge. We've got our 4 copies of Extreme Battler Victor V. We've got our like a full suit of like Restanders, Cool Hank, Golsachi, Ninjard, Nijero Hawk, even Energy Batter Lady. We've got, like I said, we've got our full suit of Restanders. We've got our fundamental turn in Bustard plus Gunsdon, so we were able to get there.
Yep.
So everything else that might have been missing, probably auxiliary. We've got our core here, and I think that's like the core of Nova Grapplers, and it's great to see it like that.
For sure. And I mean, also one concern with this deck, which might have been why they didn't go for all of those, like as many drive checks as they could have gone for. Deck out is 100% a concern, especially when you're drive checking that much, because you could just run out of cards, especially because you're also drawing a lot, you're searching, you're just taking so many cards out of your deck at once in one game. Well, in one turn, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely something that's like a valid concern. And if you're not careful, you could just accidentally get too lost in the sauce and just accidentally deck yourself out.
Sometimes drawing the cards, getting those drive checks might feel so good, but eventually there's nothing to drive check anymore. Oops.
Yeah.
If you're holding your entire deck in your hand, you got Nova deck. Unfortunate, but you got your win con, but your win con actually ends up to a loss. Unfortunate. Yeah. So what do you think? Normally, like what other tips and tricks do you have for like Mega Colony players or Nova Grappler players like in this matchup that you want to talk about?
Could you get me by that one more time? I need a clarification.
So, let's say that you're playing Nova Grapplers into Mega Colony, or if you were playing Mega Colony into Nova Grapplers, like what is one big thing that like you should know?
One big thing you should know. You should, if you're a Nova Grappler player going against Mega Colony, keep grade 3s in your hand. You need those because you need to re-ride. And I mean, it also gives you soul, which is nice. And if you're a Mega Colony player, don't give them first stride. Just don't. Don't give the Nova Grappler player first stride. You will probably lose if that happens.
And with those great tips from Peter out of the way, let's take a look at the top 16 after round 2. So top of the leaderboard there, we see some familiar names. We see Saram. On second place, we get the Derek Dow. Everybody knows Derek Dow, also repping Pale Moon WCC Nightmare Doll Special. Third place, also at 2-0, Photon TK. Fourth place, Alex Stroyer, the Destroyer, Alex Stroyer. And on fifth, we have Suo. Sixth, another familiar name, Ootman 23. Seventh, Jeremy. And eighth, Zamboni Ringo. Peter, go ahead and take a look at 9 to 16 for us.
Yes, we've got Chalice. I've heard of them around just throughout different parts of the community before. Wyatt King, someone I've not actually heard of before. Outer Orange, though, YouTuber, commentator for some of the upcoming weeks as well for North America. So good to see the commentators getting their reps in. T-Dub88, Peter Brome, keep the Peter supremacy alive. One Danger Noodle at 14th. CPXDS, and then Stand Up the Soryu.
Everyone here rocking that 2-0 record.
Yep.
Now, let's go ahead and get round 3 ready. Give the players a chance to get comfortable to play, and we will see you soon. I'm going to just go to a quick break.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and Team Leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different again, different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS is, it's still incredibly fun because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to, at home or just in general, just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster pack and bands of intertwined stars coming soon! Bushiroad!
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle, so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video.
All right, welcome back everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online for the premium tournament for North America. Oh man, those were some really good matches. How are you feeling about those, Philip?
I managed to watch them, and oh boy, I was not expecting those matchups this soon. That was one of the things I actually was looking forward to the first few rounds, because as you go down the tournament, of course, the better, I won't say better, the decks that have better chances of winning are gonna whittle out. But in the first few rounds, you get to see some interesting matchups, and especially that Nova Grapple Americani match it kept me on my toes. Like, I wanted to see how that would turn out.
Absolutely. And I mean, I love some Nova Grappler gameplay. It's always fun, and I love some Mega Colony gameplay as well. So get to see two clans I like quite a bit.
Exactly.
And these are ones where it's like Nova Grappler is definitely a deck where you have to prepare for it, because if you don't know the matchup, you might just let them accidentally give them the exact thing they need to just win. Because Nova Grappler doesn't really have much of an early game, so they do struggle a bit there. So if you either grade 2 game them, or if you just rush them, sometimes they just can't handle it.
Oh, 100%. But we mentioned this before. That's where the new Heal Guardians really come in. They help you that rush. But apparently, through the deck list we saw, Hex4 Gaming wasn't running any of the new Heal Guardians. It was still running that OG 4 heals. Granted, your opponent can't know that. You don't know if your opponent has the Heal Guardians, doesn't, so you can't really risk it on, okay, I'm going to rush him because I can. So I guess that kind of could have also dictated the flow of the game and how everything went. But we saw that once Nova Grappler got it, full steam, but that Buster turn, it didn't even hurt them too much that all of their rear guards were rested. It was just an easy, all right, I'm going to just replenish from this big hand I just accumulated, and we're going to go.
Yeah,
You think there was anything on the Mega Colony side that they could have done differently?
I think it was a bit difficult for the Mega Colony player, because Mega Colony doesn't really have that much early game, and they can't really grade 2 game. So in addition to just inherently how their mechanics working, Mega Colony just having a bad matchup against Nova Grappler, just the way that Mega Colony's support has been in general also makes it not the greatest matchup, because I mean, you can't rush them, you can't grade 2 game them. You're just in a bit of a rough spot, and because those are the ways to beat Nova Grappler, and it just hurts sometimes. But also, we saw that even though the Mega Colony player Sabrier got 6 attacks, and quite a few of them were very big, Hax4 Gaming still did not care and just just blocked all of them, and not only that, was able to re-ride and call an entirely new board. So that just shows how much hand size this deck can get.
Oh yeah, whenever you have 8 drive checks, usually that's what's going to happen. But with that being said, we're going on to round 3. We're going to see a little bit more maybe specialized decks, who knows. And we're going to look at the first deck up for review, which should be a Link Joker deck.
Ooh, okay.
And a Link Joker that it is. Oh,
wow.
Boy. I haven't seen this boy in a while. We have Glendios. Now, for those of you out there who don't know, Glendios was one of Link Joker's special cards that came out because of the anime, story-wise and all that, but its whole mechanic is the fact that it can run other reverse units, other cards that have reverse in their card name from other clans. We see they have let's see here, Neo Nectar. That's a Grand Blue reverse unit. That is a Murakami. We got Dark Regular with Amon. like it's basically Rainbow the Clan. On top of that, Glendios' own ability, the Limit Break 5 ability, is that at the beginning of your main phase, if the number of cards locked to your opponent's has is 5 or more, you just win the game outright.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
I mean,
win con immediately.
not speaking of that win condition though, there's also an alternate win condition that this deck is running too. Geese. So
yeah, we
you can,
gotta have 2 ways.
yeah. So if one win condition doesn't work, just go for the other one. Give your opponent no damage, maybe even just one. Give them 1 damage. Just keep swinging at rear guards. Just pass turn if you have to. Just you know. And not only that, because of Geese, because of Neon Geese, you can make it so your triggers never hit. And because of that, you get to actually you get to make it so that if you ride a 6,000 power grade 1, then you can guarantee that it will not hit the opponent's Vanguard, which is
Yep.
which means that
And
damage
this is
denial
very
is
interesting.
very easy.
This is also very interesting. Like, because of those trigger powers not getting an effect, you gotta understand. We see here running 7 draw triggers, getting as much draw as possible. We do have the heal guardians and some extra crit to help with striding. But the over trigger here is a fun addition because it is still the over trigger. It is 100 million power. Oh wait, it isn't 100 million power.
Yeah, it's I mean, like some of the over triggers, like for example, the Cray Elemental one, you get to give the 100 million anyways because that's part of its additional effect. So
Correct.
it's
But for
still
this
good.
one,
And I
I
mean,
just want to see how this plays. Like, it's very granted. One more problem. Okay, not problem, but hindrance that this deck might have is the fact that it is running only 4 grade 2s. We are still in premium. G assisting is a thing. So this honestly could be one of the things that hurts the deck. Hopefully, we see there's going to be no G assisting, so we can see the full potential.
that is true. But we do also have the ability to actually search for pretty much anything you want if you just discard a reverse unit because of that other starter. If you don't go Neon Geese, that's another thing. Running 2 different starters in your deck means that depending on the matchup, you can switch
can
what
swap
your
around.
starter is.
You're not
And
wrong. That is
because Neon Geese is in the deck, that means they can run any Zeroth Dragons they want, which means they also have access to every ultimate stride possible. And that's another thing to consider too. Like you just have a lot of options with this deck. And I really want to see what it can do. But we can also see the G Zone right now. Glue Ball Avalanche, Origorem, the Zeroth Dragons as expected. And also, yes, Omega Loop Glendios and the Deleter Igorg as well.
Like I
They've
said,
got literally every alternate win condition in the game is in this deck
they're
because
going for everything.
they've got Zoa, they've got Igorg, they've got Glendios, and they've got Geese.
Man, the deck name is no joke. This is definitely the end. This is I'm
Yeah.
gonna win, not by damage, one way or another. So
That's
with that being said, I do like unless you have anything else to add to this Link Joker deck.
I think that's well. Oh wait, Colburn's also a pretty good choice because your opponent's going to be building up a lot of
Yes.
hand from you not dealing them damage. So you can just use Colburn to block stuff for huge numbers. And
Not to
you also have
mention, I just
Destiny Guardian.
noticed. I just noticed Brayan Dragon. Can't pronounce for the life of me.
Burial.
For those, yeah, thank you for those imaginary gift matchups. So stuff like Luard, stuff like let's see here, any Excel spammers, just like going and all right, I'm gonna take your markers and we're
Mhm.
gonna play my game now.
Yeah. And another thing as well to consider, because of Glendios, or because of Omega Loop Glendios, and also if you go against Excel, you get to, like, you have a very good chance of just hitting the 5 Omega locked cards because there are just more circles to lock from.
Exactly. Oh my god. Anyway, now with Link Joker out of the way, let's look at the opponent, and it's actually a Shadow Paladin deck. And for my guesses, once we transition here in a bit, I'm gonna assume it's Luard.
Yes.
Since we're correct.
Ooh.
But
and
it's a very
this,
interesting Luard. Hello.
This is more of a standard, like a standard type of build for Luard. You know, they got the 4 Dagdas, they've got I mean, they've got Morion Spear, I think.
Yeah, Morion
They've
Spear. I haven't seen him in a while.
yeah, they've got Blue Espada. They've got the Velowards. They've got the 1 Drag Driver and the 2 Drag Heart. They've also got the 2 Drag Fall. So they do have some alternate game plans depending on what happens. The Hanali is there. It's not really going to be useful in this matchup. It's kind of a dead card. They do have
Overall,
also Abyssal Owl plays.
yes. And we probably can assume we see the Overtrigger there in the lineup as well, and we know that the Overtrigger cannot be ran with Ultima, which means this
Yeah.
deck is more likely not playing the Ultima Stride. However, I want to look here one more time. We got the Navanes, everything's staple. One card I want to point out that it's been a very key card for Shadow Paladin for a while now, and that is Cursed Eyed Raven. I don't think a lot of Shadow Paladin's decks are gonna take that card out anytime soon. Just an amazing card in itself.
Yeah, it's just really good. And I mean, you get to increase your chances of just standing Dagda again and just getting to do more attacks. You could then do that to call an Abyssal out. Oh wait, they only run the 1 Abyssal Owl. Okay, never mind. But I mean, you still get to do good plays off of this, and it's just like really strong. And like both of these grade 2s that they have are just really good in general.
Agreed.
It just looks like a solid build in my opinion.
Now this is where it's gonna be interesting, the G Zone. Seeing what options we have to present. Of course, we know already about Morfessa. Morfessa is probably one of the best staples that Lure is always going to play, giving that extra critical, giving that extra 15k, just doing everything for the deck. Needing Ritual 10, but still with 19 grade 1s in the deck, I don't think that's going to be something hard to get to. The card I do want to point out, or at least the 2 cards I immediately see here, is 1, Chain Ranker Dragon. 2 copies of that. Now we have the Luar Vieira, which means if you ride this on top of it, you're getting the full benefits of that card. On top of that, a old classic to me, Phantom Blaster Diablo.
Yes.
Like people still sleep on this card.
I mean, Phantom Blaster Diablo is just a card that you run 2 of at least in pretty much any Shadow Paladin build, just in case your opponent has no board. Like, then you just force it into a situation where your opponent has to G-Guard.
I think with this matchup, especially with Link Joker, I don't think there's going to be a problem of them not having a board.
Yeah, that's true. But there's also Spectral Blaster Diablo, which actually can come into play here. Pretty helpful because it restands. And because it restands, that means you can actually, if your front row is locked, you can actually still do things, which is important.
Yes. I think that's one of the things we did notice, or at least didn't notice in this deck list specifically. A lot of clans don't have an answer to lock. Shadow Paladin is, I think, one of them. And if the Shadow Paladin player needs to be very careful on what they're calling, when they're calling it, and not putting themselves in a situation where they're not going to be able to do much. Speaking of this, I think the players are ready to go, so we can slowly start transitioning to the actual game and see how it all turns out.
For sure. I'm excited to see this matchup. It'll be really interesting to see just a collection of final boss decks versus Shadow Paladin, which is also at one point a final boss deck.
You're not wrong. It has its own ways to just to say, we are done here. Like we just mentioned Diablo. If you're at 4 damage and for some reason you don't have a board, that is almost a game win in that instance. Granted, G-Guardian still exists. There's ways to prevent it, but you got to be careful.
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch out for. And I mean, if the opponent gets, like, if the Link Joker player gets the, wow, that's a mouthful of a name, Irregular Madame Steph.
And I hope going to call him Steph. Hopefully, that's not too.
I hope that
Steph
it's not that their name got cut off.
See, one of the things we were immediately noticing on that Link Joker side we mentioned is the fact that the starter is the reverse unit. Let me just try to recall the name of the card.
I'm trying to remember that card's name too. I remember what
Star Vader Worldline Dragon.
Yes. Worldline, because you get to just discard reverse units, get the next grade. Pretty helpful. And also, I'm just gonna say Chase Strider is 100% a protagonist name. Like,
Yes, yes, it is. I think we're seeing into the thing you just mentioned. We see a reverse unit get ditched, and immediately let's start searching.
hopefully they got a grade 1. Okay, they did.
We did say Link Joker is only playing 4 grade 2s, which means
Yes.
that
So
starter itself is going to be very crucial to find the exact, just to find a target.
yeah, and I mean, like, you definitely want to hit that because, like, I think if the promos existed as well for, like, if the reverse promo existed in English as well, Glendios would 100% play it because it's a reverse or the rebirth. If the rebirth, the grade 3 critical
Yes.
trigger, if that existed in English, it would be 100% played in Messiah, Glendios, and Eugene, which
I feel
is
like
kind of
all
funny.
of the Link Joker decks just abuse it.
Yeah, because like it's just nice to have it, and also that means you can afford to put. You'll have just as many reverse units in your deck, and you can afford to run like more grade 2s or more tech options, or you can just increase the consistency by then just replacing triggers with that one reverse unit, and then just getting to have like 4 more cards with the backwards R in the name.
Yes. Now we see that normal play. Just this is going to be where the game slowly starts to develop. Both these decks are not known for doing any type of rush plays, especially on the Link Joker side. This reverse deck only running 4 grade 2s. You're not going to see much of a early game rush. And Shadow Paladin is in a similar boat. You do have your Navains. You are deck thinning, but most of the time, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not trying to early game rush, early game push. Oh
Whoa, whoa,
no.
whoa, 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 whoa.
I was talking about G-Assist on Link Joker side with 4 grade 2s. I'd never imagined we'd see it on Shadow Paladin's side with 8
8.
grade 2s.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, to say the least.
On the bright side, I believe we did manage to see one. Am I wrong? Maybe? Hopefully?
I
This is
hope.
the only question. Is it Morian's Spear or is it Dagda?
Uh,
Or is it nothing?
I think it might
It
have been
is
nothing.
Oh no, this is not
Ugh.
the way you want to go.
But
However,
on the
this
other
is
hand,
giving you the chance to stride first.
but not only that, but it also is giving you the opportunity to. Oh wait. Oh, using Naven again. Yeah.
I was just
Uh,
talking about the early game rush. Was not expecting this way. This is a nice surprise, I want to say.
yeah. But like another thing about this being stuck at grade 1 does mean that irregular Madame Steph is going to be forced to give damage probably, unless they just want to pass turn and just go, okay, no, I'm committed to the 0 damage playstyle.
It's very it's games like this where I just don't expect things to go out this way. You expect decks to just run, but you got to remember sometimes it's not gonna be that easy. You're gonna miss cards. You're gonna not hit the heals, the crits on the right times. Saying that the heal gets hit at the right time. The amount of times I've hit a heal on the first damage, it just hurts. But
Yeah.
outside of that, you got to be prepared for these things because it is a luck-based game still.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's just the element of playing a card game in general. You do sometimes just have to take whatever the shuffling gives you. And
Now the true question: are we gonna get a grade 2?
that is a good question. Will we get a grade 2 or will we have to G assist?
That's weird. If this is gonna be turned out in a game of grade 1 pokes, grade 1 rush pokes, is I'm also up for that. Like I want to see where this goes.
This might just get really unfortunate for both of these players, though, because it looks like they didn't get a grade 2. They did get Glendios, though. So it probably means they have a grade 2 in hand, or they just don't want to. They don't want to ride up, which, I mean, you don't want to deal them damage, so I
You're
guess
not
that makes
wrong.
sense.
Like, Link Joker is currently sitting on a 6K grade 1, which is the perfect, like you said, It is the lower base power than the Shadow Paladin's grade 1. And I guess you just, nope, you re-ride into what now?
That is a grade
they
2.
did manage
I
to get
think.
the grade 2.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
it is the actual grade 2. And you are giving your opponent damage.
But it's a Dagda, which is a card you can't take back. Well, you can, but it's a lot harder to get back. And oh,
And you have to ride a
wow,
Dagda.
wow, that's 2
So
Dagdas
2
out.
Dagda.
This is not bad for irregular Madame Steph right now. Like they don't have to really worry too much about like some of those multi-attack plays because it's gonna be a lot harder to get them. Ooh, I love this. I love this using Nevin to get the Crow out, just to have the option. But
Yes.
I don't know if calling this much board was a good idea, especially because Glendios is going to then be able to lock stuff whenever you call a reverse.
It really comes down to, like, no offense to any of the players, if they know their matchup. Like, maybe Shadow Paladin, maybe Chase Strider knows what they're going against and are not too scared of just calling a board and have it locked. Or maybe they're not quite familiar with the reverse. Like, you got to think, Glendios is iconic, but he's old. I don't remember
Yeah.
the last time I've actually seen it played.
Ooh, and
This is going to be the...
we are seeing the ride into. Oh, they're just discarding just to get stuff into their hand. They have plenty
Hey,
of
man.
reverse units. They
Hey,
like
hey, man, deck thinning is deck winning.
it is deck winning. And honestly, you might go for the mill plan here. You know, just use Glendios to mill them out. That could work. You might also just pass turn here after you ride Glendios and lock 4 cards. You can lock 4 cards if you want, because you just call 4
We've
reverse
seen so
cards.
many reverse units already discarded. We've seen the Neonectar reverse unit discarded. I believe that is the Narukami reverse unit discarded. So they got more enough of them left over in the deck. I believe, like, see here, 7, 4, 12, about 10 more reverse units either in hand or deck.
Yeah, so like
So they're not
if
gonna
they
run
call
out
4,
anytime soon.
yeah, because oh,
Yes, they
Smart.
are running. They are running the new Infinite Zero Dragon from V Clan Collection.
smart.
I like this play because the card itself is an amazing Vanguard. It provides you a force marker. It
Mhm.
just does everything you need on that first grade 3 ride going first when you can't really stride. So I'm a fan of this play.
Oh, and then because they can discard a card from their hand, they're just gonna lock 2, or
The effect of the card is when this unit is placed on Vanguard, you can cannibalize one, discard a card from your hand, choose one of your opponent's triggers, and lock
oh,
it.
it's just
And
lock
then
1.
if your
Okay.
damage zone has 4 or more, you do more things. But we're not at limit break 4 just yet.
Yeah, but I mean, the play is probably just to lock a front row right now, because I mean, you could just
Prevent any attacks.
yeah.
I feel like Link Joker has had the identity since it first came into the into the scene. Being able to just lock a front row, preventing your opponent from even having one swing, and then if you go to the extremes, blocking all the front row, and I'm including also excels down the road, and just having the Vanguard. Like, not many decks can really do much with that. Yes, you're not wasting resources, but you're also not putting your opponent at a threatening range.
That's true.
I believe
Might
we
honestly
also
just
might go for it.
stick it
Go for it.
stick it to the 0 damage play, because like you could lock a back row, and then stick to the 0 damage play by attacking Nevin, because like that is an
It's
option.
interesting. Like, Illegor, like, I honestly have no idea what the game plan here is. Like, Glendios is one way, but you need to log that last circle. And from looking at the deck list, I don't see many ways to force your opponent to get something locked on that circle. I believe they might have a stride that can help, but outside of that, as long as Shadow Paladin keeps one circle open, it's gonna be really hard to lock all of them.
Yeah, because So Glendios does have 2 strides. One is Omega Loop, and the other is Omega Fall. Omega Loop, you get to just call on top of cards, or yeah, you call on top of rear guards with yeah, your opponent calls on top of rear guard circles as lock cards from the top of their deck for each of your reverse units, and they get Omega locked. So if you're at 5 and you do that and you have 5 reverse units, you just win because your opponent's on a timer.
Exactly. And then you have Omega Fall that basically does the same thing, but it grabs cards from the damage zone and puts them to separate rear guards as locked.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, I think that's one of the also reasons why we see Link Joker here going for not damage denying, but going for more, giving your Shadow Paladin damage. Because if they do decide to go into Omega Fall, hey, I can grab stuff out of that damage zone and lock it on your rear guard.
That's true. That is an
And-
interesting play.
Hold up, I'm having a prediction. This is gonna definitely be Chain Core Dragon because we see Luard. I'm also trying to speculate at a time, but anything can happen,
It might
right? I'd stride here, Chain Core. You have Luard. You're gonna get some extra cards on the board.
be.
Chain
Mhm.
Core is just gonna add that extra push.
There's also just the play of going for Morfessa and just trying to win it this turn. Oh, there's the Morion Spear. No, that's Blue Espada, sorry. The Blue Espadas.
Those
Dragons
cards are
with
amazing. It
swords.
came out for Cleared Sword, but it helps you get grade 1s into the drop zone so easily, and it's an amazing card in itself. Not to mention, like we just saw, it grabs you a Morion Spear to hand, so it has so many purposes.
Oh.
Not bad, not bad.
Ooh.
That's an instant +2 to hand, easily.
Yeah, that's really good.
I think Link Joker here knows, yeah, I'm not going to be able to win by damage. I'm seeing that hand size grow. I'm seeing the field presence. I know I'm facing a Luard. So the game plan might really be just going for that 5 damage insta win.
And because they're at 2 right now, they can't afford to take 2. Like, these being critical, like these being attacks with criticals is really important.
Yes. Well, also that is if we have Ritual 10. Now, I haven't been following the drop zone much. I've seen a couple grade 1s go there, but I don't think we're quite at Ritual 10 just yet.
You do get to count triggers as grade 1s because of Morfessa's skill. So
yeah, that is
Ritual 10 becomes a bit easier, especially because we've seen quite a few triggers go to the drop zone already as well. It definitely helps out a lot.
Well, here's adding more grade 1s to the drop zone, trying to get to that Ritual 10 condition. Have we seen the Vein be used this turn yet? Then never mind.
Not yet. But I guess
I don't think it's going to matter.
they're just trying to fill up.
There's that Raven I mentioned. Such a good card. Just being able
such a
to
good card.
do so much and go back to the deck, giving you a stand trigger in deck.
Mm-hmm. And it gives
That is
free
actually
fodder.
Exactly. That is actually one thing that I do want to mention while we wait for Shadow Paladin to get their turn set. The history of stand triggers in the sense of how, in my opinion, they went from something that was always ran to a period of time where nobody wanted to run them, and back to a period of time where everybody started running them. What do you think of that?
I think that, like, in general, though, even like when there were times where no one wanted to play Shadow Paladin, it's always been like a safe pick at least. Like if you take it, you won't just get blown out. So that's always a benefit of playing this clan.
Yep. We see there, I think that's 9. I think we're at Ritual 9, so we're just one shy. And with a decent hand size, I don't think it's going to be hard. Exactly that. Call over that grade 1, put it to drop zone, have a Morion Spear, Soul Blast a grade 1, so we're we're even more at that Ritual 10 condition. On top of that Morion Spear, gaining power and drawing an extra card.
Oh man, this is
Now,
looking like a
one
good
thing-
turn.
Exactly. One thing to note, Morion Spear is not getting the full 10k. His ability to gain 10k, you need to discard a grade 1. We saw Luar getting discarded, which also presents another interesting fact. Do you think Chase Strider has another grade 3 ready for next turn? Does he have the lure that's just a free stride? Because what would be the other reason to just discard a easy grade 3 other than being a deck card in hand?
Yeah, might have a grade 3 in hand. Might just think that they'll need the shield, but it's definitely an interesting play for sure.
I love how we're both here just sitting, watching, and going, what are you
think-
going to do?
Oh, I think they're trying to just thin the deck too.
You're not wrong. Raven's
Yep.
doing that. Deck thinning, hitting triggers. Yeah. That's probably what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they get to shuffle back so that in case a Raven had the check of like you got another Raven off the Raven, you can just put it back down, and then you put it back to the bottom, and then you shuffle again through Brantwen. Pretty helpful. And I know Chase Strider wants that winner promo because they're running the card.
Yes. He's got more incentive. I will say this. What you mentioned about stand trigger and the stand trigger, that reminds me of the days of Dark Irregular and running the kitty cat. What was it called?
Monochrome of Nightmare Land.
Yes, thank you. Monochrome. Being able to monochrome, put it back to deck, draw a card into another monochrome. You just keep going. It's like, oh, I drew a monochrome. Let's go again. Oh, I drew a monochrome. Let's go again. Those were the days.
Yeah.
Now, if we go back to the game, we see Amorphous Ritual 10 active, which means 15k to the front row, critical +1. And I believe guard restrict, correct? If I'm remembering that correctly?
Yes, there's the Battle Door Fighter guard restrict. So being able to make it so that it requires 2 or more from hand at once.
And the numbers are not even that bad on the board. We have a 20k power 2 Morian and the grade 1, which means that is an overall 38 column double critical swinging immediately.
It's very big. And if there is a stand trigger or 2 stand triggers, this is pushing this is right now pushing for lethal. Like they're at 4.
Yes.
And this attack, all the attacks here have a critical. So
What will you do?
regular
Do you take the first attack and just hope for extra triggers to help guard it? Or do you guard these smaller attacks and just gamble on the Vanguard?
I think they made the right play of taking the first attack, because then if they get a heal trigger, they can afford to just take the next one and they're at 5, which is exactly what they want.
There's one
Oh,
thing
wow.
to immediately note here.
They're taking it. Oh, and that's game.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah.
I think one, it's the power. It's not only the double critical and extra power on the board, but it's also the fact that it's a Balador effect. Having the guard 2 or more cards out of hand, it just eats hand. And if you don't have a good hand to guard with, you're not going to be able to do much. On top of that, I think Lane Jokers did realize something, and that's that I'm at 4 damage. I am not going to get the fight easily without heal triggers because there's a Morphessa that can be used almost every single time my opponent goes to stride, which means that's always 2 damage, which means I'm never going to get to 5 easily. And it's just that loop of, well, this is going to go nowhere.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit also awkward though in this matchup that you can't get like too much of that loop going on, because the lock card right there sort of hurts the dog to play.
I do wonder, hold up, we saw a lock card get locked, and that was probably due to Infinite Zero.
Yes.
And Infinite Zero, if I'm not mistaken, locks anything, and that is not restricted to locking back row specifically, correct?
Yeah,
Just one opponent regards and lock it.
Yeah, and
so why not lock the front row?
Yeah, I mean, like, locking the front row would have then limited the amount of attacks to at most 3, which definitely would have hurt a lot. And like, they didn't go for the damage denial play either. They attacked Vanguard, so I mean, may as well just go for locking the front row if you're gonna just attack the Vanguard anyways.
Overall, interesting plays. Like, I wish I saw more of this deck. I love Lane Joker. It's unfortunately a bias, and I'm very interested to see, like I said during the whole game, we haven't seen Glendios in forever. So being able to just come a little bit into memory lanes, be careful, because a lot of a lot of people playing premium might remember Gladius, but a lot of them might have honestly forgotten what all it can do. Like, they get the whole gist of it. Limit Break 5, lock cards on board, they win the game. But how did
Mhm.
they get to there? Like, we talked about Omega Fall and Omega Loop, locking from deck, locking from damage zone, just being able to deck thin your opponent's deck in a sense and prevent them from having those circles open to be able to do much.
Yeah. It's definitely
Anyway.
a interesting deck.
Yes. With that being said, after round 3, we should see a little bit more diversity inside of the standings. So if we're gonna transition over there to see how things are faring, if some people stayed on top, if some people got bumped down, or if new people kind of went up in the rankings.
Yeah, I want to see who's doing really well right now. But what decks do you think we might be seeing in these next few rounds? Because like so far, it's been a different clan. Like it's been 6 different clans in these 3 rounds. So pretty good diversity.
You're not wrong. We were going to see a Shadow Paladin here sooner or later. We saw the amount of representation they're getting.
Mhm.
Same thing I can say for Grand Blue. With the amount of people playing it, we're probably going to see a Grand Blue, hopefully, maybe here sooner.
Yeah.
I'm going to laugh if we, in one of these rounds, see that one Gear Chronicle player. There's only one Gear Chronicle player, correct?
Yes, there is one
So-
Gear Chronicle player.
So I'm hoping we see him. I'm hoping we get a chance to, or them get a chance to look into their match, see what version of Gear Chronicle they're playing, and if they're managing to get higher and higher. Because I'm rooting for them.
Yes, and if you are that one Gear Chronicle player, you viewer, please go to Twitter, tell us with the hashtag BRO2021
Yes.
because I really need to know who it is. I really need to know who it is.
Do you really?
I do.
All right.
I'm
With that being
scrolling
said,
through.
let's look at the standings. Let's see who is where. All right. With that, more than likely, we're going to see a lot of people 3-0'd in the top 16. A couple of names that immediately I noticed looking at 1 through 8, we see Living Proof and I missed it. Where'd it go? One Danger Noodle, both up there.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, let's see who else we have out of the Jason. If this
Notorious
Jason
Pet.
is a Jason that I believe I know, this is a very interesting. Amy Williams 7. Any names stand out to you?
Notorious Set actually is another member of the crew that I'm a part of. So that's always fun to see.
Nice.
Yeah.
What
Same with
Minor is he
Card
playing?
I actually don't know. I think Notorious Head is taking Dark Irregulars. I know that Living Proof. We all know what Living Proof is taking. He's known for Spike Brothers. Like
Hold up.
like
Hold up. To give credit to the man, like, yes, he is known for Spike Brothers, and more than likely, 9% chance he is playing Spike Brothers. But at the same time, I played against the man in Standard, and as much as I thought he was going to play Bruce, I'm like, oh, Hexorb. This is interesting.
oh wow.
Overall, not bad. Well, let's look at 9 to 16. Let's see if we see any familiar names in there. All right. Peter, take us away with 916, because I'm terrible with reading.
J. Raphael P. I haven't seen them before. Dark the GC player, who actually does not play, or at least as far as I've seen, did not play Gear Chronicle in the Asia Oceania tournament. So
Not wrong.
interesting to
We also
say
have-
GC player.
We also have Hamish Norton, and
Mhm.
at 12th, I'm sorry, I'm not versatile in other languages. I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, I don't know
So-
what that says.
I am so sorry. But at 13, we got Royal Lover, 14, Dusty, and then Peter Broham at 15, and last, or not last, 16th place is a good place. That's nowhere near last. Zamboni Ringo. So it's interesting
Also-
to see. Go for it.
I just want to mention a funny thing about Royal Lover. They do not play Royal Paladin. They have not played
Really?
Royal Paladin for a very long time. They play Gold Paladin.
Well, in the anime, I actually did change from Royals to Gold, so it kind of makes sense.
It's false advertisement, in my opinion.
Pick it up with HR.
I mean,
Anyway.
2 players in the top 16 with false advertising in their names. A GC player not playing Gear Chronicle, Royal Lover playing Gold Paladin. What is
Hey,
this?
who knows if Living Proof isn't playing Spikes, maybe another one. With that being said, we're gonna slowly transition back away from the standings to the next match. It's gonna be here in about 3 minutes. But before we can get to the next match, I do want to get your opinion a little bit more on exactly what you brought up a little while ago. What clans we're gonna see here going into the next few rounds? Like, you got my opinion. I want to hear yours.
Okay, so I think that like as the rounds go on, I think it was good that we got like some more interesting decks earlier on, because as the rounds go on, you might start to see some of those better decks start to like homogenize at like round 6, 7, 8. And this might be a 9-round tournament because it's 256 people. In those later rounds, you'll eventually start to see like the better decks probably just like converge, and that will make it so that we'll probably start to get more and more like repeat like representation on the stream. So we might see Grand Blue because I mean it's a good deck. Like I
Hands
think
down.
that yeah, I think anyone who doesn't say it's a good deck probably hasn't played the deck or against it. And I mean it's also the highest represented deck in the tournament. So like just by like basic math, it's the most likely to make it to top 8.
Exactly. The chance we're going to see a Grand Blue deck is very likely. I do want to see if we're going to see multiple of the same Grand Blue deck. We've seen multiple copies of Night Rose with some Ghosty engines, maybe a 7 Seas more oriented deck. I am holding out hope. I know it's going to be hard because the deck itself, compared to its other variants inside of Grand Blue, is not that strong. But Kakaitis, hey, he's still around. He might show up here or there.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely, yeah, that is definitely an option. There's also Nightmare Dolls because all of WCC is taking Nightmare Dolls, and WCC has so many good players. So I mean, if you got that many good players playing a deck,
See, I mentioned this at the beginning where, yes, we're seeing a lot of Nightmare Dolls, and Nightmare Dolls is an amazingly strong deck. The amount of multi-attack you can manage, the amount of shuffling, it's doing tricks. Like, I can look, it's kind of ironic for Pale Moon. It is basically you're doing all these tricks with your soul, with your deck, and just going in, going out, going in, going out. But a deck that I was hoping I'd see at least more representation of, or at least start hearing about it from Pale Moon, is the Beast Tamer Bunny engine that kind of came out with V-Clan collection. I mentioned this before, how I had the opportunity to actually play against someone with it, and the deck is scary from my point of view. Maybe I've been out of the premium scene for a while and don't know where the actual level is, but just being able to have those extra drive checks, treat your rear guard on an Excel or maybe even a normal circle as a Vanguard in Beast Tamers, and just going off, it was something to behold. And I'm hoping we see at least a couple of those decks here and there.
yeah, I mean there are definitely a lot of different Pale Moon builds. There's also the Harry build. There's also Silver Thorns if you wanna go into that territory, and like there's a lot of ways to play the clan. There's like a lot of options. The clan has been given like so many different ways to play, but a lot of people seem to think that Nightmare Dolls are just like the least tricky to work with, like the least tricky to use in terms of like building a deck for it. Because like Harry, especially because of Flying Peryton now being choice restricted with V Jumping Jill and original Purple Trapezist, it makes it just so awkward with your deck building, because now your combos have to include some very specific cards that sometimes just can't really work quite as well. Like
I completely agree. Like, go for it.
It makes it require more setup.
See, Pale Moon has always been, in my opinion, one of those clans that is very technical. You can either really easily run it, or if you know what you're doing, you can do some amazing things. A couple of other technical decks that I do want to kind of shine a light on, at least to me, is stuff like OTT, the Tsukuyomi engine. Having to look cards and then put them on the bottom and keep stacking that bottom and then trying to remember, okay, this is my deck now. I see the future. I know what is coming next. What other technical decks you think are kind of slept on. I want to say, like, they're really, really good, but you need a appropriately pilot that knows the deck inside and out to really showcase their full potential.
I mean, some decks that are a bit on the harder side. That's a good question.
To me, it's always been Tachikaze. I know Tachikaze inside and out. And a lot of people, when I handed them the deck, especially in V era, whenever gauges happen, I was like, here, try and play it. And it's like, all right, when do I kill this unit? When do I move this gauge to over here? When do I move? When do I attack? When do I keep comboing? Okay, this gauge is over here. Tachikaze, to me, has always been a little bit more technical and knowing when to kill things, when to retire units, when to call new units out, and all that. To give one example.
Yeah, that's definitely a good example. I mean, Grand Blue is also a bit tougher to, like, it's definitely not as beginner friendly as most clans.
You know what Grand Blue deck that I remember being super technical? Towards the end of G era Grand Blue, where you did some shenanigans with original Negerbone and Night Rose, and where column swings, gets retired, comes back, kills this unit, countercharges, calls this. Oh, I remember Grand Blue Night Rose back in G era just being super technical, and missing one step of the combo just messes the entire turn up.
Great Nature's also been one of those clans that, like, you really have to, like, think about it. Like, sometimes it's worth it. Like, I remember back in the day, there was a play where you just, like back in G, there was a play where you could just pretty much dump your hand and you get it all back. And in exact cards you want too, because of things like Mike Sabado and Coiling Duckbill. If you managed to ride, if you at the time managed to ride Binoculus Tiger, or if you use Telescope Rabbit as your starter, then you could call down anything. You could call down a trigger, like a 5k vanilla trigger, call it down, dump hand with grade 1s that like Mike Sabado and Coiling Duckbill, and then just start pushing early, and you get to bring back 3 cards into your hand after the 1 died. And that's pretty good, because you effectively, you built a board and you made back almost every single card you called.
Oh yeah, you've actually reminded me of a couple of things I've seen and heard about Great Nature from a couple of close friends. One thing I do want to mention, have you ever faced a Great Nature player and you swing and they go guard, 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 double G guard?
Yep.
Draw double the amount of guard I just put down.
Yep, Spangled. I actually had someone deck out against me because of that. They did that. They did that. Then they strode the owl and soul chart. They soul charged and drew for each card, and they decked out.
My God! See, another Great Nature combo that a friend of mine told, and I don't know if it was viable. He brought it up. I'm like looking at it. I was like, technically this works. Is follow with me. You know the Progenitor Strife for Zoo?
Yes.
Where it prevents you from losing, or at least once.
Yes.
The combo he explained to me is going into that Progenitor and then letting your opponent go to their turn while you are at 3 damage, and all face-up damage, and then your opponent swings. And the way I think he explained it was, you G-guard with that 1 G-guard in that lets you call a card from hand. The card called is an OG damage adder.
Yep,
so you
Punta.
take a card, put it into your damage, and you do it again and again, and you get the 6. And you technically lose, but then you take away, 4 of the damage or 3 of the damage? And
you take away the entire
your
damage
opponent
zone.
from having a turn.
Yep, you take away the whole damage. You put back 5, and then you take away, if you put 3, you go back down to 2.
Yeah, and when he first told me about that combo, I'm like, hold up. Started reading the cards. I was like, yeah, this technically works. I see no problems with it.
Yeah,
and it's
not
just
only that,
combos like that. Go for it.
Not only that, your strides are free for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Like, I remember hearing that combo and going, you can really do almost anything in this game. We've seen combos like that throughout the game being just found out and go, hey, is this cool? And people looking at the rulings and effects and it's like, yeah, this technically works. And then we got more TikTok Melon.
Yep. TikTok Melon definitely was a very good combo back when it came out. I mean, it's just really good. You get multi-attack, you get card advantage. It's just everything in one. And back in the day with Metallica Phoenix as well, it was just a really good deck. And like it was good for like 2 years.
Yeah, because it took one player asking about, hey, does this interaction work? That's one of the things I found the best about Vanguard. It's the exploration. It's being able to find these combos that immediately don't come to eye. Like TikTok Melon is a good example. We didn't see or hear about this combo until like 6 months, I want to say, after the cards were introduced.
Yeah.
I'm always surprised at what Vanguard players can just immediately find and then just build on, and combos and rulings. I don't want to say they exploit the rulings. It's not quite that word. It's just being able to see these effects and go, hey, what about this?
Yeah, because unlike a lot of card games as well, Vanguard and a lot of Bushiroad games have a do as much as you can rule instead. Like some card games have, if you can't do the full ability, you can't do the ability at all. Vanguard has okay, if you can't do the full ability, you just do the remaining, like you just do what you can. So if your opponent has, if it says like, oh, retire 3 of your opponent's cards and they only have 2, you just retire 2. Pretty good.
Or say, you can.
Yep. Or if it's like, oh, your opponent discards 5 and they only have 4, then like they just discard the 4.
Man,
which
I will say, go for it.
Because of that do as much as you can rule, you get to like, it opens up so many potential like combos. Things like for example, there's Chronojet combos as well, and also Thavas combos where you like, you Soul Blast out the grade 3 like that you rode on top of, and then you get to ride on grade 2 and deny stride. That's a perfect example of the do as much as you can rule being able to actually like be used for the combo potential of like incomplete actions of some skills, stuff like that.
Anchor Blader was also one card that came out which really questioned that rule, and it was like, okay, if you have 3 cards with 3 gauges, restand those units. And a lot of people start confusing it with, okay, if I don't have 3 cards with 3 gauges, I can't restand it. No, you do as much of the skill as possible. And that's what led Angle Blader to go, all right, cool, I can only get 2 cards with 3 gauges. I'm still going to be able to restand at least those 2. Another thing that you mentioned that reminded me of a stupid combo that kind of incorporates a little bit of what I wanted to lead to, of Standard introducing so many options to Premium, from over triggers to the striding to this and that. But one combo that I heard that really piqued my interest is a Favas, or not Favas specifically, but Spiritual Body Condensation with Bubble Edge. I think it's called Bubble Edge.
Yes.
The starter.
Bubble Edge Draco Kid.
Yeah. Yes. When I heard that, I'm like, oh, I remember that card. Wait a minute, what does Spiritual Body do? Soul Blast one, call something back. Oh, yeah. That's stupid. It's stuff like that that always catches me by surprise.
There's also plays like using Spiritual Body Condensation after your opponent does or after your turn ended and you put like Coral Assaults back, Narissa's back, you just Spiritual Body Condensation it back out, and then you just put it back in because you Soul Blast it.
Man, it's like I said, I'm just always happy whenever new combos like this come out, because it's like, oh, I never thought about that. That is how that works. Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
With that being said, I believe we're still waiting on the next players. So to let kind of production have a little bit of time to breathe and get everything sorted out, I believe we're going to go into just a short break, kind of get our, wind underneath our sails. Oh, man, I can't even speak today. And get the players a little bit more. Exactly. Thank you. So short break, and we will be right back. And welcome back. We're slowly getting round 3 set up, getting the players situated, getting all the information for you guys to see. But before we go into that, I did want to mention we got some information out of all of the players out there. We have 28 that are 3-0 right now. Peter, you know what that means?
That means that we're getting pretty close to those, like, to the top 16 not having all undefeateds anymore, which is, I mean, next round that will guarantee that not all of them are undefeated. But this also means that we're going to be starting to see a lot of those, like, guaranteed, like, high-level players. You know, people who are, like, genuinely just, like, if you fight through 4 rounds and get undefeated, that's pretty impressive.
Exactly. I've been to many regionals before everything happened, physical regionals, still miss them. And I've had good experiences, I've had bad experiences. I went games where the first 4 rounds I went undefeated, and then round 5 and 6 say, and shoot you back down. And I've had regionals where round 1, immediate loss because of misplays and not really thinking about it, and then going all the way to 6 undefeated. And of course, those tournaments where you don't want to even talk about 0-5s, like, just not my day, man. Just not my day.
I feel that.
Have you been to regionals? And probably, maybe, hopefully. And
I've been to Team League.
What's some of the experiences you've found?
I've been to Team League 3 times. First time, my team went 2-2, and then we had to leave because we drove there that morning, so we had to go. Second time we went 1-2, and then they said, "Oh yeah, you're done. Go do something else." I'm like, "Okay." And then third time, we were 4-2. I only lost one game, and that was to that one was 2019. First time I had first round I had lost because I had gone second against an Ezel player who then got to stride into Gurgrit, the one that gets quad drive, and they go crit. I'm like,
oh no.
I'm like, well, I guess I lose. My teammates pulled through though, and then this was Springfest New York 2019. We actually went against the team that won the whole thing, and we lost because they went undefeated the entire tournament. But I won my game, and I was going second against Ezel again, and I had to ride Battledore Fighter, and I still won. And I just put that as a flex sometimes, like.
Man,
Like-
I can't say nothing. Like, regionals have always been those moments where you just make memories with your friends, with your team, from not only Vanguard but also outside of just going to those locations. And as much as we do miss them, being able to do them still, like in this format, online format, as well, is something that I never thought we were gonna get to, and I'm so glad we're here because not only does it introduce being able to compete on a competitive standpoint with Vanguard, but also being able to just play and not go anywhere. I feel like one of the things about regionals back in the day that sometimes even hit me and my group was, well, we only have one that's nearby. There are like 4 of them, but they're, across the state or in a different country or something like that. And it's like, well, we can only really plan for this one. And for those people that couldn't really plan for any of them, they were stuck at home. And this presents them the opportunity to go, here's a webcam, here's my board, let's go. Let me show what I'm capable of.
Speaking of which, of memories, my first ever regionals. Well, the first team league I went to was Springfest New York 2015. And for those of you who went there, there was a special guest to that event, Dr. O. And I've told several people this story. I think I've mentioned this during the Springfest Online stream. I saw Dr. O in the bathroom, and I thought he was a cosplayer. I'm like, oh, cool, there are cosplayers here, because this is the first time I'd ever been to anything like this before. I'm like, oh, cool, there are cosplayers here. And then I'm sitting at my table waiting for the head judge to say, okay, everyone can start. And I see Dr. O walk up on stage, and I'm like, wait, I saw him.
Oh, he looks familiar. It's like I even got some crazy stories like that I would love to share, but we got to go slowly back into round 3. People are getting ready. I already see the clans they're going to be fighting against each other. I'm actually excited to see. So let's look at the first deck that we're going to be reviewing. That is the Triangle from Kellen.
Oh boy.
Is this? It
Highlander.
is, isn't it?
Yes, it's Highlander. You don't have a deck with that many different cards in it, and it's not Highlander. Like I think I was building decks with this many different cards back when I was like 12 years old and literally could only buy packs.
And I can't say nothing. Like, I actually like this deck. I want to build Highlander personally, so I'm like, cool. I want to see how this runs. And one immediate thing I noticed, which I won't say it's a mistake. Building decks is never a mistake. It's always player preference and what you feel like is right for the way you want to play. Personally, I find it very strange we're only seeing one copy of the Vieira Riviere. Reindeer, not Riviere. Sorry, Reindeer. Too many R's. See that?
Reason why is because you can generally get the card you want because of Q-Tier. Q-Tier lets you effectively search while revealing all the other cards that are before it in your deck, which is pretty effective. And that means that you can, like, the deck is despite having a bunch of 1-ofs, surprisingly consistent.
I can imagine, like, in Bermuda, especially, Aqua plus Lislet has always been a staple combo that you're going to run those. You have so many options with grade 3 and Z4s that it can do so many things on the Vanguard.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, inclusion of the Overtrigger, of course, is going to bump up your deck. I do see the Pearl Sisters in there, probably one of my favorite combo inside of Bermuda. Like, this deck just has everything, and it can run. Like, you think a 1-of deck might not be that stable. No, this thing can run.
Yes.
I will say, though...
I've been on the receiving end of the Pearl Sisters.
I will say, though, seeing one reindeer tells me something about the G-Zone already. And that is the fact that I don't believe we have an Ultimate Stride in here. And we don't.
Oh, you're right. Well, I guess that makes sense.
Without copies of your Vanguard.
I guess that makes sense. They're probably going for, first up, the ability to... are they? Yeah, I think so. No, they're not. I was thinking maybe they're going for the Highlander Stride, the one that's if the top, I think it's 13 cards are all different names. Not even if they're all not even if all the normal units are different, but if all the units in general are different. You get to call 5G units.
Oh,
that's not in this build though.
Well, we do see Anj. Anj still an amazing card in itself. Just being able to, flip a card in G-Zone, choose any player's number of cards, just get the bounce effects, get that extra twin drives. She's always been a good card and a staple. But a card that I do want to mention I see 3 of in the deck is Tira.
Yes.
Now, Tira is from... Oh, what set is she from?
That's from the Bermuda Clan Booster, the final Bermuda Clan Booster of G.
Yes. And she's just an amazing card. Like, giving your Chos is 5k is always good, but the second ability is where it's at with the Vanguard ability, GB3. At the end of the battle, this unit attack, choose 3 of your rear guards, put them on the bottom of your deck in any order, and if you put 3 cards, stand in against -2 drive. Just restanding Vanguard, that refills your deck.
Yeah, and that's some very strong offensive play, but there's also some strong defensive plays that this deck has. Like, for example, the grade 2 blue-haired prodigy Resius is a grade 1 that's on place on rearguard circle. Choose one of your other units, give it +10 for the turn. There also happens to be a G-Guard, Highest Society Citron, which lets you call a card to the board from your hand, which means that you could use Resius to give your Vanguard a defensive trigger on your opponent's turn, guaranteed.
You're not wrong. I never thought about that combo. Huh.
Yeah, it's really strong. Like, the deck has a lot of disruption.
One thing I'm not seeing here, and maybe this is just my inexperience with Bermuda, is because I'm pretty sure they do have a G-Guard and it can flip itself face down. Isn't that right?
I don't think.
It's not here, but Bermuda has access to that, right?
Let me check.
Oh yeah, she is
again.
banned. That's right. Never mind.
Oh yes, she's banned. She's banned. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, so technically they don't anymore.
Anyway, overall, very interested to see what this deck is capable of. But you can't have a Vanguard fight without an opponent.
Mm-hmm.
And the opponent in this case is, we'll see here in a second, Narukami.
Oh, okay. So this is the Vanquisher build.
Vanquisher.
Yes. And one of the scariest things about Narukami is Stunverse. Stunverse is a G unit, but I mean, it lets you use your grade 3s, like your heart already, which is already pretty strong. And that means that also you have plays with like full Bronto and regular Vanquisher, or V Vanquisher specifically, but that one. And it lets you get a lot of attacks. And because of both the Excel Circle, the rewriting Vanguard, just in general, quite a few ways to just have a lot of stuff hurting your opponent. And because of this matchup in particular, Vanquisher is the right, if you're going to play Narukami, Vanquisher is the right play. against Highlander, because if you were to play Vowing Sword, then you would not be able to get the ability of Vowing
There's
Sword
no-
to work, because there's no other
You're
copies
right,
of the
there's
card.
no copies to search out. Oh my, yeah, you're right.
So like your board gets big, but you're not binding anything.
Well, luckily they are, I won't say the right Murakami to play, but they are the good Murakami to play against Highlander. I've been on the receiving end of Vanquisher too much due to some close friends. I know exactly what the deck is capable of. Jaggy Shot is an amazing card that not only presents value to the deck, but also just gives you all the necessary resources you need. We still have Cho-Oh for the extra multi-attack, and you can't sleep on... Oh, I always forget how to properly pronounce his name. Chatura. He is just a strong card, and you can't let it hit. You're just giving your opponent more advantage with it. This is. Oh, one thing I do want to mention before we go to G Zone for this deck. This is a deck that I like to call a V deck plus. You know what we're talking about?
Yes, I remember.
This is a
Back in the
complete-
day, it was called Standard Plus because it was
Thank
standard
you.
at
That's
the time.
the card. Okay, now it's V Premium
Yes.
Plus, or however you want
Yes.
to call it. This is taking a V era clan or V era deck and putting strides on top of it. And the strides in this case is, like you already mentioned, Stunverse, was it?
Yes,
No,
Stunverse.
Yes.
Right there at 4 copies, 2 of them being the full art version. Very nice. It, like, you destride it, you bind 4 from your opponent's field, bind 4 from your opponent's drop zone, and you get to do even more things. Like, it's
For
pretty
every
good.
4, that you say more things. Good sir, you do have to mention for every 4 in bind zone after binding from field and drop, your opponent binds a card from their hand and you draw a card. That means if you can manage to get to 12 cards in their bind zone with this effect, you're taking 3 cards out of their hand to go to the bind zone, and you're drawing 3 cards on top of that, and you're staying on your main Vanguard and Vanquisher with all its potential multi-attack. It is nutty.
Yes. And also, there are more options as well. There is, for example, there's the GB8
Of course.
Closer Dragon. That pretty strong. It's a pretty good GB8. You know, you bind their entire drop zone, and you bind their entire drop zone, and then you just get everything is +2 for every card in both players' bind zones. Pretty good.
Last card I want to mention before we really go on, because the players are waiting on us. We have Impede Dragon is honestly going to be a very, very crucial card here.
Yes.
If we can see Impede drop, that is going to hurt Bermuda, hitting their resources, hitting that field. It's overall just going to be a very interesting game to see. So let's go and see it. Let's go see how this turns out. I'm going to stop saying the word see because I'm seeing too much of it.
See.
See. All right. We are here. Information needs to be updated, but don't you worry. We got a great production team behind us getting all that sorted out.
Yep. And it looks like, yes, AJ is going to be going first. Oh, they're G-assisting turn 1? Oh, no.
Man.
Oh, no.
Like, G-assist, unfortunately, is the part of the game. And you can't really do anything about it. You just got to hope you see those necessary grades and just be able to flow. And while G-assist hurts, it is not the end. I've seen players, even after 2 failed missed G-assists, come back into the game. When I've seen players, I've fought against players and lost against them when I had to do G-assist. I don't know if that's just me being a bad player or just the way the game went, but this is not over. It hurts, but it's not over.
Yeah, and at least they got the ride, which is good. Like, it's always good to at least get it.
A
So
good ride at that. Like, don't
Yeah.
discourage. Let's see, what's its name again?
auto-tune AJ.
Chain Bolt Dragon. That's right.
Oh,
His ability is very simple. When placed, look at 7 cards from the top of your deck, reveal up to 1 card with Vanquish in its card name from among them, put it into your hand, shuffle. So
Yeah.
you're just plussing. You've discarded 2 cards for G assist, but as we see here, hit the Vanquisher. You've really minused 1. You could have plus 1, but at least you haven't
Mhm.
minus 2.
Yeah, and I mean you're back to 6 cards in hand because you got rid of 2 from the 6, so it was 4. You draw, you search, and then you draw. You get that's 6 again. So you don't minus too hard. You only really go -1 in terms of what you could have
Oh,
gotten.
you brought up something very interesting I do want to touch on, uh, and that is starters. More than likely, we see the Vieira starter being able to draw, going second, getting the quick shield, and all that. But with the implication of standard starters, where you'd only draw going second, and the implication of OG starters with different kind of abilities, GB1 abilities, OG abilities, and all that, what do you think dictates a deck? What kind of starter you have? Is it the play style, or is it something else? Is it the meta?
It really depends on what your deck wants. Some decks, like Eradicators, for example, will run the starter that will be able to superior ride Dragonic Descendant. And some decks will just run the V starter because it's just really good. Some decks, like if you want to go for the Bubble Edge play, just to draw a lot of cards, you'll run Bubble Edge, for example, sometimes. It really is just dependent on how it goes, like, and also sometimes how consistent your deck is. Because if your deck doesn't need a V starter, because a V starter does help with the consistency a little bit, helps you dig a little bit earlier for some of those early things, like some of those important early cards. Whoa.
No, I think we just wiped off the camera to get a better view.
Ah, okay.
But
But
back
yeah,
to
it's like
back to
it's down to that.
yep. Now back to the game. This is turned out into a very interesting game already. If you missed it, Lizelet came to the board, got a grade 3 heal trigger on the board from the top deck, managed to get some multi attack. I won't say multi attack, just some early aggression against Murakami. And I feel like this is the first time I've seen Cho'o used on Vanguard. I've played against Murakami a lot, but never seen him actually used on Vanguard.
Oh, and here it is, the skill of Q-Tier. Q-Tier lets you declare a card name and reveal cards from your deck until you hit that card. And then you could bounce it and do it again because it's free.
Exactly.
And
Now, one thing I do want to mention with Q tier, this is going to be much of a difference between casual and tournament. In tournament, we are seeing exactly right now, you have to do it this way. You have to go one by one until you see that copy you have declared. In casual, what probably people would allow and do is you just grab the deck. You know you run Highlander. You know all the copies that are in there. And if you see that multiple copies of the cards you do run are out, Q tier is a guarantee hit. But this is regionals. This is official. You have to do the effect properly. And we see just what happens one by one until you hit that target. And if that target happens to be on the bottom of the deck, it happens to be on the bottom of the deck.
Yep. And because you have Q-Tier as well, like this is also a thing, because it takes so long to, reveal cards. This is why in quite a few of these BRO events, like for the other regions, whenever people are going to time, it's Highlander because you have to keep revealing cards in your deck over and over and then have to shuffle afterwards. It's a lot of shuffling, a lot of revealing, and just over and over. And speaking of over
Peter,
and over,
here we go again.
whew,
Here we go again.
yep, speaking of over and over, we're getting that reveal and shuffle. This is a go to time deck. And Bermuda Triangle's not. This is not even the first time Bermuda Triangle's had a go to time deck. They had a deck back in G era called the Wall, where you use the promo Legion to get your Vanguard huge off of its own skill, because it gets every time something's bounced, you get to give your Vanguard +5.
Ooh, okay, that's a fun one.
Yeah. So do that on your opponent's turn, and yeah, and then you can shuffle back your heals that you used for G guards to bounce cards, and yeah, you're balling.
Fair enough. Now we do see here Bermuda Kaylin is on Anj, on the grade 3 Anj from Vieira, and her ability is bounce your board, get multiple effects depending on what cards you've bounced. To get the
Mhm.
full effect, you need at least 4 rearguards, and since your opponent doesn't have any, you need to supplement those rearguards, and we see them right there. On top of that, I believe that is a Lyrical Mysteria grade 1 in the back row. Like, the addition of not only, V premium cards, but also standard cards in this deck is very, very um, good. I can't remember the other name, but the ability of the grade 1 is very simple. It's on place, choose one of your units, gains 10k. It's an immediate power buff to the board.
Mm-hmm. It's really good. And, I mean, there's also the force marker too, which like you get to do all of this and force. It's pretty good. And
Speaking of,
now that it's on the board, now that that card's on the board, you can then just get it again because Narukami, well, the Vanquisher build in particular, outside of Stunverse, can't really target the. Oh wait, no, you just bounce it anyways. You just bounce it anyways, so you don't have to worry about it getting bound.
this is a very interesting thing I wanted to bring up. You mentioned gift markers, you mentioned force. We see Kalen going into force 1 and stacking it on top of. Oh, there we go. Jesus Christ. Here we go again.
Here it is. Time to do another reveal. Search, shuffle. Ugh, this is.
There's there's nothing to say about this because it's one of those things like this is the right play. Like you do want to do this with Bermuda with this
Yeah.
Highlander build. You want to find exactly the cards you want to see, put them into your hand, get everything running. So this is nothing, it's not like the player is actually stalling on purpose. No, this is just the way the deck runs, and it is
Yeah.
efficient.
Yeah, it's efficient, but it naturally stalls, whether you like it or not. And an interesting thing here that Kalen's doing that I really like, not
Is that
putting
a
too many
overtrigger?
cards. Yes, that is overtrigger.
Is that overtrigger?
Yep.
No, it isn't because it would go into hand.
Oh,
Never mind.
oh, you're right. You're right.
Apologize to the people watching and listening. For us, it's a little bit hard to see what cards are getting revealed, so we're doing our best to guess.
Oh man, that was quite a turn there from Kalen. And I like the play that they made of not giving very many cards for Auto-Tune AJ to bind with Stunverse. There's only one rear guard and only 2 in drop zone, so that means they'll only be able to bind 3. And I think that's 1 in bind zone right now, so they'll only have to bind then 1 from hand, which
You're not
they have
wrong, but
a
keep going.
13 card hand.
See, that is though the point. Like, yes, they're only binding 1 card out of hand. Yes, they're only binding 1 field, 1 or 2 in drop. They're not getting the most effect out of Stunverse. But Stunverse is not only there to do all that, it's there to give you your heart card as the main unit. And in my opinion, Vanquisher is where it's at. You are at 4 cards in bind. Your Vanquisher is ready to go. I see a Jaggy Shot already on rearguard. I see a very white card on rearguard that I can't tell what it is. But
Yeah,
overall, I believe
depend
this
card.
is just going to be a very strong turn.
I mean, yeah, like Vanquisher has pretty strong offensive turns, and they probably have a full Bronto to bind as well. So, like,
In my experience, usually whenever Vanquisher swings with Vanguard only first, that full Bronto is probably somewhere in there.
for sure.
Or not. Or I forgot its on-sale ability. You have to actually bind a card from your hand, and Jaggy Shot just says, yeah, cool, let's do that.
Mm-hmm. And yep, just bind the full. Yep, there it is. The full Bronto. Use full Bronto's skill.
For the people at home who by chance might not know what full Bronto is a Vanquisher that has this special ability. Not only does he count as Dragonic Vanquisher in its card name for the abilities of multiple of your rearguards, it also has the ability we just saw of when it's bound from hand during your turn. If your Vanguard is Dragonic Vanquisher, discard a card from your hand, ride this card as stand, and it gets drive -1 until the end of the turn. And on top of that, at the end of that phase, you cannot get Imaginary Gift because it's going to take itself away, put itself into the soul, and re-ride Dragonic Vanquisher.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. And I mean, like, getting multiple Vanguard attacks, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Now, keep in mind, it is only 1 drive check, and you did discard a card, but if you, as we've seen, going into Excel 2, you draw that card immediately back. So it's kind of a filter effect.
And there's that defensive play we talked about. using Citron to call Resius back out. And because of that, Vanguard gets plus 10. It's a defensive trigger effectively. And that really hurts Auto-Tune AJ's turn.
Hey, but now there's a rearguard on the field that you can bind. Really also comes down to whatever that card is. Unfortunately, I cannot tell.
But the thing about it is most of Vanquisher's rear guards only bind front row, and that's in the back row, so you can't even touch it.
Card was that?
I can't quite tell
We got a
because the
Tutura on
glare.
board. Yeah, exactly. We got a Tutura on board though. So if I'm not mistaken, it's gaining the power, it's gaining every effect, and it has an on-hit effect as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe we're still we're still in the full Bronto swing phase. Nifty.
Yep. And yep, there it is. It's still gonna have to deal with like it's not gonna be that hard to block it because I mean if you just have another Citron or just that, then
This is gonna be a very, very interesting game to go. You have Vanquisher Auto-Tune AJ sitting at 5. We got Kaling sitting only at 3 cards, 3 damage with, I believe, something around the lines of 9 or maybe 10 cards in hand. And yes, he just
Here it
rode
is.
the grade 4. He searched out with Q-Tree. I remember seeing it. I'm like, okay, he's getting that. That is the next play. We have Anzeka on the board.
Here it is.
Her ability is really hard to pull off in any other normal Bermuda deck, but in Highlander, it's an immediate, I'm doing this. And it's literally just when placed, reveal 10 cards on top of your deck, shuffle your deck, and if all normal units revealed have different card names, which Highlander, they do, you gain an imaginary gift. Force, Excel, and Protect. And you get to pick each and one of them if they're Force 1 or Force 2, well, in this case, Force 1, you have to use Force 1 since Force 1 is already on board. But for Excel and Protect, you can pick 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm. And this is Kalen's special. Ready your ears. It's his Brexit Blast.
Is it really called that? I don't. A part of me is just going, man, and the other part is approving. Part of me is really approving that. Anyway, interestingly enough, you have a grade 4 already on Vanguard, but that doesn't stop you from striding, and we strode into Alk.
Yep.
I haven't seen Alk in a while. Honestly, I can't really recall what she does.
Alk is a G unit that, you get to.
Multi-attack.
Yeah.
Oh, multi-attack. Oh, the multi-attack.
Yeah, you get a lot of multi-attack, and with the Excel circle, oh my god. And here's another Q-tier!
There's always going to be good tier. There's always going to be a good tier. The only question is, what is he going for? What is he prepping for? With good tier and having access to every card in your deck, you're basically going for a play. You're going for a strategy. You know exactly what you want. I'm just curious to see what it is. Grade 1 hits the board.
Well, because there's
that is. Oh yeah, that is Aina.
There's
Harmony card. When
3 face up. So that means you're gonna get a lot of multi attack because it's 3 face up due to the cost for Alk and the 2 G guards.
And another Q tier.
Pretty threatening board. And you could use Q tier to search for more stuff, thin your deck, and the compression will be insane because they've taken a bunch of they've taken 4 or 5 non-triggers out of their deck right now, so far. And mathematically, I remember people much smarter than me did the math a while ago. A statistically significant number for taking normal units out of your deck to increase the chances of a trigger is every 2. So once you do 6, it's insanely consistent on hitting triggers.
Man, being a math major myself, I can completely understand that. If we just take a very simple example. Let's say you have 40 cards in deck. You've started the game. And let's say for some reason one of the triggers is in your hand, which means you have 15 triggers in deck out of the 40 cards. That means that's if my math is correct, that's a 3 in 8 chance you're gonna hit a trigger. If you manage to take out 5 of those cards somehow, be it through Obadiah, be it through any other abilities, through other decks, Obadiah, one example for Grand Blue, you change your chances from 3 and 7 of hitting a trigger to 3 or 3 and 8 of hitting a trigger to 3 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
And that is considerable. And the more you do it, the chances get higher and higher.
Mm-hmm.
Q-Tier, just for this deck, is a good example. We've seen it used about, 5 to 6 times now? It's
Yes.
5 to 6 cards that you just immediately just took it out of your deck and said, cool, less trigger or more triggers in deck, less normal units.
Mm-hmm. It's just really good. And like that compression is going to be insane. And with the multi-attack, those extra drive, like those drive checks are going to be even more valuable because you're getting more attacks out of it. And auto-tune AJ is at 5. So like you're kind of in a rough spot here. And I mean, if they only run 2 copies of Impede. So effectively, if you just call a full board, you only have to worry about at most one of your front row getting wiped out.
Yep. Man, I'm mesmerized at what he's doing right now. Q-Tree out, get a card, bounce it back. Q-Tree out, get another card, bounce it back. Q-Tree out, get another card, bounce it back. I am loving what I'm seeing, and it's just mesmerizing. I do want to say, though, we've seen a couple, like 3 or 4 searches from Q-Tree just this turn. And I was honestly expecting him to search out some Pearl Sisters, kind of try to finish the game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Pearl Sisters win you the game pretty much. And I mean, if they have the double impede, which I think that's exactly what they're doing. I think you just kill Q-Tier. I think you just.
Do you choose? Can you choose?
Yes. The turn player gets to choose what cards get bound and retired by impede. So, because of that, they're pretty much getting rid of their G guards for the rest of the turn, or for the rest of the game, actually. They will be able to GB8, though. Or no, they won't, actually, because they'll be at exactly
GB6.
Yeah.
A thing I've seen a couple times Neurocomic players do is they're going to use 3 G Guardians. They're going to do first Impede, then they're going to do a normal G Guardian, and then they're going to do Impede again and get 5 cards like that face up.
Oh my, wait. Oh. With Crook as well, they're going to be getting even more attacks as well, in addition to all of those other multi-attacks. Ooh, this is scary. Scary, scary.
It popped up on screen for a second, but Kano, the Cray Elemental Grade 1 is an amazing card to kind of stop stuff like this. It has the ability that if cards are chosen, it chooses itself first before anything else. And we see it in action here with Impede, where it just helped prevent multiple key cards from getting hit. Now, we went from a full board to only 2 units now, but it is Bermuda. We're going to see some bouncing shenanigans, calling back shenanigans, and going...
And that's it. The Brexit Blast!
I didn't know. Let's call that. I'm loving it now.
Well, no, it's because it's Kalen specifically.
Still.
Kalen specifically is the Brexit Blast.
I give props to that. Nicknames, stuff like that. Like, I like nicknames. A lot of people around my group, we have different kinds of nicknames. And it's just, it reflects the type of player beautifully. So,
yeah,
that match, run me through what we just saw.
We just saw Highlander do its thing. It is a very good deck in this format, for sure. Like, it's very strong. If you get the Pearl Sisters in your opening hand, you kind of just win if you're going first. Like,
because they're not restricted. Oh my God.
Yeah, because if you then call them, if you call them both, turn 2, they're still 28 on the opponent's turn, so very few cards are able to hit over that and try to attack it to, get rid of it. So that's always a thing. But there's also...
Let me give you...
There's also Tirua. If you ride Tirua on turn 3, you then get to call them back you get to call them back and have a restanding Vanguard to increase the chances of giving them a crit.
And let me give you a magical Christmas land scenario where you where you go second, you go second, you ride a grade 1, you call Lizala because of her own ability, you
Mhm.
rip the grade 2 Pearl Sister, and you have the grade 1 Pearl Sister just sitting in your hand. Isn't that great? Isn't that
Ugh.
magical Christmas
Ugh.
land?
Oh, that's so strong. And for no reason.
I mean, they are both restricted to one copy of themselves in any deck, so it is really hard to hit it. But the fact that it can happen just puts a shiver down my spine. Anyway, I want to say I was very surprised to see Autotune AJ go to 5 damage so fast in the early game. Granted, you were faced with Elisilet that called out a Heal Guardian. Heal Guardians are 10k, which means they can poke. On top of that, hitting a trigger, making that Heal Guardian 20k, you really can't do
Mhm.
much on the early game rush. But still,
Yeah.
going to 5, I was at least thinking maybe keep yourself at 3, 4, get that buffer damage against big numbers that we're going to see from Bermuda. You think there's anything different that we could have seen that might have prolonged the game more or gave Murakami more a chance?
I think if Autotune AJ did not have to G assist, it would have probably been a lot easier for him to, survive a lot of those things or just take less damage early on. But once it got to that Alk, it was just so hard to come back because, like, Alk was going to cause even more attacks to happen. Ugh, it's so scary.
On top of that, like we've talked about Highlander already a little bit, where just the deck runs. It does what it wants to do and it does it well. But we never really imagined it actually has more versatility than you think. Because you are running multiple different grade 1s, grade 2s, grade 3s, copies of 1-ofs. But you're
Mhm.
also running multiple different potential Vanguards. You can run Reindeer, which is made for Highlander, or you can go into, like we saw, Anj. And Anj
Mhm.
in itself is already a strong card. We've seen the deck run Lupina, which is an amazing card on her own. So you have all these strong options, and you're just going,
Mhm.
I want this one. I
Yep.
want that one.
Yes. And you get to actually, because I love that you mentioned that, you get to actually choose. Like it makes the deck extremely versatile in terms of like your matchups. Sometimes this grade 3 is very good in this matchup. Sometimes this one is. Sometimes the situation calls for just try to push. Like if you're going first, just push.
Exactly. And with that being said, this was round 4, which means we're going to start seeing those standings update. We went from 28 players being 3-0 to now, if we look at standings, we're going to see some difference. I'm predicting, if my math is correct, at least 14 of them are going to be 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're seeing
Oh.
some familiar names, Dusty and Jason over there on top, as well as, I'm sorry, I still don't know how to read that.
No, I don't either. And Notorious at teammate, and Dark the GC player. We saw them earlier. Different fights feet though. I actually know this person personally.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, please don't tell me that's actually him.
No, I know Different fights feet personally.
Okay. Props on the name. But we also see at 8th place, man, I'm really hard at reading these things. Dark GC player? Dark the GC player.
Yes.
We talked about him before, and now we see him still in the top rankings. Now, if we go to 8 to 16, this is where it's really going to start showing who's staying and who's going. And
Oh.
we predicted, we predicted out of 28 3-0 players that we're going to see about 14 just because of how math works. We're seeing only 11, which means telling me that from round 3, we lost a couple people there.
Yeah.
What circumstances? I do not know, but we see a couple new names here. Liverpool still staying on top with Basaka at 4-0, and the last 4-0 player, the Derek Dow.
Derek Dow. Derek Dow. Yep. And not only that though, we've got Jesus Rivera, and we've got Zamboni Ringo, great name.
Amy
and One
Williams
Danger Noodle. Yep.
and Neko Knight 22. Like
Mm-hmm.
some
Neo
interesting
Knight.
new names popping up. Neo Knight, thank you.
Yes.
Reading is hard, especially in a game with a lot of text.
Mm-hmm.
But go for it.
Also, I think one of the situations that might have happened is one of the players may have gotten down paired, and then one of the other games might have gone to time and had a tie and just caused a double loss.
I hate when those happen. I've had a couple of locals where we had double losses that just changed everything in how pairings and how standings were.
Mhm.
And it's never a plan for me, but it happens. I do want to mention, one of the people in the top 8 was Jason. I know a Jason who is participating. I don't know if it's the same Jason. I do hope, because it would be interesting to see a familiar face and friend be up there, but who knows? Outside of that, what do you think we're going to start seeing now after round 4? Like, now we're going into round 5, 6, 7, those bigger rounds where only 11 people are undefeated. So now it's really starting to be a do or die moments.
It's going to be getting a lot tighter. You know, a lot of players are probably going to be fighting for it a lot harder. They're going to be like, okay, I really need to, like, because round 5 is where, like, once you, like, if you win rounds 5 and 6, you can almost guarantee getting top 8 if it's an 8-round tournament. It's very, like, if your tiebreakers, like, and if you win round 7 as well, if you're 7-0, you can guarantee getting into top 8 if it's an 8-round tournament. And if it's a 9-round tournament, I'm pretty sure as well, that still guarantees it. So, pretty good.
It's going to be really interesting. Like, for a lot of the people that are 4-0 right now, they have that little, what I like to call it, even in Vanguard, that buffer damage. They got that little leeway that they can lose one and still make it the top 8. But for the people that are 3-1 right now, for the people that are 2-2, they don't have that buffer damage. They don't have that leeway of, okay, I can lose one, but so for them, it's really going to be, all right, calm down, focus. I know they're probably not watching, they're prepping for the games, but a lot of advice I have for people in tournaments, when you get to the later rounds, breathe, relax, calm down, just play your game. You've gotten this far, you can keep going. A lot of times players are going to start stressing, looking at the numbers, and start just making mistakes they usually won't. On top of that, another word of advice, stay hydrated.
Yeah, stay hydrated. I got my water bottle right next to us. Yep. Just a big old water bottle that holds over a liter of water. So I'm just going
to... With that, we are actually going to take a nice water break, in the sense of we got to calm down a little bit. Production needs to get everything sorted out and ready for round 5, as well as a little break for the players to get situated. This is a 8 to 9 round tournament. This is not a joke. Rounds can go up to 30 to 40 minutes, so that's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of stamina. So you got to make sure the players get enough rest.
And in addition, because it's 256 players, it is very possible that we could do top 16 as the top cut, because that was one of the things that was put on the table for this tournament at the very start.
You are not wrong. With that being said, we're going to take a short break, and we'll see you at round 5.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in the hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warp Gate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
"受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック!"
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード!
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then, attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power. Huh?
Hey
Hey guys.
I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link out to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there will still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of the event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video, or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care, stay safe, see ya! No worries, I memorized it.
Okay, rolling. 3, 2, 1, go.
An online tournament is our best option in providing a way for our community to continue playing their card games.
No worries, I memorized it.
And welcome back after that small break. Hope you guys managed to stretch your feet, get some water, enjoy. Oh, hold up. Hey, wake up!
Oh my god, yo, I had the worst nightmare ever. I was playing against a Highlander Bermuda player, and every turn he would resolve Kutire 4 or 5 times, and I'd be sitting there just waiting for his turn to resolve, and oh my goodness. Whew. But yeah,
Didn't watch the previous match. Just didn't watch the previous match.
That might have been what happened, actually. That might have been what happened. Oh, but yeah, no, that was a great match to watch. Big shout outs to Kalen, big shout outs to Twitch chat for the Brexit memes, and obviously big shout outs to Autotune AJ for being a good sport and playing against Highlander.
It is one of those, like, yes, you gotta be ready for it. There's gonna be decks that take their time doing what they need to do, and that's just part of the game. And hopefully we got players that are good sportsmanship, that know this, that just wait it out. You do what you need to do, and then I'll do my thing.
Mm-hmm. And we were talking about this kind of off cast, but we were talking about the matchup between Highlander and Narukami, and it really did came out to who hit grade 3 first. Because both of these decks, though like I said in the preamble, striding is such a strong momentum play, it's such a strong tempo play. Both of these decks also have very strong tempo grade 3 turns, like you saw over on Kalen's side of things playing Bermuda Triangle. He rode into Anj, and he was able to form force markers. He was able to farm force markers. He was able to recycle Kutire many times to be able to like deck thin, selectively search his deck. But then like
Exactly.
let's throw it like on the other side. What would have happened, do you think, if Vanquisher got to go first? If they were able to get into Vanquisher first, do the full Bronto play for 2 Vanguard swings, get that extra Axel marker, do you think the game would have gone any different?
There's 2 parts to that. One, no G assist. That overall still hurt. Not having that one extra card to be able to guard in the early game probably was also one of the things that really dictated the tempo. But to bounce what you're asking is, we could have seen a completely different game. Vanquisher is really, really strong going first. It's not restricting your opponent being grade 3 almost on anything. It gets what it needs to do while they're at grade 2, while they're at a 9k or 10k base, depending on what you're facing. And on top of that, Jaggy Shot is still good. Jaggy Shot is going to get what you need bound, get it on the board, get it in your soul count up, get you a draw, just do everything that the clan needs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that pressure that Narukami presents. It makes it hard for people going second to really come back to it. And on top of that, Highlander going second, sure, you can do almost exactly the same things you're going to do first, and you have access to stride now. But correct me if I'm wrong, there's not many good strides to go into first.
Not for going first in Highlander. I do believe that Alk is still live, but Alk is like, in the end, rather than using Alk to finish off the game with her Harmony skill, you're usually just like using Alk to, once again, use Kutire to farm. Whereas if you had that one extra turn at grade 3 to use Kutire and farm some more cards in hand and thin your deck some more, the impact between that one extra turn is huge. And let's not forget as well that based on how disruptive the Narukami G-Guards are, getting to grade 3 first for Narukami would have been like a very great boon, being able to disrupt some of the back row, some of the front row that Highlander is able to present. And then once there, you've got some bind already set up, boom, go into Stun vs. Dragon, and you're off to the races.
You're not wrong. I do want to say, we can actually kind of examine both of these decks and their playstyles a little bit more in depth. You have, on one side, Narukami. Its whole gimmick, or at least the Vanquisher build, is let me bind some stuff on your side. I do want to bind stuff, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do multi-attack. I'm trying to do a rewriting Vanguard. I'm trying to get more excels, more pushes, get power to the board, and just keep beating you down, while on top of that, building a decent hand size, surviving and all that, and having access to strides that just do more, like give my Vanquisher the ability to do what he does and bind more, and so forth and so forth. But it's very, I want to say, linear in what it wants to do. You always want to be on Vanquisher. You always want to do his whole gimmick. It is in the full sense of the term a V plus deck or a standard plus back in the day, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you turn over to Bermuda, then you turn over to the Highlander, and it is more than a linear deck. It is much I have this game plan that I do want to do, but I also have these other 5 game plans that I can do depending on the situation. And you just play off of what you get. Like, Kuchu was an MVP in that match and is an MVP for the deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta see it. You have to see it.
Exactly.
If you don't, play on top of it. Like, I believe the Bermuda deck, the Highlander deck especially, is very much more technical of, all right, I need to really understand where I'm at in the situation, what my damage is, what my opponent can do, and then play accordingly. And we saw it very much capitalized.
Yeah.
We got stuck on G-Assist. We saw Elizaleth for the early rush. We went into Anj that gave us not only hand bag, but also power and force markers. Like, in my opinion, Kalen did everything right.
Yeah. I think the charming part about Highlander is you can basically break it down as almost a roguelike game. Every game that you play with Highlander will be a little bit different. Like, of course, that you have like this larger image that you're going towards, but each little decision branch based on like each little different card that you see each time can alter everything as you try and reach, like, let's say the final boss, as you manage to develop your board to be the Kuti Rays, the Tiroas for the restand on the Alk turn.
Yes,
so I think that is the draw towards playing Highlander. And though like sometimes it does look like it would like take up a lot of time, I think it's very rewarding to like mentally navigate through the deck.
On top of that, I love what we saw in that game. Seeing that, okay, not only am I putting enough pressure, let me prep my next turn and getting that Aneska off Kutere and just, all right, force, excel, protect, let's go.
Oh yeah,
Like,
for sure.
It's a much, what's the best word to say? Like a think 3 steps ahead deck.
Yeah. So you're always like on the front of the ball when you're playing the Highlander deck. But like, what I love about the Narukami deck as well, like, let's not sell this deck short for sure. Like Vanquisher Plus Strides. That deck is really good. And I think there's something to be said about the charm of like standard plus strides, like be it Crystal Luster, be it Chain Ranker, be it Stunverse, like these strides that are able to like let you play as like your main V Vanguard. Because a lot of the grade 3s in the V format are very strong on their own. Like MLB comes to mind, like even Leward and even now Raging Form. Like being able to play as those Vanguards while being able to get the benefits of striding, getting that one extra bonus effect is not only like very good, but like it keeps your engine robust because you're able to stay on that same thing, which is what we see in Vanquishers actually. The best part about Vanquishers, in my opinion, is the fact that none of their stuff costs counterblast. If you go into grade 3 with 0 counterblast, you don't care. In fact, you're actually happy about it. Jaggy Shot, Rewrite into full Bronto. It's amazing.
You don't get it. You just don't get it. That is the fact that nothing costs CB is the bane of my existence. My best friend plays Vanquisher as a main clan. When it came out in V era, I'm just sitting there going, "How are you getting everything you and no CB is getting you?" I'm sitting there going,
Exactly, right? So yeah, Philip, let's run through the decks that we've seen today. First round, we saw Tachikaze versus Angels. Second round, we saw Link Joker. No, that was third round. We saw Megan Conley versus Nova Grapplers. Third round was Link Joker versus Shadow Paladin. Fifth round, we just witnessed Bermuda versus Narukami. So we've got a whole diverse range of decks that we've taken a look at. 8 different decks.
We've seen 1/3 of all the clans.
We've seen 1/3 of all the clans. So of the last 16 clans then, what are you wanting to see coming up soon?
We're definitely, maybe, good chances percentage-wise, gonna see at least a Grand Blue here sooner or later.
We haven't seen a Grand Blue yet.
Exactly. It is a strong clan. On top of that, it has one of the most representations out there. Personally, I want to see that Gear Chronicle player. I just want to see it.
Oh, that would be a treat to see as well.
the being the one and only in the entire tournament is like, man, respect.
Actual Chrono Shindo energy right there.
Exactly.
Now, my personal
other than
bias, I want to see some Aquaforce. Like, I did see some Aquaforce representation in our deck list here. However, haven't seen it yet. Haven't seen any talks about it yet. Maybe it's because Pursuit Assault doesn't exist yet. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Please bring it, please. But yeah, besides Aquaforce, I also haven't seen OTT yet. And OTT and both Genesis, like these are two decks that I personally like highly revered a lot because like they have very strong Vanguard centric abilities. OTT with the Momo Cat, Genesis with the Restanding Regalia Vanguards.
See, Genesis, you brought it up. I did manage to catch a glimpse of both in Asia, Oceania, as well as Europe, and I did see a Genesis deck, or at least two different Genesis deck, be played. What I was honestly hoping to see more was the Genesis from the current V-Clan selection, because it just goes, let me look at X number of cards on the top of my deck and put them back. And I feel like that's a really strong variant that can just prep anything in advance, as well as, find the overtrigger.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think that's also a possibility that you could do. Like, let's say going first, you ride into Fortuna, right? And then let's say you use your skill, you Soul Blast X number of cards, you peak top, overtrigger. Now you know that on your front row rear guards, you're wanting to slam down some grade 3s as well. I think there's a lot of information to be had there. And also being able to like stack for the defensive as well. Even like, especially against like certain matchups that look to attack you a lot. Nova Grapplers, Mega Colony. Mega Colony now comes to mind. If I told you 3 years ago that I was playing Mega Colony and I'm looking to multi-attack, you'd laugh at me. But now that's the standard.
You're not wrong.
That's the standard now, and I think that's awesome.
You're not wrong. I will say though, on top of Mega Colony, the clan's changed identities more times than I can count on my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, okay, machining, stun your stuff, -5 here and there, cool. Overall, Mega Colony stunning. And you got Darkface. Alright, I can't call. Interesting, but cool, I'll take it. Then we moved on to V era, and we got, oh, wait, what? Mill?
Wait a minute.
Alright, cool. And then we got to, I forgot the card's name, but, oh, I'm taking damage now and you're getting the triggers? Wait, when did this happen? I thought you were Mill.
Venom Stinger.
And then we go to Garaf, and I was like, wait, now you're taking cards out of my hand? I thought you were dealing me damage. Wait, what?
Wait, slow down.
Wait. What is a cradle marker? What is this?
What is it? Then all of a sudden, wait, you can attack from the back? Mega Colony can attack from the back? Oh my goodness. And I think that's like a great narrative for Mega Colony, honestly. But at the same time, one of their weaknesses, since they didn't have like a playstyle that they were able to lock into, then they weren't able to get more support cards for said playstyle locked into the playstyle, right? And because of that, a lot of their support is spread very thin. And though I love Mega Colony, I do think that is one of its major weaknesses. The fact that it's spread so thin between stun, between negating calls, between milling. There's everything Mega Colony does, but it doesn't do anything amazingly well.
100% agreed. Whenever Gridora got announced for V era, a lot of people were starting to speculate, oh, she used to prevent people from calling. Well, she might do the same thing. And then Cradle got introduced. And don't get me wrong, I actually do enjoy the Cradle mechanic. But then I wish it got more support, just like you mentioned. Like, I'm loving everything else they're doing. But Mega Colony is slowly turning into this version of Bermuda. Because Bermuda is the key offender of, we're going to do all the mechanics.
Yeah. Now, there's another deck that we haven't seen yet that actually had really high representation, and that's Kagero. What happened to all the Kagero players? Well, I mean, we're casting a select number of games, so like we can't really choose the ones that we're playing. But I'm hoping to see some Kagero in the future as well.
I think Draconic Overlord saw a Heal Guardian and said, "Yeah, we're out."
Out of here. Okay, well, you know my multi-attack when you multi-attack with multiple crits when you're still on grade 2 plan? Yeah, if you want to get like hit by your post office and actually not get your clan collection in on time, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Oh, you're not wrong. I am very much, speaking of clans collection or collection. I keep saying selection, it's collection. I'm very excited for volume 3 and 4 that are coming up because we know the units. We've gotten some description of some of their abilities. They're coming back with reverse. Speaking of reverse, we saw Link Joker Glendio's deck. That was a blast from the past, and that was a very, very, very nice surprise.
I'm very excited to see that deck come back into fruition with more reverse units coming out as well. Not only are these like just reverse units, but these are reverse units with gifts, with like extra effects as well. Oh, it's going to be awesome.
Speaking of stuff that's awesome, we are slowly getting ready for round 5 and actually have the first player's deck list that we're going to pull up here in a second. And lo and behold, we have another Shadow Paladin.
Ooh, this
Claret!
one's... Oh, it's Claret Sword! Let's go! Oh my gosh, this...
Weakness is a sin!
Alright, we've got our favorite Kanzaki cosplayer here. It's Siren136, representing Shadow Paladin, but not playing the war that everyone's expecting. Bringing Claret Sword Dragon.
I love this.
I love this. I'll let you start it off, Philip.
I am a Claret fanboy. I love this. I played it in V era. I played it in G era. I wish it was a little bit better in G era, but still I loved it. Oh, this deck has one gimmick and one gimmick only. Give me a restanding Vanguard. Oh, from the looks of this deck, we gotta keep in mind this is still premium. I'm seeing a Sharon. I'm seeing help me out. What is that grade 2 next to grade 3 searcher?
Grade 2 is that Maka?
I believe so. That is like the OG Maka, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is the GB1 Maka from like the legend deck, from Ren's legend deck.
That's right. Okay, so not fully OG. Let's see. Oh yeah, it is the Amber clone. When this unit is a Vanguard and is boosted, you may pay the cost, search your deck for up to 1 grade 1, call it a Vanguard and shuffle. So multi-attack, and that's Claret's basic Dagda. That's Claret's
Yeah,
Dagda.
this is Claret's Dagda. And for those of you not too hip with the lingo, what an Amber clone is basically just a Vanguard unit back in G, which was all the same kind of effects. When this attacks a Vanguard while boosted, pay the cost, do X. That was kind of in line with your clan. So
Yes,
in the case of Maka here, her effect is when this attacks a Vanguard, if it's boosted, counterblast 1, search your deck for up to 1 grade 1 card, and call it to rear, shuffle your deck. So basically this brings all the fuel needed for all your grade 1s required off of Claret Sword Dragon.
Exactly. Now, like I mentioned, this is a V Claret Sword type of deck, but we are in premium, which means the strides are going to be a very crucial part here. And one stride in particular, because you are running Claret Sword Dragon, is more than likely going to be Chain Core Dragon. Although, I'm only seeing one copy of it.
Let's not forget that Shadow Paladin's strongest stride is still probably Morfessa.
You're not wrong, but come on, Claret.
Yeah, like being able to copy Claret Sword's Dragon, like I can imagine the game to be like this. Let's say that we get first stride. Our first stride probably is going to be Chain Ranker Dragon to get that restanding Vanguard, right? Our next stride.
Maybe not. Hold up. I still might. You are completely right. Morfessa is a strong card, and more likely she is the go-to. You got 18 grade 1s in this deck. You got more than enough ways to put them into drop zone, which means you're going to get to that ritual 10. Morfessa is more likely to probably first stride, because honestly, I'd save the restanding Claret stride with Chain Core Dragon whenever GB3 is active if it's really dangerous.
You know what? I like the way that you think. I also agree with that line of play as well, because Morfessa is a great first stride as well, don't get me wrong, so maybe that's the line of play. You go Morfessa, you go Chain Ranker. And let's not forget about the Claret Sword stride again, Claret Sword Helheim. Very unique effect here. When your opponent puts a Sentinel or a G-Guardian on the Guardian Circle, or when Claret Sword hits. Now, mind you, doesn't have to be for Claret Sword Helheim's effect as well. On a rearguard attack, your opponent puts a G-Guard down or a Sentinel, boom, Claret Sword Helheim effect. And like sometimes like this does catch people off guard.
You are 100% correct. I do like to see it. Hellkite might even honestly be the first stride. Get yourself prepped. If you see that you're in a comfortable position where your opponent is not really giving you too much pressure and you can prep a turn, Hellkite might be the way to go to prep that drop zone, get your grade 1s out, deck thin.
Yeah, exactly. I do love that concept, deck thinning, deck winning. But speaking of deck, let's take a look at player 2. Bring it on up.
We did mention how we're seeing a lot of representation in the higher rankings, so we're going to see a lot of decks that are getting played, one of which is Pale Moon, but I was not ready for Hari.
Now this is fascinating. Aiden Cone is repping Pale Moon, and it looks like to be a mix of Harry with some flavor of Nightmare Dolls. I call it the flavor of Nightmare Dolls because Leslie and Alice, those two cards in themselves are a small package to get some restands going. But Harry itself...
You're not wrong.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, but like I completely agree with you. Because this is premium, we have the introduction of, Leslie. But Alice, at least, like, whenever Harry first came out, I was one of the people that actually played it. And Alice was always, in my mind, like a staple for the V premium side of Harry because the implications, the extra attacks, being able to get more Starry Pops out with either the Pigeon or just out of Soul with Alice. Like, she was just a no-brainer card for me. So that's just my opinion. So now you can go on.
Yeah. So obviously, like that, I do like the inclusion of Alice. Like Alice, she's so generic and so good that like regardless of like what game plan you go towards, like maybe you want to do the restanding Leslie on that Axel Circle for multiple 12k attacks. You can also reset your Lore Pigeon Pops to get some more like Starry Pop Dragon attacks as well. There's a lot of ways that you can take each branch of line for this deck, and I'm curious as to how Aiden will pilot it. Let's take a look at the G Zone now.
Interesting G Zone.
Interesting G Zone. One of the cards here that I do like a lot is Megatrick. Now, Megatrick in conjunction with Leslie, as I said before, all of a sudden you're buffing that Leslie 10k, and then all that Leslie has her own skill to restand multiple times. That's really good. Like, if you're able to like set up Fairfield, Leslie on that Axel Circle, 10k plus crit to the Leslie, and you're able to get like this Alice combo going where you keep popping with the Alice in and out, that's a lot of rearguard attacks with the crit that you're threatening your opponent with. You do this when they're at 4 damage. That's a lot of pressure.
Overall, I really do like the setup here. Like, we've been talking about this a couple of times already, and it's showing over here even more. We're seeing a lot of clans, a lot of decks that are that V+. You got a V deck that's honestly strong without needing strides, but with the addition of strides. And this is, I want to say this is one of them. Yes, we see a lot of premium cards in here from Leslie to, I believe that's Purple Trapezist in the deck as well.
Yep.
But overall, like, the main mechanic is still Hari and Starry Pop and Pigeon and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And these strides just help the deck even more.
Exactly, and I want to like obviously make like a big emphasis on Mid-Air Megatrick Yvette and Fancy Megatrick Dark Lord Princess. These two cards, like you can like first strike Yvette or like somehow flip her another way, but like those two cards make like a really, really simple combo where like you don't even need Counterblast as well. If you've been denied the entire game, boom, go into Dark Lord Princess, attack, use your skill, flip up a copy of Yvette, boom, another Axel marker as well. So this is just like one of the most solid first turn strides in Pale Moon that this deck uses really well.
Agreed. Now, all that aside, I want to see it in action.
Let's see it in action.
Players are ready. Let's do this.
We talk to talk, they'll walk the walk.
Round 5.
Oh, we've got Aiden Cone with the high chat love marker there. And on the left, we have Siren repping the Hashima Rin sleeves. Very good taste.
Now, there's one thing I do want to tell you, and I want you to mull over until the end of this fight.
Sure.
And that is the selection of over triggers in certain decks. Because I'm looking at it right now. Aiden is running the Cradamental over trigger.
I do
So I
like
want you to
that
mull that
option.
over, and we're going to talk about it a little bit later.
For sure. I'm curious as to see if it will come up, because I do know like one interaction when it does come up, it will be very cool.
Oh, you mean the Leslie?
Yeah, I like the Leslie. Like just getting the overtrigger on the Leslie is boom, lots of big power attacks. In any case, it looks like the players are ready to rock. Shadow Paladin versus Pale Moon.
And
Who's
Shadow
your
Paladin going first?
Riding into the Abyssal Owl, going into a 5k.
That is sad. If I'm correct, you don't get the Abyssal Owl effect at all.
No, you do not. But maybe the plan is to actually ride into a 5k because of how small it is. You turn off the ability to damage deny.
You're 100% correct, and this is the only Abyssal Owl in the deck. There's not much recursion in Claret Sword. It's not like Luar, you can put it back in the deck and call it out and all that. So you're not getting the Abyssal Owl at all this game. But you got Morian Spear. Speaking of Morian Spear going to damage, you got Morian Spear that can get that Abyssal Owl out for a Soul Blast. Get your drop zone count of grade 1s up. Just start that train.
Yes, exactly. And it looks like we do manage to ride into Dark Pride Dragon here. Dark Pride Dragon has the effect on placement. You can mill 3 cards, and if you do mill a grade 1, you can counterblast 1 and draw a card.
I love that card. Like he was such a great addition, and I personally just love it.
Oh, and we're not done yet. We're going to keep going here. Calling down another Dark Pride Dragon. This time we do get the grade 1 here. And this time we do get that drawback. Yeah, very solid. I do also want to mention the fact that we do have a Leslie and Soul to start things off, so that's probably one of the best. Okay, maybe I'm being biased towards here, but Leslie Fairfield was one of my favorite combos.
No, I actually wanted to. That was one of the things I was trying to say. I was wanting to shift focus and get your opinion. I already got it about riding Leslie.
Yeah,
because it
like
basically
I said,
guarantees it in Soul now.
Yeah, getting that in Soul, very good for the future turns. And it looks like obviously we have
a copy of it.
Yeah, and it looks like we have like our staple Shadow Paladin engine card in the main here. Swinging with a 20k. That gets guarded easily, and 15k to Vanguard. This is a no guard. We do get the stand trigger here. That's huge because his Dark Pride. This Dark Pride is already large. You do get his defensive, but I don't think that's enough because I think the Dark Pride is swinging at 20k now. But that does get guarded by the quick shield.
Yes, Dark Pride gained 5k on his own, and while the same trigger was ripped, that's only 5k. That was more than enough to put it at 20, going over that 18k the Leslie was at.
Yeah. Now, we do go into a new card here, I do believe. That was a promo reprinted in a Clan Collection. This is a Static Baton Twirler. Now, a Static Baton Twirler has VR skills that, when placed, you can draw a card and soul in 1 from hand, but at the same time, if you call something from soul this turn, it gains 5k. So we'll see if Aiden looks to put on the pressure here with a larger Vanguard. Calling the Dark Princess.
It's a very good Vanguard. Like out of all the cards I'm looking at in the deck list, this is probably the correct ride target that the Aiden wants to have. Get you everything you need. Do something. I feel like one topic that I do want to bring up is ride targets inside of Premium and V Premium. Each deck has them. Some decks don't. Some decks have nothing but cards that can do anything on Vanguard. We're looking at one of those half and halves where you have dedicated cards that you definitely want to ride on Vanguard if you see them, but it doesn't hurt the deck if you don't.
Yeah, exactly. And it was like we're actually going to attack the rear guard here, and luckily for us, this kind of chokes the Shadow Paladin player of resources since they already have a damage. They're unable to damage charge themselves off of the heal trigger.
Not to mention, technically, hold up, that was a 1 to pass. No, never mind. She did gain 5k. That was a 14 swinger. Never mind.
It was a 1 to pass because I don't think anything was called from the soul this turn. So it was 1 to pass, and they got the draw trigger to hit it as well. So that's good to see.
No, Philip, sorry.
You're Philip. Wait a minute.
But no, Claire.
Oh, there
Give
he
me
is.
Claire.
There's the
Claire
boy.
first.
Claret Sword Dragon. Yosa
One
Sumida.
downside. One downside. No CB.
Oh, yes.
We're
That is a
working with
bit,
no
that,
CB.
that is a bit unfortunate. Now, I wonder how many grade 1s we managed to mill off of Claret Sword skill here. I do see the Ritual PG in drop here, Drag Saber Ezra's in drop. And it looks like we're going to still continue to use some Navane engine here to just get some more cards here. Just setting up our back row there. Just
Now,
get
we
your
do
grade
have
1
the
set up.
Amber Clone. Yes,
Yep.
we do have the Amber Clone, the Mako we talked about. And I'm looking at the deck list again, and I'm just trying to predict what targets we have. It calls a grade 1 out of deck. We have a Navane as a booster, which means any card we call out will probably be just enough to hit the Vanguard if no defensive triggers are in play. So out of everything in the deck, we got options from Blue Espa Dragon to kind of get more cards out of there, get it itself to 10k. Sharing could be a good option to kind of get that counter charge.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with no counterblast open, which I assume we're going to be looking to probably damage deny again. Actually, at this point now, since we get first strike, we can probably just go hard. Let's take a look at what Aiden aims to do. I did see a Harry go to damage, though. Hopefully we have another one in hand. Thinking on the ride. It is Harry.
Does anybody want does anybody want to tell Aiden to flip the high chat upside down?
Nah, it's cuter upside down. adds more charm because in the Pale Moon Circus that is like Harry's, we're gonna be having a lot of like upside down trapezes, right? So I think it's flavorful. Like that.
I want to say something real quick. We see Harry go to Excel 2. We know it's going to basically turn into a force marker in the sense of let's stack as many Excels on this one circle as we can. But talking about Harry and Excels, for premium, I can get it. Excel 2, draw. The more Excels you make, the more you draw. In V premium, though, personally, are you more of a Harry should go Excel 1 or Harry goes Excel 2 deck?
I personally prefer XL2 just because intrinsically at nature, I do like to draw cards. Being able to draw cards means that you're able to see your combo pieces faster. And being able to see your combo pieces faster means you're able to put a higher impacted turn faster. Now, it looks like... I guess the 10K... The 10K does stack up very quickly.
Especially on a Starry Pop. So that is a very good point to make. Now, it looks like Aiden has strolled into the Dark Lord Princess here. And with minimal resources required, we'll be able to do the entire turn process here. We'll be able to attack with Dark Lord Princess, call her out to the rear circle, restride into Yvette. And we're digging for that Alice. We have Leslie on back row. But we're missing Alice. Now, he could have it in hand. Maybe that grade 3 searcher was just to throw off your opponent, but definitely searching for that Alice to get the most out of it.
Now, what Aiden looks to discard here will be a very large telltale about what the hand composition might be. If we're looking to discard the Harry, we might already have an extra copy of Harry in hand, or we're just milling a grade 3 out because we already have said Alice.
Man, if you discard a card you just grade 3 searched, like I said, deck winning.
Yeah, all you gotta do is deck thin. Now, still a few more circles to fill up on Aiden's side of things, but it looks like we might start going into attacks here.
I believe he might be leaving that front row rearguard circle for the strike, because if I'm not mistaken, it does call itself back.
It does call itself back, correct. Now, what's very cool is last turn, a lot of prep went into this turn because off of the princess here, we called Puss in Boots into the soul, and Puss in Boots has an effect that says when your Magia unit or when your unit is placed on the Vanguard circle, you can pop him out as just an extra 5k body. Then also has the fact that when it's placed on rearguard from soul, you can also use the Magia effect to call something out of soul again.
You are correct. And we did see in the deck list that Puss in Boots is one of the potential starters, but there's another potential starter in the deck, and that's Happiness Collector. And if we manage to see that card, that is a combo piece on itself.
Exactly. There's a very nice happiness collector with purple trapezist, kind of loop that goes on where you're able to like soul charge a bunch. You're able to draw a bunch as well. But it looks like off of the cat skill, we were able to get a static baton twirler out this time. And this time, since we are calling stuff out of soul, the twirler is 5k up.
Is that a trigger?
I do believe that is like the
exotic
soul
trigger.
in.
Yes. Put the soul,
Yeah.
draw a card, 10k to the Vanguard until the end of battle. The GB1 crit trigger.
We'll go through our attacks here, going from smallest to greatest, because we don't want our opponent to get useful damage triggers here. We do get the brand win into damage zone there.
A thing that really did come up recently for me in this is patterns of attacks. A lot of decks have different ones just because of how they play, but I found the scariest pattern of attack in those decks and those clans that are able to swing with all of their rearguards first and then the Vanguard is last. Because to me, that is, you have so many attacks coming at you that you have to guard. They'll probably put you to higher damage. Unless you can guarantee guard the Vanguard without a perfect guard or whatever, you're getting hit with a potential crit or something that can just end the game there. And you don't know because drive checks are going to be unknown.
Exactly. And then worst is like if they manage to leave one rearguard column standing. So any crits that they get, you start looking down the barrel of another attack again.
See, I'm specifically talking about Flagberg, which is a good example. But another deck I'm talking about that is even scarier, in my opinion, is the V-Clan Collection Nova Grappler in combination with Cat Butler.
Oh, exactly. I love that combo so much. I'm glad that you brought it up. It's just, just the ability to have all of your rearguard swing. They're looking down the barrel of like multiple attacks, and then they have to deal with 2 Vanguard attacks as well. And then they're looked at the decision of, do I take this or do I guard? If I guard and they get a crit, then the Cat Butler restands and I'm forced to guard again. There's just like the existence of Cat Butler in the new Nova deck is just a very good boon to it.
Yes. Now, if we go back to the game, I saw a stand trigger, which means multi-attack. Now we get to re-ride. Like, we're doing everything here. And it's...
Yeah. And it actually looks like we've opted to call the Dark Trick Mega, the Dark Lord Princess to the Axel Circle here. So this will swing at 20k. I think...
Oh, I love that. Call the crit trigger. I'll put it back to soul, draw more. Oh, I love that combo.
This is this is so juicy. What a great way of farming more hand on your first stride as well. Like, we haven't even touched a counterblast, mind you.
No. This is amazing. I love this.
Yeah, so we're going to use Yvette's skill here to not only get us another Axel Circle, but because this is Axel 2, we get to draw one more. Not only that, like, whatever we call
Starry
to this...
Pop and Soul.
Is it Starry Pop time? Is it time for the Starry Pop? We're actually going to call over the princess here to get that Starry Pop. And now we're going to start stacking some Axel 2s here. Getting that...
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Starry Pop is a much more threatening Vanguard than a Stride. A Stride is an amazing Vanguard. It gains power from the heart and it has multiple abilities. But on a rearguard, Murakumo can tell you it's not doing much.
For sure. Now, I'm curious, with the 15k boost from Yvette here, I wonder if Starry Pop Dragon managed to get to that 40k threshold to gain that extra crit.
We got a 5k from 2XLs. That's already 10. And if that's a 10 accounted by the dice, Starry Pop is barely at 15, maybe 25, which means it needs 15k more power.
Now, it looks like our opponent did no-guard the Vanguard swing once more. But those 2 defensive triggers, putting Claret Sword at 33 here, does make guarding these last few attacks a lot easier, even to the point where it looks like it's just a pass.
Yeah. I think once the heal trigger got hit, Aiden exactly knew, all right, I'm not probably going to be able to do much damage. Let me do my turn still because I have the Vanguard ability ready. And then that's probably one of the reasons we saw that crit trigger come out. Build hand. You adapt to the situation. Oh, my opponent hit defensive triggers, or I see he has a big hand, he can survive. Let me, instead of going for a kill turn, go for a resource turn. Prep myself for the next turn so I can live, and then when it comes back to my turn, try to go for the kill turn.
Speaking of living, we are going into our second copy of Claret Sword here. Off the skill, we're going to mill 3, and I think we're going to look for some, hopefully find the grade 1s that we need to dump out. Get 2 copies.
That means 20k to Vanguard. This is one of those weird scenarios where your Vanguard is basically on a strike.
Yeah.
You have 20k extra. You definitely put those grade 1s in there for ritual. So now it really comes down to player preference or the situation at hand. Personally, I don't know.
It's hard to say, right?
For the Morfessa. Yeah, I might go for the Morfessa play to put that pressure on. Might even go into Claret Sword Stride itself to deckfin more. It's this weird question because your opponent just prepped themselves where they need to be. They got multiple excels. More than likely, their next turn is going to be very, very strong. So what do? Do you put on the pressure or do you try to prep? And I think we're going to put on the pressure.
All right, so we've chosen to stride into Morfessa here, and we do have the Maka there to get some multi-attack going.
This time it'll work.
And this time it will work. So, using Morfessa's skill, we're going to activate the skill to draw 2 cards. We all love to draw 2 cards. Can I get some pogs in chat? Oh, and we got to retire 2 rearguards as well. Probably hitting the 2 mains there, because any way to get to Ritual 10 is good. Just mulling on what 2 rearguards to retire here. It's going to be the 2 mains on the other side there. Probably keeping that 1 main behind the Maka, because we do need that boost.
The one thing that we unfortunately can't find out unless the players show it themselves is how many grade 1s do we have in drop zone? Is Ritual 10 active? Are we there yet?
Now, with how much milling that Claret Sword does, and like the package of like Morian Spear with like Blue Espada and even a Dark Pride Dragon, I do assume that we should be at least Ritual 10 by now, like in conjunction with Morfessa's skill to turn triggers into Ritual count.
Agreed. So we got more than enough triggers probably because of guarding. We have, if I just recall from what I can remember, Claret Sword's ability that just activated, that puts it at 2. Dark Rain did get his draw effect off, which means that's at least 1. Let's see here. Morfessa killed 2 rearguards. That's minimum 5 from what I can recall. And not to mention anything else that was on rearguards or ditch for guarding, or even the heal trigger that healed out of damage.
And it looks like we did manage to get to it. Yeah, I see the dice coming out here. Now, mind you, we're on force 2, so like each of these attacks, 1 crit could end the game right there.
I feel like that was... Hold up. Is Pale Moon at 2 or 2?
Pale Moon looks to be at 2, correct.
Yes.
So we're swinging at like base 3 crit on the Morfessa, base 3 crit on the Maka, and then Claret Sword on the side there. No force 2 marker there to get an extra base 2 crit, but then that extra crit from Morfessa's skill as well. So we're actually going to opt to attack with the Claret Sword first.
I really don't know how I feel about this. Personally, okay, I know how I feel about this. I see why. We're trying to opt for that Claret Sword, get it at higher damage. This is the least attack. Like the other 2 are 3 critical. Yes, if they hit, it's going to be detrimental, but that's 3 chances to hit a defensive trigger to help.
For sure.
This is not only going to put the opponent at 4 damage and be in killing range for every single attack from now on, but it's also the first attack that's going to open up, or in a sense open up, that rear guard for Maka to cause something new that's also going to swing and also be double critical.
So speaking of defensives, we do get the defensive trigger. However, it's only
5k.
Only 5k. Now, what you said about the attack order as well, I wanted to point out. Let's say that our opponent, the Pale Moon player, did happen to get that 4th damage heal trigger. That one would be live, the 3rd one, no. But even with that 4th damage heal trigger, these 2 attacks here, they're lethal. These 2 attacks would then be lethal without any bonus crits. So I think that attack order was very smart.
And now that you have a grade 1 on that other column that just popped up, it is also the grade 3 searcher, Brenwyn, that gains 5k, making it an overall, if I'm not mistaken, 28k double critical that needs to be guarded with 2 or more.
For sure. And getting that random guard restrict there, that's what makes this so hard. Guard restrict, like turn guard restrict in combination with multi-attack, that's a lot of cards in hand that you need to have had farmed in your prior turn to try and survive.
Exactly. I want to bring it up really quick. We just had this discussion with my group. A recent reveal for Boosted 4 for standard saw a Stoicheia grade 1 that is only at 8k, but has a very simple ability. When it attacks from back row, you have to guard with 2 or more. If you just boost it by 5k, that's already enough to hit a Vanguard. And it's a poke. With no interceptors or anything, that's eating 2 cards out of your hand. A 5k to guard unit on regular basis is eating 2 cards out of your hand.
Mhm.
Those effects are very strong because it doesn't have to be big power. It just needs to eat hand.
Exactly. And that actually attacks like a concept that used to go over back on yellow card called guard efficiency. Basically, like the efficient guard for a 13k attack to your 13k Vanguard, that's 5k, just like a 1 card guard. But when you start introducing these guard restrict stuff, that's when your guards start becoming less efficient. And being able to introduce like your opponent to force them to guard less efficiency, that also brings up a lot of like thinking that your opponent has to do. And as they have to think more and more as to like how to make the guards more efficient while having to deal with this guard restrict, that's where the misplays come in.
Agreed.
So it looks like now we're swinging with Morfessa. I wonder if Siren is going to use the crit skill here. Oh, I do see that over trigger in hand though.
So we're using the over trigger as the guard, and then the Sentinel as just the extra card from hand.
We do get the Cursed Eye Raven as well, so we do get that stand trigger.
Hold up, am I missing something? Why do we restand a double critical instead of a triple critical?
That's a great question. Why did we do that? Maybe.
Oh, it's bigger and we're already at 4 damage.
I guess, but like bigger by 3k, I think.
That matters. You have an 18k Vanguard.
That is true. We are attacking 2. Vanguard. Yeah. That is true. What's curious though is the fact that we didn't use the Dagger of Peaceful Passing Praderi to guard. I mean, to push into Soul to gain an extra 10k and draw. Maybe because we do fear deck out because of how hard Cleric Sword mills. That might be a passing thought in Siren's mind.
It also could be just the player forgot. Who knows?
And it looks like we're mulling on the last cards to guard with. We do throw that PG out. It is the Magia PG as well. Yeah.
3 cards out of hand. If I'm not mistaken.
No cards in hand.
There's no cards in hand.
Top deck stride? Not a top deck stride, unfortunately.
But a good card?
I wonder if we have the tools to push it into Soul. There should be 14 if double XL2 serves me correctly. Easily guarded. And then we're going to swing with Harry here. Any effects going off? Unfortunately, no. Just a vanilla swing, it looks like. Because Harry's skill is based on Axel and having Magia Doll. So it looks like the point of having this Harry was just to turn that Axel into a stage. And unfortunately, since we did not really call anything from Soul here, we can only attack the rear guard at 9k. And it looks like we throw the Cursed Eye Raven to guard. Now, I think it's time to declare final turn.
This is like, as much as I would love to go into Chain Cord or something, Morfessa is the safer bet. You're guaranteeing every single attack is.
Yeah, guarantee every single. Yeah.
Hey. Oh no, never mind. Saw the over trigger. Trying to find a bright side here.
Probably still need to use Morfessa's first skill here to draw 2 cards, and that way you're able to turn triggers into grade 1s. However, maybe we already have enough. Maybe we already have enough.
More than enough. We probably have more than enough. And to piggyback on your previous point, we don't want to deck out.
That is true. Well, that looks to be the end of the game. And Siren, with the Shadow Paladin clan tattoo. Oh, showing it off on stream for everybody to respect the ink.
That is respect. That is respect.
Oh, that was a great game. Like, even though Aiden lost, I think he was able to show off like the strength of Pale Moon, and I think that's like something to be proud of. Like being able to show off that even though you went second, even though you got first stride, you got to show off like the strength of the deck. You got to show off the 2 Mega Tricks. and then you got to like if we manage to get that stride, because of the fact that Pale Moon uses their soul as a toolbox, the moment you stride, boom, that's a lot of sudden advantage all of a suddenly, right? So depending on what that top card was onto Aiden's turn, this game might have gone a bit longer.
You're 100% correct. I do want to give Aiden props. That moment when you see your opponent is in a good defensive position, you change tactics. Instead of going more on the offense, like we mentioned, go into defense to pull that crit trigger out, to go back to soul, to draw you more cards, to prep yourself. But at the end of the day, you still are facing down a barrel of something that can say double critical, 15, 2 cards or more out of hand. Like mentioned, the numbers don't have to be big. That guard restrict is enough to just eat at your hand, and you got to do a lot of good prep work. And Aiden did try it, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Like, I actually think it was enough. Like, it was enough. Like, we saw that Aiden was able to sneak out of that turn with no cards in hand, which means he managed to gather enough cards to survive the turn. It was all just depending on what was on top of that deck to see if we were able to extend the game a bit more.
You're not wrong. I think I'm the last person who should be saying stuff like don't bank on top deck heroes. but you are completely correct. There was just enough cards to guard. Pattern of attacks, it was right. It's really hard in those situations. You see the end of the tunnel, and you can't do much about it, change your course. But I do want to point out, what was I want to point out? Oh yeah, Claret. I love Claret.
Yeah.
It was nice to see a different version of Shadow Paladins. Like Luard is the go-to, but seeing Claret, it can get to the necessary grade 1 ritual count as well. And
I 100% agree. Like, we saw how quickly like the Claret engine milled out the deck. Blue Espada, like Dark Pride, Morian Spirit, and Claret himself. All these cards just say dump your deck, turbo that ritual.
I love the inclusion of Maka. That was yes, Maka.
It was a great intro. It was a great inclusion. And like I said, when you couple Morfessa with multi attacks, and that's what we get off of Maka as well. Like, imagine if we had 2 Makas going into that turn. That's 5 attacks that you're looking at with like multi attack. Then your deck thinning as well. With the inclusion of Chrysadite Raven, that means you also have stand triggers in deck. You can go up to 6 attacks.
Yeah, I think that was a good turning point in the game. That stand trigger.
That stand trigger, yeah. Because of that stand trigger that restood that double critical, that was 2 more cards out of Aiden's hand that he had to guard with. That might have been.
I might be also mistaken. We saw a stand trigger on Pillman. My memory is starting to mix.
No, we saw a stand trigger on the Shadow Paladin side as well to get them that extra attack on that Branwyn.
There we go.
Yeah, and there you go. Oh. That extra attack, that 2 extra cards out of hand, maybe Stride Fodder was there. Who knew?
Well, I mean, with the inclusion of Heal Guardians, the chances of hitting at least one potential target to be able to strike, because I'm looking at the Pale Moon deck list again. We're running the crit trigger that counts for stride. We're running Starry Pop, that's a grade 4, so it counts for stride. We got next to Hari, 4 Haris, and then 3 more other grade 3s. So there's more than enough stride potential in this deck to be hit next to the Heal Guardians. It's just didn't see it.
It's most unfortunate, but no discredit to both of the players. They both played their hearts out, and it was great to watch. One of the cool things I do want to mention about the Shadow Paladin deck, though, is the inclusion of Aegis Mare Dragon. Now, normally in a lot of Shadow Paladin decks, you just see 4 copies of Ezras, but Siren has opted to run that 1 copy of Aegis Mare Dragon, the Overdressed PG. Any comments about that?
Oh, yeah. It's good. Like, I can't say nothing about it. Like, Overdress introduced these PGs to where if you don't have any, or if you have 2 or less cards in hand, you don't have to discard 2 Perfect Guard. And just imagine if Aiden had that PG there towards the end. Maybe it could have been a little bit different. Maybe he could have saved a grade 3 in his hand to stride with. So I can completely understand the inclusion here in the Shadow Paladin deck, because you have Esra. You're gonna get a PG anytime you want.
But exactly.
But having a PG that can save you out of those binds where you're like, all right, I gotta use all of my hand to guard. It can come in clutch.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Now, I do remember you wanted to talk about Overtrigger choice.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Aiden.
So,
Aiden chose to play the
Aiden-
Cray and not the Dark States Overtrigger.
I kind of see why. If you think about the deck, what Pillman wants to do, it's a multi-attack deck. You're putting stuff to soul, you're putting out of stuff soul, you're putting your stride on rear guard, you're doing all this stuff. So having an overtrigger, the Dark States overtrigger specifically, that just gives 10k and a crit to Vanguard, while it's not bad for the rest of the turn, it is only a Vanguard that swings. I can see it in other Dark States that have Vanguards that restand, but for this one specifically, the crit elemental overtrigger that gives 2 units 100 million, or 1 unit 200 million, I can see more of benefit. And I think we hinted immediately, it's like if you have the Leslie Alice combo, put the 100 million on Leslie and
you're off to the races. Just boom, boom, boom. Do you have a PG? Do you have a PG? Do you have a PG?
Exactly. And the other 100 million could go to Starry Pop.
Yeah, for sure.
Easily hit that 40k.
Yeah, and then let's talk about the overtrigger that Siren opted to use. We went with a Martinoa here. Now, in this deck specifically, because we do have a restanding Vanguard in Claret Sword, if we were to go to Chain Ranker Dragon, that would be 6 drives, if I'm not mistaken.
6 drives because of triple drives, yes.
Yeah, so 6 drives, that just it is increasing your chances to hit that overtrigger. Now, unfortunately, we don't run a high amount of grade 3s outside of Claret Sword and the Heal Guardian itself to call to rear to try and get the twin drives, but sometimes just having a rear guard to get twin drive off of as well. Hell, maybe just the fact that on your first one, if you get 100 million power, your second one also 100 million power with the guard restrict, that might be enough.
You're not wrong, but we did see in this match specifically a Claret on the rear guard, which means it's not impossible. Yes, you only run 4 Clarets, so having a grade 3, you only run 4 grade 3s, period, mind you, in this deck.
Yeah.
But having a grade 3 on rear guard is going to be hard, not impossible. I think the merit is still there just because we saw multi-attack in this build. We saw Maka provide another unit on the board to multi, which means if you hit the overtrigger, granted your pattern attacks have to change a little bit, but if you do hit the overtrigger, you're still getting 3 extra drive checks just from the rear guards, making it 9 drive checks total in that turn if you did chain cord with Claret Sword, yada, yada, yada.
For sure. And after round 5, I believe, we are ready to show the standings going into round 6. Let's take a look at top 16.
All right, this is going to be really interesting now to see just because we're starting to dwindle down on how many people can actually stay undefeated. Now, we see a couple of familiar names. Sorry for that. Notorious Steve, they're at the top with T-Dub88. Still don't know what that says.
I have no idea what this says. All I know is probably some kind of warrior. Apparently, I might say Dr. Isha.
It is taunting me. I might have gotten some confirmation. It might say something along the lines of academic doctor.
Maybe something like Isha. But yeah, let's take a look at number 4. Suwo, and 5, everyone's favorite Spike Brothers player, Living Proof.
He's playing Spike Brothers. Good chances he's are, but you don't know yet.
That's true. Hopefully, Spike's Brothers. We all know him. We all love him for Spike's Brothers.
Exactly. And then we also have Royal Lover there, rounding us up for the last of the 5-0s. And then we start with the 4-1s with, help me here,
Oreo. Let's go with Oreo. I like Oreo. And then
look, man,
Dark, the GC player.
Still up there. We've seen him a couple of times. Now let's look
flip
at
the scoreboard.
9-16. I'm looking for one specific player because I got some extra. Yes, all right. So after Dusty is Jason. This is actually someone I personally know, one of my close friends. And from what I've been told, he is playing Aquaforce.
Ooh, I'm so happy to hear that. Hopefully we get Jason onto the next stream game. But after Jason, we have...
If we do.
After Jason, we've got at rank 11, Kuro Neko. Now, Kuro Neko is also someone more commonly known in the Discord community. 12 is Basaka. 13, Anointed, hashtag 3124. 14 is a common name as well, popular name Kevin Cho. I believe also WCC, probably also repping Nightmare Dolls. 15, K, and 16, The Gate Ruler.
Man, like we're seeing some very familiar names. They're staying in the top. We're seeing some people move around. Overall, a very interesting top cut for right now. We're not even close to over. This is the best part, actually. I do like going into these mid rounds. But in round 9, in theory, by round 9, all these 16 people could be different.
Absolutely, and I think that's the exciting part, but also the scary part for all these people as well. If you're holding on to these top 16 ranks, you better grip it real hard because you're looking to hold on to that. You don't want to give the spot up to anyone. You want those 4 brand promos, you better hold on tight.
Exactly. Overall, it's very interesting to see where it's going to go, and I'm honestly excited to see what round 6, 7, 6, 6 is going to bring.
Going into round 6, yep.
Man, they're
Now,
starting to mix, man. They're starting to mix.
Oh, I definitely feel that. But yeah, I'm very excited as to what we might see next round. So like last round, I wanted to talk about like what we haven't seen yet, and I was glad to have a chance to look at Pale Moon. Now, albeit we didn't get to see the WCC special in Nightmare Dolls, we got to see a different flavor of Pale Moon in Harry with like the Megatrix to try and recycle those pop dragons. What are you looking most forward to?
We were actually mentioning that a little while before, like, we're going to see Grand Blue. I want to see Kakaius. We're going to see Pale Moon, but I want to see this. And we're starting to see these different decks. Like, Pale Moon, Shadow Paladin, Grand Blue, correct me if I'm wrong, are the most representation today. And we've seen a Claret, a Hari, and we haven't seen Grand Blue yet, but who knows?
We've seen Grand Blue
yet. The Claret and Hari. Yeah, the Claret and Hari were like, it's not Lured? Oh, yeah, God, that's cool.
I was The moment we saw like the Shadow Paladin cards pop up, but then we saw the top left of the image and it was Claret Sword. Oh, that was so cool to see. Like Claret Sword making it this far in the run. That's amazing. Like got me excited, got you excited.
You know, it's a good card.
Is it? Okay. Card. Fair enough. But like it's just something that's like just not so like heavily represented like Luard would be. Like chances are with something more heavily represented, obviously the chances are higher for us to like see it, right?
Yes. Personally, okay, I'm honestly going to take it a little bit out of the play. I've already mentioned we've seen Link Joker, we've seen Glendios. And more likely, if we see a Link Joker, you're expecting a Messiah type build because Chaos Breaker still exists, but it's kind of fallen off the map a little bit.
Oh, yeah, losing Zinc did not feel good for them.
Exactly. And then Nova Grappler is another one of my favorites. We've seen Victor. I'm honestly excited to see if we're going to see that Cat Butler build we mentioned.
Yeah, exactly.
How cool would that be?
That'd be very cool. Like, not to mention that Cat Butler build, that's got that Stride to Now game plan that I'm so very fond of.
Exactly. And then last deck I want to mention, Tachikaze. Let's bring it over here. We've seen a version of Tachikaze. The version we've seen was what would you even call it?
I would call it very big brain energy. Spino Commando rewrite into Savage Mercenary.
Exactly. It's not your typical Tachikaze deck. You're probably going to see either Gaia or you're going to see V-Clan Collection. What came out?
Spino Driver.
Thank you. We're going to see that as the main Vanguard, and you're going to go into Dogma mostly.
Yeah.
But the fact that we saw that, that's cool.
And honestly, that's really cool. Like being able to showcase all these like different decks to you guys watching, right? Now, normally, because like a lot of discussions on Discord through the groups online, you see a lot of these will be the decks to expect going into a premium, and then obviously nobody wants to watch Grand Blue versus X deck this many times with how many Grand Blue players we have. So it's very awesome that we're able to showcase like these unique matchups, these unique decks that people have brought up, because like definitely give credit to the people who are like self-brewing these decks as well, because these are very unique, they're very creative, but the fact that they're able to like do their game plan so consistently as well as we've been seeing, it's just a treat to watch.
Man, that exactly what you just mentioned, that home brewing. Like until literally today, I didn't even think I've been trying to find, I didn't even cross my mind. Uh oh, I can put the Savage on my Vanguard with this effect. I just needed it. So, like that was the first time I've seen that. I'm like, oh, that is something.
That it was
And
so
then
cool.
another homebrew, or not home, another thing that probably you've been seeing more play, but again, I live in a bubble. I need to really get out more in premium. But you guys showed it to me yesterday, was the whole, hey, I'm gonna run a lot of grade threes in Messiah. I'm gonna run 2 of the Blast Monk, and I'm just gonna start flipping and going and
Oh,
goodbye.
what a treat that was to watch. Unfortunately, in the English format of the game, we're unable to play that many grade threes, but I did see some Link Joker players, and besides the Glendios deck, if there is a Messiah player, and they are playing that grade 2 Blast Monk, and they've got just grade threes out the wazoo, they're playing copies of, like, I don't know, Starvaders, just to have more grade threes, more like Harmonix Messiahs, just all the
I
grade
can
3
see a
names.
freeze ray in there just for defense.
Yeah, you just throw in a freezer in there, and you could like stop a lot of decks as well. I think there's just so much to explore in premium, and like if you're watching this and you haven't tried premium yet, go out and try some. And let's definitely not forget #BRO 2021. Was there a sick moment that you witnessed in your games? Was there something very funny that you and your opponent ended up doing with each other? Share it on Twitter. Let us know. I want to read out some funny tweets.
I just realized something, and it's not going to show in the clan representation at all. I want to see one deck because it got hit hard, but I believe it still has some merit if built right.
Mm-hmm. Tell
And
me
that
about
is
it.
a Cray Elemental.
Ooh.
Like really focusing on the grade 2 and the grade 3 and Cyclone and actually going vanilla. Now you're missing your probably one of the best cards ever made for that deck, Zazan, but it doesn't mean the deck is impossible to run without it.
Mm-hmm. I
And
definitely agree.
Like I said, the reason it's hard to see if it's even in there because of representation is because you don't have a Elemental clan. You have to actually pick a clan for it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's gonna fall under that. But I
Yeah.
would love to have seen that because you have so many. Actually, no, not even so many. Every clan has that vanilla 3K base critical 2 unit.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of, let's run it back all the way back to game 1 when we saw the Angel Feathers deck list with that one copy of Cyclone. That vanilla we saw was just as you said, that grade 2 3K base 2 crit. And then if you're able to get that with that Cyclone face up, and you're able to start restanding it with whatchamacallit, Surgery Angel.
Cyclone? Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you start restanding with Surgery Angel while you have Basacel's Guard Restrict active. Oh, all of a sudden 13k 2 crit. Like normally 13k 2 crit, that's so easy. I'm just gonna give you a 5k to guard. But like we said, guard efficiency with Basacel active, all of a sudden 13k 2 crit, 4 cards or you're taking it.
Something that recently came up on our radar in our group is it's gonna probably be prominent. I really like the deck. I play it myself, and this is more of a standard focus.
Mhm.
Is Barrow Magnus with Desire Devil Goman.
Okay, yeah.
Do you
Tell
know
me
the
about
combo?
this.
Okay. So
I imagine
Goman
it's
is the ride line for Greedon. And
yeah.
his whole shtick is that if he goes to the soul through a Vanguard ability, you can counterblast 1, and for the rest of that turn, not that battle, that turn, your opponent has to guard with 2 more out of hands. And anybody familiar with Barrow Magnus knows that there's about 3 attacks when that happens with a
Yep.
double critical Barrow Magnus, one of them, and then 2 rear guards that are getting 10k more on top of that.
Yeah. Let's actually bring this all the way back into premium now. Like Darker Regulars. We're looking at a lot of NLK Barrel Magnus now. So like we can definitely see that combo you were talking about pop up sometimes. Like, because after you've gone to NLK Barrel Magnus, let's not forget you're looking at some like assassin attacks as well. So instead of just like those 3
NLK.
attacks, right?
NLK does suck rear guards in through its ability. Oh
Exactly.
my god!
Exactly. Like there's a lot of like very cool overdressed cards that are like just very acute interactions that people will never really pick up on until like they actually sit down and do a lot of brewing back at home. And I think that's the beauty of premium.
And I mean, you call it beauty. I agree. It is beautiful. But at the same time, with a big card pool like that, you can't find everything immediately. It's
That
gonna
is
take
very
some
true as
digging.
well.
Not to
Like, I
mention
think,
with the inclusion of
yeah.
every new card from new sets, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and the amount of combos just keeps like it's like a branch effect. You got this one card that can be run in these 4 decks, and then these 4 decks can use it in these 4 ways. It's just like a branch effect.
Yeah. And I think that's really awesome just to talk about, honestly. Just the fact that, like it's like I just want to like bring it all the way back into premium, because right now premium is probably my favorite format. Like, just the fact that I'm able to play the best of like all 3 formats all into one. Like, the few decks that I play, Genesis, OTT, Royals, Angels, Bermuda, all of these, like, they all have like aspects coming from like different formats, and they're all able to bring it into one. And I think that's like what makes premium fun right now, especially with how healthy it is. Like, you see that, like, despite having so much Grand Blue, we even in the top tables, it's not dominated by Grand Blue. You see a lot of different deck varieties as well. And once we get to the top 16, top 8, I wouldn't be surprised if like we had a very diverse top 16.
Agreed. I will be a little bit transparent and honest. Premium lost me a bit. The spark kind of went away. But with the inclusion of the new ban list and what I've been seeing and the new clan collection cards, some of the new stuff, and watching these people play, that spark is slowly igniting. I'm probably going to dust off my Messiah deck and go, we're back.
Okay. And if you do manage to end up building that Messiah deck that we saw, do let me know. I'd be excited to play against it. But I think we're going to hit a short break, let the players get set up, let us moisten our throats as we've been talking for a while, and hopefully we can present some top tier commentary for you coming up soon.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and Team Leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS is, it's still incredibly fun because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
And we are back to hashtag BRO 2021 on Twitter. Give us some tweets. We've got our next round, round 6, loaded up and ready. So without further ado, let's get deck 1.
And that's gonna be... Sorry, I'm not a good singer.
All right, deck 1. We've got Living Proof, everybody's favorite resident Spike Brothers aficionado, playing, who would have guessed it, Spike Brothers.
I'm in love.
This deck is everyone's like well-known Spike Brothers premium deck. This is Hellheart 8 Turbo. Obviously some key pieces to mention here. We've got 4 copies of Jelly Bean, because Jelly Beans can search a copy of any Dudley from your deck, namely the heal trigger. We've got Mecha Trainers, which can, just like Conroe and Kagero, you can Counterblast 1 and retire it to search for any grade 1 or less Spike Brothers, your heal trigger. And once you've amassed all your heal triggers that you need, you just turbo out G Guardians until you get to GB8. Then you look to blow out your opponent with one big turn with Hellheart 8. Now, Hellheart 8, since induction back in the G format, once GB8s were first introduced, has changed quite significantly. As you can see, a lot of these cards here are very V-centric. Besides Jelly Beans, the Dudley Heal, and Mecha Trainer, a lot of these cards are from the V format. Save for Chemist and save for a singleton copy of Dudley Mason. And that might be just the introduction of Rising Nova, a grade 3 which gets you both force markers.
Not to mention, Rising Nova also has the ability to, copy 2 grade 3s on the board. Now, this deck doesn't run many options for that, but doesn't exclude from actually using the ability. Like, if you're going first with this deck and you have the option of copying that 1 grade 3 Juggernaut Maximum, you're just getting more power.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to break down the triggers here. We do see a plethora of draw triggers, because if you weren't quite aware of it, well, Hellheart 8's its main strategy is what I like to call, you just hand cycle attackers onto the force markers and just keep going at your opponent. So getting as much hand as possible, that's the key part here. We've also chosen to run not the Dark States Overtrigger, but once again, we see a Quay Elemental Overtrigger, and we run 4 of the Strike Crits just because it is important for us to strike.
Exactly. We're going to talk about the strikes here in a second. exactly what one of the reasons the Cray Elemental trigger is being picked, because as we've seen the strides, not many of these strides, or technically none of them, can actually restand. So getting that Dark States crit trigger is not getting the most value out of your buck. Being able to give 2 units 100 million, especially in a deck that just cycles new units, the overall merit is there. And the one key card is over there in the bottom left, the actual Hellheart GB8. Oh,
the mainstay of the deck.
This card is just so nutty. I don't got any better word for it.
Now there's a few, there's a few cards in the G zone that I want to highlight here. Mainly the Cray Elementals, actually. Now, Hellheart 8 being a very rearguard centric deck, you want to make sure a lot of your combo pieces stay on the board for the next turn afterwards. Dark Element Dismal. Like, if you haven't resolved your Mecha Trainer yet, being able to protect the Mecha Trainer from any like retire effects mid-battle with Dismal, very good. Or if you have like a front row rearguard, like such as Jug Max even. Jug Max says that at the beginning of your main phase, you can put it into Soul and call a new one out. If you have a Jug Max in the beginning of your opponent's turn, first attack, boom, slap that Dismal on the Jug Max. You're guaranteed to resolve the effect. But not only Dismal, I want to point out Heat Element Marindol. Heat Element Marindol is a Cray Elemental Stride, which flips up a G unit as cost without Counterblast. Most times when you're looking to play against Strike Brothers, you in your head, alarms are going off. I'm playing against Hellheart 8. I need to damage deny. Marindol is just a good way to get that one extra GB active, so that way you're one bit closer to GB8.
Correct. A lot of times I've seen what Spike Brothers players, especially with Hellheart 8, do is one of the reasons you're running the Grade 3 Dudley. One of the reasons you're running so many triggers, you want to see as many, if not all of your heal triggers in the early game as possible. So that in one attack, you just throw all those heals down, flip up all those G units, and by the time you can stride, you're already a GB8.
That's pretty much the gist of it. Let's take a look at the second deck.
Ah, yes. Royal Lover is going to be playing.
This is the weirdest Royal Paladin list I've ever seen.
Man, I saw that joke coming a mile away. Still not prepared.
This is the weirdest Royal Paladin list. Go ahead.
We've been mentioning it the entire day. Grand Blue representation, seeing a Grand Blue deck sooner or later, and lo and behold, we're finally here. First thing I want to immediately mention, it's a Night Rose variant, I guess? We only one copy of Night Rose?
Got the singleton copy of Night Rose, and that's probably for the bad bounty turn on the re-ride. Like, let's not forget that a lot of key pieces, though, in the deck, a lot of the strides are what enable these key pieces. One big thing I want to mention about the deck list we see from Royal Lover here is the lack of Honolly. Honolly is probably the one card that, quotation mark, poses the Hellheart 8 strategy, making your opponent have to counterblast extra for each attack past the 5th. And with how easy it is for Grand Blue to actually toolbox and get whatever they want from the drop zone, not having Honolly might hurt a lot.
I 100% agree. Like, we've seen other deck lists throughout this tournament running those Honollies. They weren't that detrimental in those matchups because either they were shown or the decks weren't doing that many attacks that it was really needed. But this is that one matchup where the tech option of Honolly probably would have helped a lot more here than without it. And we'll just see how the whole game goes with it, because Grand Blue still does what Grand Blue wants. And not to mention, you're fighting Spike Brothers. You don't have to too much worry about any form of disruption like you would against other decks. Like, imagine Grand Blue playing against Murakami. You gotta worry about your binding your drop zone, binding your essentially rear guards, but you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's gonna be very much a hold up. Is Grand Blue running? Yeah, Cannoneer. That's one.
Yeah, we do see the Cannoneer. We do see the Cannoneer. That's good to see.
Like the Cannoneer combo with G guards, when it first popped up, it was like, huh, even Grand Blue has a Denial Griffin.
Where's everyone else's Denial Griffin? Now, exactly. I do want to point out, Royal Lover here. We're playing the full suite 4-1-4-1 Beatrice, Night Rose, Gold Dragon, Night Storm. Now, what Night Storm is basically what Night Storm does. He actually gets you 2 extra attacks because you can swing with a Bone Dragon, then with a Night Storm. Off of Night Storm, you call a Beatrice, calls out another Bone Dragon, and we're off to the races.
I think we've seen more than enough of the main deck. What I really want to see is now the strides. And we know some of the key strides in this deck already. One of which, in my opinion, probably one of the best starting strides, the Big Obadiah. Just being able to prep yourself instantly.
Oh yeah, I love that mustache. Big Obadiah, first stride, you have 1 counterblast open. You're milling 5 cards out of your deck. That is insane trigger compression.
Not to mention, probably Bad Bounty, your main target. And I do love the inclusion of Megiddo.
Yeah, Megiddo. So
sorry, my brain is a little bit fried because for a while there, when Megiddo came out, everybody started calling him Megiddo-chan because of Bermuda. And like, is this the right name?
It sure is. But yeah, so Megiddo in this deck specifically, if after Big Obadiah, if after Bad Bounty, your opponent isn't dead yet, you go into Megiddo, you call four Skull Dragons, they've got to be dead after that. You call 4 Skull Dragons, and then like maybe even on the side you have a Night Storm just to like enable another set of Skull Dragons attacks. Megiddo is a sure kill way to end the turn, end the game even.
Agreed. I do want to see it though. So how about we hop over to the game and see if we even can get to a Megiddo turn, or if Big Bounty and Obadiah are going to be enough or not enough. Who knows? Only the players can decide. Let's look at the match.
Going into Hellheart 8 versus Grand Blue, it looks like the game has already started and Proof is already on grade 2. Now that Chemist that he rode into is only 6k, so having that extra card on the back, we're able to start getting that like damage and now game plan that we want to do as Grand Blue, as Spike Brothers.
He is literally doing that. He is giving no damage. Draw trigger was hit. Immediately power goes to Mecha Trainer. It's a flawless strategy. However, hold up. I need to fixate my eyes. Okay, the crit trigger we saw improves damage zone. That was not the heal trigger, which means we have 1 less heal, or we have heals left in deck. We do not have 1 less heal in deck.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like through riding Rising here, we're able to get that double force marker, the Force 2, Force 1 combination. And with our Counterblast active now, we're going to use Mecha Trainer here to get 1 of our heal triggers. Oh, and 100%. as we like go through, like what if we have another Mecha Trainer in hand? That's another heal trigger. Then the moment our opponent goes into grade 3 and strides, boom, 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 G-Guard, 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 G-Guard. And then Hellheart 8's out. So hopefully we're able to stave off the attacks.
Now we talked about Hellheart 8 and what it does, and that is the full game mechanic of this deck. And that it makes even more sense why put both force markers on the rearguard. That is probably going to be the main rearguard circle you're going to see all the new units come out to and a swing from. And the fact that every single one of them is going to be a double critical K. If the combo happens, it is going to be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. And big shout outs to Acrobat Verdi. We kind of glossed over it during the deck profile review, but Jelly Beans being a grade 3 means that Acrobat Verdi is basically a heal trigger searcher as well.
Agreed.
Now,
and
looks like
there.
Speaking of Jelly Beans, let's go grab our second heal trigger. All right. Now, ideally, the high roll of high rolls here is Living Proof swings and gets 2 heal triggers.
We are currently at GB4, technically. With 2 heal triggers, GB4 is easily achieved. 3 heal triggers can get us to GB6, but we're going first and not being able to at least stride first. Proof is honestly, ideal world, Proof would want to see all 4 heal triggers so he can just throw them all out on 1 attack and go.
Yeah. He gets the strike crit. No, just a strike crit there. And as expected, we're going to put the critical on the rear guard as to not give our opponent that much resources to play with. Amazingly enough, Royal Lover happens to ride into the singleton copy of Night Rose.
And I do agree with what Proof did. Like, yes, you want to damage deny your opponent because you have a combo that's going to just straight up end the game, but you have to still try to get that twin drive. Like 2 cards added to hand is way too much value to pass up for not swinging. Like he could have just not swung, not given Grand Blue any sort of damage, but
For
then
sure,
2
for
minus
sure.
cards in hand.
Ooh, using the Banshee there to just get the free cycle, we're going to go ahead and stride into Big Obadiah. And off of Obadiah's skill, we're going to go ahead and dump our key pieces here. First stride, dump our main pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see a Dancing Cutlass. I see a Night Storm. I see a Skeleton Cannoneer. I see another copy of Bone Dragon. And the last card that we will mill out is, I assume to be, most likely than not, a Beatrice. No, it looks like to be a Nightshade. Greed Shade.
Like I can completely agree with 2 of the cards in there, Cutlass and Cannoneer.
Oh, we're
There we
actually
go.
choosing to go double Cutlass.
Man, Royal Lover is getting ahead of me. I was actually about to mention how 1 Cutlass from the top from deck from 5 cards a deck for Big Obadiah probably meant he had 1 in the hand or something. But the fact that he searched out 2 just tells me, okay, he didn't. This is his insurance to make sure. Okay,
Mhm.
I have that 1 CB my opponent is giving me. Let me
Yep.
actually use it.
And the cute thing here about Cutlass is Royal Lover also runs a singleton copy of Tugging Sleeve Bell, which actually cycles cards bound back to your drop zone. So these 2 Cutlasses, they're going to get extra mileage if we're able to get that bell out here. So we're going to go ahead and use the Cutlass's skill to get the counter charge.
Now, I do want to ask, you seem to have a lot of experience with Grand Blue. And a deck like this, what do you do if that 1 in a million chance happens and your first damage is one of your key pieces, like a Night Rose or something?
Heal. But yeah, no, if that happens, like, I think you just have to like quickly switch tracks onto something else. But obviously, if heal triggers are live and you're able to heal that out into the drop zone, boom, your drop zone, having it in your drop zone again, very good to see. That's also why like we see inclusions of cards such as like the Sea Strolling Banshee, like recently released in Clan Collection. Literally just on place, dump 1. It just increases the consistency of having the key pieces in your drop zone and decreases the chances of seeing them go to damage.
Agreed. Now, your proof here in this situation, you're 3 damage. You see your opponent has a decent sized board. They're swinging with Vanguard. Chances are low, but they can also rip 2 crits and just end the game here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's that heal, but
Looks like no crits came out, but Proof also opted not to G-Guard here. Now, if I was a wary player, imagine I'm being a Royal Lover here. I wonder if there's ever an option where you just pass the turn and not give Proof the chance to G-Guard.
It's a hard question. There's the first G guard, but Proof is gonna have to be really careful. He's only running 3 of the G guards that flip cards,
Mm-hmm.
and that guarantees you about GB6. But right now he's just gotten the GB1, so he's got about 1 more turn ahead of him before he can actually do the Hellheart 8 combo.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to be careful what he's doing right now.
Yeah, so G-Guarding here with Hecaton Gaze. Unfortunately, won't be able to use the flip G-Guards until this next attack, if it even happens, which it does. Royal Lover does opt to swing with the Night Storm here.
I feel like this is an attack you try to guard without a G Guardian. Because once you have 4 G Guardians face up in your G zone, you can't G Guard anymore. Ooh. Because one of
Ditching
the
the
things
heal
about,
there, we are going into that
there
flip
we go.
G-Guard.
I think what
Terrible
Proof might be
Linus.
honestly
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
I think what Proof might actually be trying to do here is if he can get at least 2 more heals by his next turn. Oh no, there's the things I was trying to get to. If he's got 1 more heal, he's set.
Another copy of Linus, and I wonder if we get to see the GB8 turbo on this turn. Is the 3rd heal in hand? It is in hand, and we are entering our turn with GB8. This is Hellheart 8 Turbo. 4 open counterblasts. Do we have enough hand to do it, though?
I was leading up to that, but I guess the man just did it before I could say it. Way to go, Proof.
All right.
So I feel like you're completely correct. Like Royal Lover could have just opted to not swing. And I think we're getting a ruling question right here because yes, whenever the G Guardians hit Guardian Circle, you're
Yes,
flipping cards inside of your G zone, but they don't count in
exactly.
G zone, which means you can keep using the flip Guardians.
Exactly,
It's
and that's why this play is legal, and that's why Hell Heart 8 Turbo is a thing, because of this interaction.
Royal Lover as he's staring down the barrel of the full on. I don't know how I feel about this.
Okay,
Yes, you need
so
more cards in your hand, but now your opponent's at 5 open CB. Oof.
let's go ahead and take a look at what Hell Heart 8 is all about. Now, there is a way that Hell Heart 8's turn off. We do know that the overtrigger should still be live on Royal Lover side of things. So, well-timed overtrigger on like second, third, fourth damage, that might be enough to actually stave off this turn.
You're not wrong. There's 4 damages, and then the second Royal Lover starts doing damage. If he's got a heal trigger, he's also got access to that Cannoneer, which means he can stop one attack from just stop one attack, period.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to really if you have enough cards to guard, if you can stop all of this and triggers and so forth and so forth. Because you got to also think 3 hits end the game.
Yeah, for sure. Now, let's take a look here. So we are checking the drop zone here, and I think Proof was checking the soul actually, and I think Proof was just trying to confirm where the Skeleton Cannoneer was, because a Skeleton Cannoneer does put a hamper in things if we're unable to provide extra rear guards to suck into soul. But yes,
Agreed.
this will be Hell Heart 8. This will be the turn. If you never knew what Hell Heart 8 was all about, keep your eyes peeled, because this is going to be one flurry of attacks.
I'm honestly,
So it looks like, just
it's not
mulling
as
over what we're
simple
doing.
as just it's not as simple as just stride Hell Heart 8 and go. Like Proof really is doing the right thing here, going slow, understanding everything. My opponent is at 1 damage. There's 4 damage buffers. He's got a Cannoneer. He can probably blow up one of my attacks. I got these many cards in hand, and they're specifically these cards. Where do they go? He's calculating every single move, making sure that his opponent can't just disrupt him, and he can actually try to finish the game here. We might
For
be
sure.
looking at final turn.
Yeah, like I would assume so. Like you've got the 5 open counter blast. As long as you're able to like cycle some cards in, basically like Hell Heart 8, it's a number of attacks, how many cards you have in hand. Any draw triggers you get off of the Hell Heart 8 swing as well. Boom, that's another 3 cards, draw triggers, 4, 5, 6 attacks that you're looking at. Let's go ahead and take a look here. So on the board, we see Wonder Boy, who just used its skill to send Jelly Beans back to the bottom of the deck to gain 5k, making it 13 and being able to hit the Vanguard. Then on the other
Sending
column...
Jelly Beans... Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, and on the other column, we have Acrobat Verdi, which just says if a regard is called by an ability, which nothing has happened yet, but it is base 8k on a force marker. So 18k. Call something from an ability, boom, instantly becomes 13.
It's really going to come down to pattern of attacks. Like, I'm happy that the players are actually taking their time to figure this out, because one wrong move can spell a loss, and both of these players are going into this undefeated. I'm taken.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we're just going to let Living Proof here kind of mull his decisions over to figure out which way to attack, because that one branch of interaction through the Skeleton Cannoneer is enough that you have to sit down and figure out properly. Like, you need to go multiple attacks into the future. Your opponent now has GB active. They can go Negro Nora. And then when you do attack, they'll be able to get that counter blast for Skeleton Cannoneer. So we do have to do a lot of pre-planning on Proof side of things to ensure that this Hell Heart 8 turn does become final turn.
Since we have a little bit of time, I actually have a story facing a Hell Heart 8. Now, this was way back at the end of G, before V was ever started at a regionals. So there wasn't quite as optimal, I want to say, as the current deck, because you got multiple cards, more new cards, better shield values, so forth. But I was facing a Hell Heart 8 with the rush mechanic, with what's the grade ones? What's the grade ones called? Frog.
Frog Raider.
help. Yes, thank you. Frog Raider was the key piece there. And I'm staring at it with my Messiah. And I'm like, okay, I didn't even know this was a thing. And I'm staring at the barrel. And thankfully, some of my G guards help locking Frog Raider and all this. But then they go into unlockers with credit elementals and just go back to it. I'm like, yeah, I was not prepared. And I could not survive.
Oh, and it looks like Royal Lover opts to take the first damage here, getting that defensive, which will help a lot. But we'll use our first Hellheart 8 resolution here. One from hand and itself into the soul to pop out a new attacker. This here is Detonate Barrel. Speaking of barrels.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Now,
you have so much soul and it draws a card. This is perfect.
Yeah, speaking of barrels, like once you get the Detonate Barrel on the board, this, if you're on the Royal Lover side, this is where you're looking at. I need to Skeleton Cannoneer this card right now. But we already had the barrel in soul, so we're able to start cycling barrels. Yeah.
This is the card needs to be cannoneered because you don't have any more barrels. And
Gets the defensive over trigger. Gets the defensive over trigger. 100 million to the Vanguard, and with that, I think Hellheart 8 turns it might be over.
Not quite. We haven't seen their over trigger yet.
Okay. Hopefully it does come out.
Exactly. I think this is the moment where Proof needs to play in a way where he's gonna maximize the amount of cards he can get in hand. And more than likely, the first swing that's going to happen is Vanguard to see if he can even get that over trigger. Like, Hellheart 8, correct me if I'm wrong, if he didn't have Detonate Barrel, he would be losing so many cards out of hand. So you can't keep doing it. You can't keep putting yourself at a low hand disadvantage. So right now, change of plans. Let me build my hand back up.
We're going to go ahead and swing with Hellheart 8 here. Hellheart 8 on his attack is going to give the Wonder Boy 10k. Hopefully, we do find the overtrigger to give both 100 million to our rear guards there.
I love
and there it is.
Doing right now.
There it is. There's a Negronora.
Gotta kill that barrel. That's extra draws. Oh? Wait,
actually opting to PG instead.
I'm so confused right now.
Actually opting to PG instead. Fascinating. And it might be because that if you're only able to snipe one of the rear guards, that just is not enough.
Sorry, I'm still very confused. You're at 100 million. He hits the overtrigger. And even at that, even if he hits the overtrigger, he hits 2 more crits to even kill you.
Oh, well, that's why you had to PG.
One crit.
Yeah.
One crit.
I think it's
weird. It's
better to be safer than sorry, though. Better to be safer than sorry. But after that defensive overtrigger, we are passing it back to Royal Lover here, and Royal Lover does have the chance to strike back.
Proof is staring down the barrel. Proof is staring down the barrel now. He's given his opponent CB. He's built his hand back up ever so slightly. I wonder why he didn't opt to... Oh, maybe because he knew the opponent could possibly G-guard and kill barrel.
Well, at the same time, like, there was no point, right? Because you still... do we have a barrel in soul to even draw a card back? Maybe you don't draw. Maybe you don't draw because in the off, very, 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 very slight chance that top card on your deck is the overtrigger. That's not a card you want to draw. Especially going into this last turn. We know that most of the heals are out. Your deck is not very thin because you haven't been doing too much cycling, except outside of Hellheart 8 turn. And then, now that we're in Beatrice, we're going to use Beatrice's skill on place to Soul Blast 1, call the Coulambard. Let's not forget, all of these effects are on place, so we're still resolving on place effects. And then we still have a strike to go back into.
Exactly. This is technically the right phase.
Yeah. Off of Coulambard, it looks like we are deciding to call a Skull Dragon here. 2 counterblasts left open. Paying cost for Stride.
Yep. From the look of the deck field, and oh, hello. I was
Ballad Arena. Oh.
What do you do again?
Ballad Arena has the effect to retire opponent's guardians.
All right.
So yeah,
I
go
gotta
ahead.
give Royal Lover extreme props right now because he could have gone into any other stride. They could have honestly been, good strides. Like you have the ship, you have the Night Sorry, you could have honestly even gone Megiddo. You have more than E before. I love this because the amount of cards in hand Proof has, the more things you can kill on the Guardian Circle, the more cards he has to waste to guard. And his hand is already small. You're just basically guaranteeing that either you kill them or they have no resources to start their next turn.
Yeah, we're looking to go for a sure kill here. Actually calling over the Negro Bone with the Heal Guardian to try and call anything we want. And it looks like we'll be choosing to call the Night Storm for some multi-attack combos here. And let's take a look at Royal Lover's hand there. It is very large. Like the moment a Guardian comes down, boom, I'm gonna throw a card away, and you're gonna get rid of that Guardian. Get out of my face. And it looks like it's a no guard from Proof's side.
He's hoping. He's really hoping for that heal trigger. Or heal trigger. A heal, because he did put some of them back, or that over trigger. He's really hoping.
Unfortunately,
Sadly,
not
we're
an
not
over
gonna see-
trigger. That will be game
Man.
2 Royal Lover.
I gotta say, I am sad that we didn't see the full potential of Hellheart 8. Granted, if we did see the full potential of Hellheart 8, Proof might have just outright won it just because of the extremeness of that combo. But that overtrigger, we talked about it, how if we see it, it basically just ends the turn. And that's just something you have to risk with playing Hellheart 8.
For sure, especially with the way that Proof plays it, as well. Not to discredit it or anything. Like the way Proof plays it, it's proper. You deny damage from your opponent because you don't want them to do anything while you're still getting ready to set up. Because you need a lot of G guards to set up. You need your own counterblast. You need mecha trainers. You need jelly beans to set up. So you don't want your opponent to really aggress you while you're doing so. So you keep them at low damage. However, the moment you go into Hellheart 8, you're giving them so many chances to get those defensive triggers.
See, back in the day, or at least the Hellheart 8 I faced, Frog Raider was, the way to go because just keep bumping him up with power and then restanding him, and that would solve your defensive trigger problems. But with this version of the deck, you have Rising Nova. You have that 10k and a critical on top of him, and that 10k is helping, but you need more power. The critical on top of that, this is my philosophy with Spy Brothers, especially in V era, or primarily in V era, and that is the fact that ever since we got Spike, I can't remember the name, the one that moves markers.
Rage Spike Heat Bowl, something along those lines.
Something along those lines. Whenever we had him, and we could move force markers around, Spy Brothers turned into a deck where you can only take about 3, maybe 4 attacks in the entire game before you're dead. Think about that. You have 6 damage. Usually that means, 6 hits and you're dead. And then Spy Brothers comes along with double critical force markers, moving them around and saying, yeah, I can kill you with 3 hits. Which means 3 times I hit, the game's over. That just forces you to guard a lot. And with the Hellheart 8 combo, it's the same thing. Like you're guaranteed a many attacks, and just 2 of them in that game needed a hit, and the game would have been over.
Yeah, like you said, the moment 3 of those attacks hit, boom, game over. So Royal Paladin did play to his out. Royal Lover played to their out. The way to live Hellheart 8 was to bank on those defensives, bank on that defensive overtrigger. When your opponent swings with Vanguard, throw down the PG.
Bull Spike.
Bull Spike. But yeah, exactly. Play to the out. Hellheart 8's coming. How do I live this turn? I have to no guard and I have to go to the defensive. No guard. You just sit back. There's no point in throwing cards down to guard if eventually you're just going to have to take everything else, right?
I do want to. You bring up something that I've been always thinking, and I think we've seen it in one instance, either in this game or I've seen it while watching the European scene before this one, and that is calculation in the sense of if you know what your opponent's capable of, if you see the numbers on the board and you know exactly how attacks are coming, how they are and potentially can be due to either triggers or other effects, you can kind of calculate and look at your hand and go, all right, I can guard this turn, or all right, I cannot guard this turn. And I've seen, not to discredit any players that do this, like it's either a experience thing or it's just a math thing or whatever it is. It's one of those things like, all right, my opponent can attack this many times with those numbers. I have this cards in hand. I cannot guard everything. I cannot. I will lose. I'm at 5 damage. Why? I've seen too many players guard and then like the second to last or the third to last attack, not guard and hope for heals. And in my head, I'm like, you've done the math. You see you have no chance of actually properly guarding this. And if you're already hoping on a heal, why not take it on the first one? Why not take it on that first damage? Now, granted, there's also situational. Like if the first one's a poke and then there's a 60 something, one heal trigger is not going to save you. But if you see the calculations and you know, then you can also figure out at one moment, I need to hit a heal. And for example, I've seen players, okay, there's 3 22k attackers. Spotting numbers here. One heal is going to stop all of them. There's no Vanguard swing.
Yeah.
Why would I guard the first 2, or why do I guard the first one and then take the second one and I hit a heal and now I don't have to worry about the third one? I could just, if I'm already see I'm not going to be able to guard, take the first one, hit a heal. I save cards in hand. And 2 more. Attacks don't hit me. It's just one of those things, like, I think it comes out of experience.
Yeah, it's definitely a very experienced thing. Like being able to just like mentally see the attack pattern on your opponent's board, what number you'll be dealing with, being able to pre-calculate the guard, even like taking triggers into account. If you know that like at the utmost or like at the bottom most, if your opponent didn't even get any triggers, you're looking at, oh, I don't have any cards to guard. I have to play for that 6 damage heal. I have to play with the 6 damage heal. We need to like be able to recognize this the moment we see that board, or like when we're given that first opportunity to guard. Because like, let's say that I put this in an example like of in a video like a long time ago for Yellow Card Cram School, but your opponent goes, you guard, and then at the last attack, I have no cards left in hand. Oh, no guard. But you also get the 6 damage heal trigger. Going back into your turn now, what can you do? You have no more cards in hand, you have no more pieces, you drew for turn, still nothing to guard with, still nothing to play. In the end, all you really did was delay your loss, whereas if you were able to recognize that you need the 6 heal trigger a bit earlier, you would have been able to save a lot of hands, you'd be able to have a stronger crackback.
That comes with experience, so play more Vanguard, gain that experience, and don't forget, have fun along the way. Now, speaking of experience, I don't know what kind of segue that is, but let's look at the standings. That's what I want to leave. Let's just look at the standings. All right. We're slowly starting to whittle down our people that are undefeated. And now we only have 3 left. Royal Lover that we just watched. Man, I already forgot. What was it?
Doctor.
Thank you.
We'll call him Doctor.
Exactly. And then Suo, leading the charge. Now, another couple of more familiar names. Man, I can't speak. Dub88. We got Dark the GC player, Notorious Steve, Kuroneko, and of course we just saw him living proof. Thankfully, this was his first loss, so he's still holding to that top 8. And then 9-16 is where stuff might actually change.
All right, let's take a look at the next top 8.
Maybe, please.
Oh, that's a name that everyone here knows. Maxime Solemn. Maxime Solemn sneaking his way into top 16 here at 9th. At 10th, we have
exactly
K.
what I was talking about. We can change this immediately.
Very quickly change, like Maxime Solemn being able to slide in there. At 11, we have Megatrick. Oh, Megatrick, that's a familiar name. I wonder if they're playing Pale Moon. 12, once again, Noided 3124. 13, and the Derek Dow, also repping Pale Moon. 14, Plague of Cute. 15, Zio. And 16, Sora Heart. So just like you said,
not seeing Jason anymore.
Oh, you don't see Jason anymore as well. Oh, I was really hoping.
His name has been.
Yeah, I was hoping to cast an Aquaforce game. Yeah, I really wanted to see Aquaforce. I wanted to make a quip about Pursuit Assault, how badly we needed it in the English format. Hopefully, we still managed to get to play the game.
Exactly. Like this is a good example showing how easily people can just move up and move down. We're still in, this was round 6.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
loss, 0 losses, doesn't matter. Like, there's still about 2 rounds left. If you're a 1 loss, you can now lose both, and now you're 6-3. Or sorry, my math is wrong. 5-3. There we go. Math major people. Hi. Anyway, 5-3, and that immediately bumps you down all the way under top 16. Maybe if your opponent average is good, you might squeeze into the 16, but still. And then people that are currently somewhere in the 5-1 range that are down there, they can easily shot up.
Yeah, for sure.
Or people that are 4-2 right now, if they go undefeated, they can easily come into the top 8.
Yeah. So if you're X2 right now, don't fret. There's still that opportunity that you can slide into the top 16. Play for that out. If your out to getting top 16 is to go undefeated, play for that out.
Oh, sorry. My throat's killing me. I think I need to tag in. Or tag out. Wait.
All right.
In or out?
Let's go ahead and give Philip a break then.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and Team Leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCSs, it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to, at home or just in general, just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster pack and bands of intertwined stars coming soon! Bushiroad!
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle, so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time.
And we are back once again, ready to get started with round 7. I'm rejoined by my co-host, Peter. Peter, what did you think about the last game?
Whew. That was a close one. I mean, like, if it weren't for that overtrigger, Living Proof would have probably won that. And I know personally that Royal Lover is not a fan of overtriggers, but it seems like it saved him, so...
It did seem like it saved him, saving that precious 0 in that loss column there.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think is going to come up now that we're like into round 7 now? We've really like thinned out, we've really like herded the cold the herd. What do you expect to see in maybe our next round?
I mean, we do know that Royal Lover is still undefeated at 6-0. We know that PhD, Doctor, whatever it is undefeated. And we know Suo is undefeated, correct?
Correct. I'm hoping that PhD or Doctor is either playing Great Nature or Angel Feathers to like match the name is all I'm hoping for. That'd be very cool.
Yeah.
But I
Great
do
Nature.
hear that player 2 actually has their deck list ready. So let's go ahead and quickly review that before we get into the next game.
All right, let's get into it. Woo!
And blessed be, I get to watch Aqua Force. And, Naval Gazer. Oh, we're seeing a lot of old names here.
Okay,
I see
so
go
not
ahead,
your
Peter.
favorite build. Not your
my
favorite build.
Not Tapas.
But this is a combo that Philip and I were talking about earlier in the stream of the Bubble Edge Spiritual Body Condensation. So that's one where, for those who don't know, you put Bubble Edge Draco Kid into the soul, give Tidal Assault or whatever restanding grade 2 or even grade 3 technically that you want, the ability of when it attacks, if it's a specific battle of the turn or more, draw a card, and then use Spiritual Body Condensation, spit back out the Bubble Edge Draco Kid, do it again, and you draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of draw. That's 2 cards on every restanding attack. At base, that's already 4. Like, let's say you have a Stride that also restands that card as well. You're drawing 6 cards off of that 1 card. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
and there are some combos as well that like do not include everything that's being run here. But for example, if you were to run Alexandros or Lambros, and then in addition to the one battle siren that restands the thing it boosts, then you would be able to draw 8 cards too.
Yeah, that's crazy actually. Like even before GB, because let's mention that Bubble Edge Draco Kid is not Generation Break restricted, and neither is Spiritual Body Condensation. So you're able to, like, on your Naval Gazer turn, boom, you're getting Naval Gazer restands 1, Tidal Assault restands itself, that's 6 draws. Pre-GB, that's crazy. You're able to get into those, like, heals that you need for G-Guardians, and then you can go into a high-powered Alexandros turn. This is a very unique deck, and I'm very interested into what it could bring.
Oh, and there is one more part of the combo too that I did not even notice. There is a Generation Break locked extension that they do include. Right, you see that other grade 0 they're running?
Yes, I do. Andre.
Yes. It lets you then give Tidal Assault or whatever you want the ability to stand a second time on its own. And whew, and well, it also gets a power bonus. So you do get a lot of draws, a lot of attacks. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, so in my eyes then, after farming up so much hand, I wonder if Bala and Arena is the win con here. If you're just able to like overpower your opponent's like hand with your own hand, like match hand for hand, like every time your opponent guards, you're just like, no. I wonder if that's the win con. Let's take a look into the G zone and figure it out. So we do see a standard Aquaforce stride pool here. We see 2 Gembols, we see 2 of the Welios, we see 2 Alexandros, 2 Lambros, and 1 of each of the quotation mark ultimate strides in Ballerina and Megiddo.
And this is an interesting one. So we did also see, I forget that dragon's name, the grade 3 that gets power every single time something else attacks.
Are you talking about Riptide Dragon, the one that gains power
Riptide.
on 4th attack?
Yes, Riptide. Doesn't it gain power on every time that something else attacks on the 4th battle or more?
Nope, just on attack gains 20k, looks like.
Oh, okay. I feel like there was one card that does gain power in Aquaforce, though, every single time that something...
Yes, I think you're talking about, like, I believe it is a grade 1 that just says, for the 4th and greater battle that your rearguard attack, this gains 5k. Does that ring a bell at all?
Yes. Yes. That's the one I'm thinking of. Because if they ran that one, too, in the combo, just, ride Naval Gazer, get the combo done, and then that thing's huge. And if you're on Bala and Arena, then that makes it so that that huge card, they either have to have a perfect card or you could just keep discarding, just like we talked about earlier. Of like, I see the gameplay and it's pretty cool.
Indeed. And if you actually want to run back to the main deck list as well, I see a lot of cute cards because I noticed that in K's G Zone, we don't see Dismal. And Dismal is, in my opinion, one of the more important pieces for the Aquaforce. Being so rearguard centric, we do want to be able to protect our rearguards. However, in the overdress, we did manage to get a very, very interesting grade 1 in Maiden of Deep Impression Ursula, which has the second effect. Your unit in front of this unit cannot be chosen by your opponent's effects. So if you're able to pop that Tidal Assault in front of Ursula, boom, that unit is now resist.
You get to say no. I don't want any chicken, actually, and I mean, that's pretty good.
Flipping back to the G Zone here that I want to talk about. Me myself being an Aquaforce aficionado, I have a lot that I can talk about this deck while we get the other deck ready here. So one of the big strides is Gembol Dragon. Gembol Dragon is a house of a card. There's so much card advantage packed into one card that, like, you never really think about it until you experience it yourself. For those unaware, the main thing is that he has 2 abilities that all plus you. On placement, you check the top 7 of your deck and call 2 rearguards as rested to rear circle. Then on attack, you counterblast 1. You flip a G unit on the you flip a G unit in your G zone face up. Then for every 2 of your rearguards rested, you can draw a card and retire 1. Then if you drew 3 cards, which is to say if you had 6 rested rearguards, which in Aquaforce, not too hard, you do make that extra axle circle for that 6th rearguard, you can then stand 2 more rearguards for an extra set of attacks. Now, all in all, what this reads to is on stride, +2 to board. On attack, draw 3, retire 3, stand 2. All of this in one package that only costs 1 counterblast. Gembol Dragon is a force to be reckoned with.
For sure. And I mean, also, it scales very well. The longer the game goes on, the more re-rides you get to do. It can sometimes do draw 4, retire 4, which is a near board wipe.
For sure, a near board wipe. But let's not forget that Aquaforce, I like to call it Draw Aquaforce because of how hard it draws, like especially with like the Bubble Kid combo. especially with the Bubble Kid combo, especially with like Gamble Dragon. Then you've got like all the rear guards that pop themselves into Soul to draw as well, namely Coral Assault. You're drawing a lot, and unfortunately, this deck does not have any way of refilling their deck. Like this clan does not have any way of refilling their deck. So although that you scale very well into the late game, you scale well in cards, but you don't scale well in power. So you are on a timer to win the game before that happens.
Yeah, and that's one of the scariest things though about using this deck. Like just like you mentioned, like you're on a timer. Sometimes, like if your opponent hits an overtrigger or like just enough defensive triggers, because most of your attacks are not hitting for very high. Sometimes you're just in bad luck. Like if you start your draws like early and then they heal guard and you can't hit over, that's unfortunate. And if you, for example, then on a Genbold turn, because then you're drawing a lot of cards anyways, and you're taking cards out through the on place as well. You do also take more cards out if they defensive trigger that as well. That's sort of like the weakness Aquaforce has had though. Like outside of Alexandros, a lot of the time a defensive trigger can really hurt you.
And it's a good thing you mentioned defensive triggers, because if that is your biggest fear, fear not, because Valios Revive is here. Valios Revive does have the effect that once you've started flipping up some G zones, you're able to lock your opponent at 11k. Now, 11k is a very significant number because this actually makes your older cards viable attackers. We're not locking them to like 12k, so we match like Axel to Axel. We're locking them to 11k, so like stuff like Tidal Assault boosted by that at 2k from Andre, that makes a big difference. And being able to negate damage triggers, if you're able to catch your opponent off guard with like low cards in hand, but they have, let's say they guarded heavily in the early game to like prevent, so that they build up a buffer to get damage triggers, then you go boom, Valios Evolve, I'm going to power lock you at 11, and you do have 4 damage checks where you can get a damage trigger, but I'm denying all of that. I'm still hitting you, everything here hits. What are you going to do about it?
Cry.
Now,
that's what you're going to do about it.
That's what you can do about it. Speaking of cry, let's see who K will be playing against. Boom.
And it will be against Sora Hart, who is also, this is our second Grand Blue of the stream, and this one is, let's see here, pretty close to like a traditional build. A few techs here, 4 copies of both Dolph and Sea Strolling Banshee, so they have 8 good ride targets. Sea Strolling Banshee, you can just get whatever you want, and if you get that and Columbard, you could, in theory, instead of going for just the regular Storm Ride Ghost Ship, you could search for Greed Shade if you don't already have it, then get the grade 3 you want from the first search.
Exactly, what do you think exactly. This is more in tune with like what I imagine Grand Blue to be. We've got like the more focused on Night Road rather than Beatrice, and just having like Beatrice as like a rear guard option, but like your main Vanguard is Night Rose. 4 copies of the Sea Strolling Banshee, because I do love selective mill. Just being able to selectively thin your deck is so strong. Then you combine this, like you said, the 1 mil from Sea Strolling, the 1 mil from Coolambar, the 5 mils from Big Obadiah. That amounts to a lot of compression.
It really helps out a lot. And I mean, you can then just turn, like, because of cards like Greed Shade, cards like Beatrice, you can make it so that you can either call or just add to hand whatever you want. Say you think you're about to go against a deck that you want to have a Heal Guardian against. Turn 1, ride Sea Strolling Banshee, search for Heal Guardian. Turn 2, Columbard, call Greed Shade, just bring the Heal Guardian to your hand, and you are now set. That's pretty good.
Let's take a look at what Sora Hart plans to play in their G zone here. Oops. All right, pretty standard again. Now, a very cool inclusion that we didn't see in the previous Grand Blue deck is the GB8, another boat.
Yes, this one is great for if, for example, you're about to do a push turn and then you get hit, and then the opponent over triggers. Just go GB8 next time. Like, say you're about to go for a bad bounty push turn, which we didn't get to see last time. Hopefully we do this time, because I mean it's a really cool turn. You get a lot of attacks, and you can do a lot of stuff. But you could just like, if they, for example, overtrigger early on, you can just then go GB8, go from one boat to a different boat, and then you can do pretty nice combos, and it helps out with things like Night Storm, which normally hits for very tiny, being able to then make it go for huge numbers.
Yeah, and what I do love the inclusion of that I never got to mention the last time is we all love Big Obadiah. We all love his big mustache. We love his ability to dump 5 and selectively call 2 for every face-up. But let's not forget about Little Obadiah as well, where Big Obadiah and also Bad Bounty need a counterblast. Obadiah is free. You don't need any counterblast at all.
Yep, it's perfect for if you're getting damage denied. And I've had to do that several times.
Exactly. And then let's also highlight the G-Guard that we see here, Negro Lily. Negro Lily in conjunction with calling Beatrice from the drop zone to call out the Skeleton Cannoneer. That's our pseudo Denial Griffin. Cannot forget that.
Yep, but enough about what we could see. Let's go into the game because these players are ready. And I mean, they're raring to go. Let's see these combos, these decks in action.
All right, on the left-hand side of the screen, we do see Sora Hart piloting Grand Blue with the beautiful Venus Nuclear sleeves. And on the right, we do have Kay piloting Aquaforce with the Megalanica sleeves. I do respect the drip. What's your initial first impressions on this matchup right now?
I think that Grand Blue might have a bit of an edge here because it's a pretty fast deck as well. It's able to get like a pretty good aggression early on with things like searching up for Storm Ride Ghost Ship if you feel like it. But there's also like Aquaforce is also a deck that really likes their aggression. But this is actually an exact matchup of giving an example that because they didn't get the Sea Strolling Banshee, we actually won't see that.
The selective mill, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that they got neither Dolph the Ghosty nor Sea Strolling Banshee because both of those, like, that's 8 copies of things you want to ride, and none of them showed up.
We do get the defensive draw trigger, which we do love to see. Not only does this give us a bonus draw for a turn, but now that we are on Wheel Assault, when we ride over Wheel Assault, that's another draw. Very, very, very quick way to start gathering some hand advantage here. Kay is just mulling over what to ride over the Wheel Assault, and we do decide on, it looks like a Tidal Assault, I believe? A bit dark, but I do think it is a Tidal Assault.
And the original version, not the V version.
And calls down a Mystery Debend card. It looks like a Riptide Dragon.
Oh yeah, it is.
I'm struggling very hard to figure out what it is. Riptide Dragon, also a 1-of in their deck. And it looks like we also call another copy of Tidal Assault there, looking to bring on the pressure. Tidal Assault, Wheel Assault, Tidal Assault, Bubble Kid, and the Riptide Dragon. We are able to get the 4 attacks needed for Riptide Dragon's effect. And let's not forget, we also slammed a Coral Assault in the back there, so we're looking to put on the pressure here. First attack comes from a Tidal Assault here. Drive trigger, drive check, no trigger. 1 damage to the opponent. But we do get that defensive. That defensive is so key in like fending off these attacks here.
Yeah,
regardless, we still swing with the Tidal Assault. Then with Wheel Assault here, we're going to go ahead and move over to Coral Assault. Coral Assault does get the 15k boost because of the 4 other arrested units that we see. It looks like
and then
Sora is just opting to guard.
Yeah, Riptide's going to be big too, so I mean, that's always nice. And wow, Sora Heart's at 2 damage now. Like, even with a defensive trigger, that's still good for Aquaforce being able to get more damage early game. Because usually that's they hit a defensive on me. I guess I just end my turn. But no, they are, 3 damage off of a defensive turn. That's good.
That's a very good turn coming from Kay, especially being able to resolve that Coral Assault to refund a card back in hand as well. Let's not also forget to mention that through the use of Wheel Assault skill, we were able to switch the Tidal Assault back to the rear guard, to the back row, actually, keeping it for next turn as well.
Yes, that's very true. They had to ride. Is that Storm Ride Ghost Ship they had to ride?
That does look like Storm Ride Ghost Ship, and they are using Greed Shade to filter and picking up that grade 1 PG.
Okay, I think I see what they're trying to do as well. So they rode the Storm Ride Ghost Ship, And I bet they have Beatrice in their hand so that they can Soul Blast one on ride to then
We
call it
get
back out.
another draw defensive.
Oh,
Love to see it. And that
and
makes
this-
like
come on.
nothing's able to hit because the Riptide is 12k on the rear guard.
Yep. So much value because, like, this is now, like, they're already drawing 2 cards just for taking damage, and they haven't even started doing their actual draw combos.
Exactly. All right. Oh, opting not to ride, going to go ahead and use Spiritual Body Condensation to call out the Coral Assault again and give it 5k?
Yep.
Oh, we're just looking to aggress our opponent to all ends here. Started
For
with
sure.
the Vanguard swing first.
Yep, this is 14. Grade 2 gaming is definitely something Aquaforce tries to do, for sure, because, I mean, why not? You've got good grade 2s that work before grade 3. No way!
1-2 pass, and they get the draw trigger to do an extra damage. 4th damage, no defensives. We still have more attacks here.
This man
Going
is
Tidal
gaming.
Assault to Vanguard.
Man is gaming so hard right now. Sora Heart's going to have to do so much just to get back some of that momentum.
Boosting with the Wheel Assault here, with the Coral Assault, plus the 5k from the Spiritual Body Condensation. This attack is huge, and let's not forget about the Riptide Dragon in the back that we see there. Moving the Riptide up and swinging with 32.
Wow, and I think they might have to just take this one too, because... Oh, wow. Perfect
Choosing
guarding.
to PG. Choosing to PG. K out here is putting on the pressure. Doing like the OG Aquaforce, just going wham, face, face, face.
That was such a strong turn. Oh my. And, I mean, they got to draw another card because of Coral Assault. So, I mean, they got good value out of that.
Let's not forget as well that though K was calling everything down to board, the fact that nothing got removed means that like K is like at a high tempo value right now. And unless Sora is able to do some like very strong board removal, that's just so much plus to board that K is able to get.
Yes, this is the play that they wanted to do for sure. They get to call out Beatrice and Stormride Ghost Ship. This is a good tempo play right here, actually, because they get to draw 2 cards this turn alone. And that's not including if they had any copies of Ripple Banshee, which I don't think they run. But that is an option. And because of Night Rose making everything retire after it attacks, that means you get to retire Beatrice, and then during the column call out Night Rose, or call out Beatrice again, and use that to call out Stormride Ghost Ship again. So 5 attacks just on grade 3, which is pretty strong.
It looked like K actually drew the over trigger there and used it to guard the Ghost Ship attack. So that's one over trigger random factor that we don't have to worry about coming from that side of the playmats. But off of Night Rose's skill here, it looks like we're going to call another copy of the ship as well as the Beatrice to get one more call out here. It's going to be a copy of Greed Shade.
That's smart. I like it. Discarding the 2, and yeah, that's the mill. They get to put whatever they want back into hand, and yep, perfect.
Going to be that heal trigger to set up some heal Guardians and G Guardian plays. No guard from MMK side. That heal trigger is very much welcome. I'm very happy to see that. Double heal trigger!
Wow. That was huge, because not only is it now even damage and soon to be a lead for Sora Heart, but that means that they also get so much pressure going on here. Plus 10,000 both to the Stormride Ghost Ship and to the Greed Shade? That's so dangerous.
Right. The ship's going to attack here. Use its skill to gain that extra 15k. Like, this is even before the heal trigger power there. Looks like they're talking about some power things there, but we're looking at, like, this is at least 29-39 to Vanguard. Then we've got Greed Shade again on the side.
And that would be 29, because I think they do have more than at least 10 in drop zone. If not, then it's just 14 or 24.
Like, don't forget to mention that that's one draw sentinel off the drive check, 2 draw sentinels off the damage check.
Yes.
And against cards like Skull Dragon, you need those. You need those. And it looks like that is the end of Sora Heart's turn on Night Rose, and we should be passing it back over to Kay soon.
Oh my, look at that drop zone. It's so big. And it's only the third turn.
We haven't even gone into Obadiah yet, and it's that big.
Yeah, honestly, the play here, if they have another Night Rose, it might just be to go for Bad Bounty and use, like, if they have a Columbard, search out for Night Storm.
Yeah.
That might be the play.
Choosing to ride into the Naval Gazer Dragon here, we're going to go ahead and get our Axel marker. Choosing to go with the Axel 2. Go ahead and pick up a card here. And then using Diamantes as stride cost, we are going to go probably into the Gamble Dragon.
I would be surprised if they didn't go into it.
That looks like it. Yeah, I definitely see that big blue anchor. And off of Gambold's skill, we're going to go ahead and check the top 7 of our deck and call any 2 as rested. Now, off of these 2, I think the best ones to call are probably Coral Assault that you can restand and attack it with so that it draws back. Even the Premium Collection crits are also great cards to draw as well. Great cards to call as well, because they will, on swing, go ahead and suck themselves into the soul for an extra draw. And I do think that was the Coral Assault. A bit hard to see due to the glare, but a Coral Assault and a Tidal Assault is what was called off of Gambold's skill. Go ahead and shuffle that deck back up, and we do need 1 more card to call in order to get that 6 rearguard condition. Now, that being said, you're hoping that Sora does not randomly interrupt your turn by throwing down that G-Guard Beatrice play to turn your 6 to a 5, which actually does make a big difference, since that does stop you from actually restanding rearguards.
That's true. Also, because they have 2 G-Guards, that means that, well, they can also set up for a huge Big Obadiah turn where they can guarantee calling a full board off of that, which is really big.
Looks like we're going to use another copy of Spiritual Body Condensation. What will we be calling? I would assume another copy of Coral Assault and Soul Blast and Coral Assault, and from the drop zone we get...
I wouldn't be surprised if it's another Coral Assault.
I think it's Coral Assault. What surprises me is that I wondered if there was a world where we should have used the bubble Draco Kid.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Now
Probably
we
on
use
the
a bubble.
Tidal Assault.
Okay, putting on the Coral Assault instead. So now that Coral Assault has a very large target on its head that says, hey, Skeleton Cannoneer, shoot me. Because go ahead.
Skeleton Cannoneer is GB1, so that means you have to have G-Guarded beforehand in order to use that skill.
So we will have to G-Guard first and then go into Skeleton Cannoneer. Okay. Using Andre, so that was Andre that we saw there. So now I believe our Coral Assault has multiple restands on it, and that does look like the premium crits that does go back into the soul to draw yourself 1. It looks like we're going to go ahead and go straight into attack phase here. Our first attack looks to be starting with Gambold first, actually.
So not even... Oh, okay, I see the reason why they're doing this. They don't get to draw 4, they only get to draw 2. So they don't get to do any restands either.
They do get the 1 restand off of Andre.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And then Andre's going to make it so that Coral Assault can attack, so that it's attacking 4 times for the turn, which is nice, because that means that you will get the draw from Bubble Edge, and you get to also hit the 4 attacks minimum that is required of Coral Assault to be able to send it to Soul and draw a card.
1, 2, 3...
And another Coral Assault now in hand.
Attacking with
that was
Assault
Tidal.
here. Okay, so that attack whiffs, going to just up our wave count here, it looks like. And then afterwards, we're going to go ahead and swing with the Coral Assault. We do have 4 other tapped units now, so this does gain the 15, but this does beckon the G-Guard from Sora's side of the things. First G-Guard will be typically, do you believe it is just like the Ghost Ship G-Guard to mill 3?
Yes, Deep Corpse Dragon. Ooh, and that was really good. They got a Negro Bone off of that. That was
a very good mill.
Cool.
And let's not forget now that even though this will have the draw off of the Bubble Kid, it won't... I don't believe it has the opportunity to restand again. So there might not even be a reason to really call the Skeleton Cannoneer here. I don't see any other ways that it can restand.
Honestly, taking it might be worth it because
Open up your counter blast, allow for more aggressive turn going into your next turn here.
Yeah, and not only that, you also then because right now, if they big Obadiah next, they are just gonna G guard again. Oh, Negro Nora. Okay, so they're gonna just use Negro Nora's skill, probably spit something out of Soul. I don't know because they might need the Soul later for a Beatrice play.
Looks like they're just looking to turbo their GB, maybe go into a very, very large big Obadiah turn here.
Or they might go into Roseate because Roseate, while not searching, does get a crit and gives +5 to something for each. Gets to give a +5 for each Night Rose card that's in the drop zone.
Speaking of heal triggers, we've been seeing a lot of heal triggers on Sora's side of things, being able to recycle them with Greed Shade, using them for G guards. Now Sora is also using it to stride. And the stride of choice will be, I predict it to be, it is actually Bad Bounty Ship.
I feel like taking that attack would have been worth it then, because then they could have more attacks. Because Bad Bounty, every single time you have a counterblast, that's another 2 attacks. Because you can use Nightstorm to call a Beatrice, which calls a Skull Dragon, and that's pretty threatening.
I am privy to agree with you here, because we're using 1 counterblast on the Coolanbard here, which ideally should be calling a Skull Dragon, as I think that we're trying to at least push to 5, if not game.
Yeah, because they can get 6 attacks here. No, not even 6 attacks. They can get. Yes, they can get 6 attacks here because right now they can do Vanguard. Well, Bad Bounty attack, rear guard. If they can get 2 Skull Dragons out, then it'll be 4 Skull Dragon attacks and 2 Vanguard attacks.
So, still contemplating on what to use on Coolanbard's skill here. Actually going to go for the Ghosty here, and I do believe that this Ghosty has the ability to jump down into a grade 1 and countercharge 1.
Oh, okay. So now they actually can do something here where they can actually get more attacks because of that. Because then they can do with Night Rose's skill to call out a copy of a Nightstorm and a Skull Dragon. Well, call out Nightstorm and Beatrice, or Skull Dragon and Beatrice, and call out Nightstorm, and then be able to get a huge turn there. Which this might be 8 attacks actually.
For sure. And out of K side, looks like we get our first G guard here. I wonder if it's going to be Johannes. It is going to be Johannes. We're going to go ahead and flip a copy of Galphilia because that is Johannes' best partner. Go ahead and choose all of our units and give them resist and the ability that they can't be touched for the turn even. Honestly, one of my favorite G guards in the entire game. Just having played rearguard centric decks, being able to give everything resist is so important sometimes.
Yeah, it's really good. And yeah, this is definitely enough to survive it. Oh,
we do see a crit here, giving it all to Jesse, it looks like. We do see another crit.
Just that's the right play.
Is that
no
triple?
Way. Oh,
triple
baby, a
crit.
triple.
Oh, baby, I love anime. All right. So, triple crit. Hopefully, K has some more heals in hand or heals on the top of their deck to try and G-guard or try and heal out of lethal. Now we're going to go ahead and use Big Bad Bounties effect here. Going to rewrite into, most likely than not, a copy of Beatrice from the drop. They could go Night Rose still.
Yes, because they get to countercharge. So they will get 6 attacks this turn instead of 8 because they weren't able to countercharge off of Cutlass earlier. Oh wait, I don't think they run Cutlass. So
we're going to go ahead and swing with Jesse here, gaining that extra 5k off of Night Rose's skill. Let's not forget that Jesse can jump down into the grade 1, but you don't have to become the grade 1 to get the countercharge. So we're just going to go ahead and retire for the countercharge here.
Yeah, honestly, it's worth it to just get the countercharge. If they do have the grade 1, though, which I don't think they have. If they did, though, that would be 1 extra attack, which would be nice.
And it looks like K is just contemplating what they're going to do. If I was K, I'm gonna hope that off of last turn I was able to farm up some heal triggers, or like many triggers to try and guard this like procession of attacks here. Hopefully another heal guardian to try and G guard, and then hopefully we get a very nice Valios turn on the swing back to try and just mass attack, push them straight from 2 to 6.
Oh, here it is. Okay, so they're going to be getting 2 Skull Dragon attacks this turn, which is pretty big.
Gonna swing with the Coolenbard here. Let's not forget that this Coolenbard also got that crit trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly's gonna go ahead and do some decisions, thinking about how to guard this attack that's for lethal. Gonna drop the Baragios, gonna drop the foil crit, and intercept with a Tidal Assault.
And they are out of Spiritual Body Condensation, so that Tidal Assault is permanently dead.
Going to go ahead and use Night Rose's skill here. I'm going to guess it's going to be a Beatrice, and what else would you call here?
Beatrice and Skull Dragon to one column. Beatrice calls out a second Skull Dragon, so that you have 2 more attacks that are both Skull Dragons. That's generally the play.
I think that is generally the play as well. So now the question is, do we have 2 Skull Dragons? I think we might have only milled out 1 in the meantime.
I mean, if they only have 1, you can just call Stormride Ghost Ship, and that still draws you a card.
That does still draw us a card back as well. Not awful. But yeah, we'll go ahead and resolve the Beatrice that we see there in the back row. We do have the second dragon. All right, so these are some big boys.
I don't know if they have enough to block either of those Skull Dragons either, because they've used like 3 Perfect Guards are out of their deck and hand so far, I'm pretty sure.
Let's go ahead and, like, even after that Gamble turn where they're able to amass, I think I managed to count 12 cards in hand there. Oh, those prior attacks just happened to like whittle them down very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Just like a man at the gym, that hand has gotten shredded.
I like that one. But yeah, looks like doing a quick trigger count here, because it might have to be the play to just no guard the Vanguard swing, and maybe you have attacks for the other one there.
It might not be worth it to block the Vanguard, or to take the Vanguard swing, because if it's a crit, because the other 2 attacks are significantly bigger than
that is true. Oh, there's the 4th PG, or is this the 3rd?
I think this is the 3rd, and then they have at most 1 left. If they get double crit, though, I'm pretty sure it's
there's a crit. There's just one crit.
Okay.
So there is 1 Skull Dragon attack that we are able to take, but we definitely need to guard this one. Do we have the 4th PG? Do we have another Heal Guardian? The answer is this
is a really big attack.
This is huge. I don't know how many cards are in the drop zone, but either way, like getting that 1 trigger with that crit on top. We do have the 4th PG, and that is the 4th PG there. Now,
and honestly, you just let it pass, or
you could pass, but it looks like Sora is opting to swing, pushing a K to that 5th damage. And K, you got to make this turn very good. Let's go ahead and see what K has to offer.
Yeah, that was such a devastating turn. And I mean, they have a Beatrice now, so that means that if they want, they could Bad Bounty again and ride Night Rose again.
Yeah.
Or ride Beatrice, Soul Blast the Night Rose, get a Skull Dragon out, and start a new Bad Bounty turn.
For sure. It looks like we are going to re-ride into the Navel Gazer, grabbing us another Axel Circle there. Going to go ahead and draw another card. Now, in my opinion here, if I was in this situation, I would go into Valios Revive. Try and get some cards back into my hand, and just try and attack so many times and negate their defensive triggers. Hopefully that's just enough. But let's see what K decides to do.
That is true, but another thing to consider right now, that deck is looking really thin right now for K. Like, it's looking super tiny.
Yeah.
They could deck out if... Okay, and Genbolt Dragon's going to actually... this is looking really risky.
Oh, we are going to a very, very small deck. Doing another 7 cards. What are we choosing to call as rested? I see a copy of... Oh, I think that is the Stoicheia card, which lets you just rearrange your board as you wish.
It is. And that's really helpful here too, because then that means that you can mix the boosters around if you want. You can pretty much just arrange your board in whatever way you want, which can be
Mhm.
very convenient sometimes because sometimes you end up calling a column that's kind of weird. That fixes it.
Yeah, and I think the other rearguard called from again Bolt skill was Spurring Maiden Alenia, which has the effect to counterblast 1, soul blast 1 to call something from drop. Now, obviously, I could be wrong, and like the glare could be completely deceptive, but I did see a very cute flower girl, so I'm assuming it's Alenia.
I don't know if Elenia would be the right play though, because they only have one face-up damage.
Now, mind you, I do believe that we have two Gophilias face up in the G zone right now,
Oh,
and
you're right.
multiple
You're right.
soul. So
Mhm.
Aquaforce is never starving for counterblast as long as we have ways to flip a G zone face up. That's another thing too. Like the more savvy Aquaforce players will probably keep extra copies of Gophilia in their G zone to flip as cost for a lot of their strides because boom, pay a soul, get it back.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Penguin Soldier. Let's then rest that, get everything going in whatever way they want, which is pretty nice because being able to rest stuff and give things power. Because if they have a tidal assault, oh, there's exactly
Oh,
what we were talking about earlier.
exactly. Flipping those two Gophilias face down to get 2 more counterblasts up. An abundance of soul that Aquaforce could use. If only there was another card that was grade 2 and used soul very nicely and also tapped units, just like you said. If only. But we'll go ahead and play through this turn. Now, the cool thing about Penguin Soldier in combination with that Alenia, with the Ursula, is that you're able to move that Penguin Soldier around and basically choose where you want that 5k buff to go. And speaking of maidens, we have Spurring Maiden Alenia here, using that extra counterblast that we got, Soul Blast in 1, and what are we calling off of our 5k? It could be Tidal Assault, it could be Coral Assault, it could even be Bubble Kid. But I do believe that does look like a Tidal Assault.
Yes.
So the Tidal Assault is sitting at a pretty 9k there. Going to go ahead and move the Tidal Assault off the Axel Circle to bump it 5k up using Penguin Soldier. This is a very cool interaction. I like this. And now that Tidal Assault has that 5k for the turn, we're able to make use of that 5k twice. That's a very cool interaction I never thought of, but I'm a big fan of it.
Wait. They can hit if wait, they don't have Bubble Edge on Tidal Assault. If they did, then they would have been able to get Tidal Assault to draw 3 cards because they could attack with the dragon twice and then attack with Elenia and then Tidal Assault. Wait, that was a trigger too on the defensive. Oh my, that kind of
that does hurt the turn. That does hurt the turn a lot.
Yeah, that really hurts Tidal Assault a lot there. 'Cause now Tidal Assault can't hit for anything.
Yeah, I'm doing a bit of reading again. It looks like Ursula just says that you can only move or swap rear guards in the same row. Now, I'm not sure if axle circles are considered to be in the same row, but we'll let the judge. They are?
Yes, they are considered front row rear guard circles.
Very cool. So if you happen to just push it in front of like a right column, that is considered the same row?
Yes.
Oh, very cool. So we're going to go ahead and swing with the gamble there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rested. So that's draw 3. And we're getting to like the bottom of our deck here. We are digging deep for that treasure. And we're going to use Gambol's skill to restand our 2 front row rear guards there.
Wait, have we seen Overtrigger yet from K?
Yes, K has used it to guard earlier.
Oh,
now,
yes,
if the
yes,
Overtrigger did come out here, that would be juicy. Blank, we do get the crit, giving it to the Tidal Assault because double crit. I wonder if that's enough to push out the game.
That's probably the right play, though.
Oh, and it looks like Sora's hand is like very minimal here. I'm looking at 3, 4 cards with the Protect marker.
But Sora Heart has a 32 base Vanguard, so that's enough to block that first time.
Ah, yes, the 32 base Vanguard, very helpful in blocking these multi-attacks there.
It's
one more attack coming out from K.
Oh, wow. Just discarding the Chad. And they do have Beatrice in hand, so they are able to guarantee stride no matter what. But they can also
rewriting into Beatrice.
Yep, getting the protect.
Are we going to see an ultimate stride?
I think they're
Oh.
just going to go for calling a Skull Dragon.
Oh, in that case, then, what are your thoughts on just actually going into like big
Oh.
Obadiah?
This is smart. This is smart. They might actually just. Ooh, their deck is looking really thin, actually.
They
They
could
can
they
get-
could ultimate stride because Greed Shade can pick up a copy of Beatrice here.
Oh, you're right. You're right. No way. No way.
Going to ultimate stride. Is it Megiddo? Is it Megiddo? It's
It
Megiddo.
is!
We have the two counterblasts open. Counterblasting
Yep.
2 and out of the drop zone. I want to see a bunch of Skull Dragons. I want to see some bones, brother.
You
One.
could get with
two.
this actually. You can get not just the Skull Dragons, but also a Night Storm to extend the combo even further, because then you can turn it from a 6-attack turn to an 8-attack turn.
Yes, but it looks like we only had one soul left, so I don't think.
No,
does
that-
Night Storm use soul?
All you need is one soul. All you need is one soul for Beatrice.
All you need is one soul for Beatrice. So I wonder if like calling that Night Storm up for an extra attack, like just like being able to call over the Skull Dragon and then calling it back with a Night Storm.
Do they have the Night Storm? If they have the Night Storm and drop, then they can just go for that.
Are people doing fireworks outside my room? But yeah, calling out all of those bone dragons there. Got some Tommy, got the ghost ship as well. Those skull dragons are gonna hit hard.
Yeah, those are huge right now. Like, because that deck is getting really small, which means that drop zone is very big.
Oh yeah. Going through and just counting, I'm gonna guess that these are at least 50k to face, and these are all lethal attacks with no PGs left in hand. Looks like we're gonna have to pay for a heal trigger, but even then, I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, and because their over trigger's gone, they're sort of like they're in a rough spot right here. I think
And
they do
taking the Navel Gazer as damage, just like in the anime, your 6 damage has to be your Vanguard. Sora Heart is managed to swing it back after that rocky start and clutch the game away through the use of the Grand Blue Toolbox.
Wow. What
Honestly,
a game.
What a game. Honestly, one of the more back and forth games we ever saw today. Like, let's start on the Aquaphor side of things. Aquaphor is very known for its grade 2 gaming. Boom, boom, boom. Title, Coral, using Wheel Assault to push the title back and move the Riptide up in the front to swing with 32. Like, these were like pre-G attacks that were attacking for like late game numbers, and it's like amazing. And then, like, let's not forget, like, boom, the moment you hit grade 3 on Night Rose's Stride, that double heal trigger was probably the most double heal trigger needed.
For sure. And also the double defensive there on that Gen Bold turn helped conserve so much hand, because they did have one protect marker, but they definitely needed a bit more just in order to, actually do something next turn.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I do want to bring us into a hypothetical. We did see that Aquaphor's player opted to not ride up into grade 3 and to grade 2 game their opponent. I don't believe that they had to G-assist for the Navel Gazer, but let's say that we did take that ride. We rode up to Navel Gazer, we got that extra axle marker, we've got our Tidal Assault, and we have the Bubble Kid, and we also had a Spiritual Body Condensation as well. That's the 3 attacks of Tidal Assault with that Draw 2 active that we were talking about. Do you think that would have made a difference at all?
I think with the amount of drawing they were already doing, I don't know if doing the Bubble Edge Spiritual Body Condensation combo would have necessarily worked, especially because Tidal Assault was not the last attacks of the turn. Tidal Assault was more like the second and third. Things to get the attack count up for the rest of the turn.
Okay, but yeah, let's talk about like this new innovation on Aquaphor. So like when I present Aquaphor like through Overexplained, it was with Tavis and like Stride Denial, but this was also a very cool way to take it. Like this, instead of like denying your opponent, you're just going pedal to the metal. I'm gonna hit you fast. I'm gonna hit you hard. Coral Salt swinging out at like 24k pre grade 3. You Riptide Dragon was live because of the use of Wheel Assault there. Like, even out of one of, like, Wheel Assault ripping that off the top and you like counterblast one, draw one, call the Riptide Dragon, that was a huge tempo play as well.
Yeah, it did so much there. Being able to hit such huge numbers and over defensives too. That was the big part. The fact that they were able to keep going on turn 2 over defensives, like, that's not something you see every day with Aquaforce.
Yeah. And like I said, Aquaforce defensive triggers, they are their bane. But now that we're getting like these like units that just attack for naturally bigger numbers, Riptide, Coral Assault, like imagine like let's not to discredit like the defensive triggers. Like Grand Blue player played like magnificently as well. Like I'm definitely highlighting that last turn that we had there, rewriting the Beatrice to call down the Greed Shade to filter for the Beatrice to pay for Ultimate Stride. Beautiful, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that entire game was just like both of these players playing it well, but I mean, Grand Blue was just so scary no matter what. Just being able to also, we saw it guarantee the Ultimate Stride with that. I might have to pick up that strategy myself.
I do like that strategy a lot. And speaking of like unique strategies, the fact that you're able to, like I said, like I saw, using that Penguin Soldier in conjunction with Ursula to move units around the board, so that way you're able to give the Penguin Soldier buff to the unit, move it back onto an Axel Circle, and then that way you're using that 5k multiple times, but you're also getting that extra 5k on the Axel Circle on a restanding unit. So unique, so creative. I'm a huge fan of it as well.
And I mean, do we know also? So that means that first up, Sora Heart is undefeated, and does that mean that? Well, we have to know also if Royal Lover is also going to remain undefeated, because if it's 2 undefeated players both using Grand Blue, that's going to be quite a story to tell.
Oh, for sure. And I think that'll be one of the more skill testing games to watch as well, the Grand Blue versus Grand Blue Mirror.
Yeah.
Because it will be mirror matches where we do test the mettle of these players, whether or not they're able to navigate through their game plan while also denying the navigation of your opponent's game plan.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they can really like play it out, because that's also one of the things. Mirror matches aren't just like because Grand Blue is one of the like more technical decks. It's one of the ones that, you know, you have to like, and you have to also be careful that you don't mill too much so that you don't accidentally deck out. But it's also a deck where, like, with a more technical deck like that, mirror matches really come down to not just like game sense and how good you are as a player yourself, but also how good you are at the deck.
For sure. Now, let's take a look back at the deck list that our players presented again. I'm doing one last look here at Sora's Grand Blue deck, and like I said, even though we didn't get to see a lot of the one-ofs, like we didn't see the one-of Grenache, like the G Grenache for the resource management, like we said, just the fact that did we even go to Obadiah? Do you remember? I don't think we went to Big Obadiah.
Nope, no Big Obadiahs at all.
We didn't go to Big Obadiah, but even then, we were still able to amount such a large drop zone, and also the selectivity of that drop zone, already managing to get all those Skull Dragons into the drop zone at that point. I think it just speaks volumes for how strong Grand Blue is at the moment.
Yeah, like Grand Blue is just a deck that is so versatile. It's like not only versatile in terms of what they can do, but like how they can deal with bad situations. Like it's very hard for there to be a bad hand for Grand Blue.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, I think let's talk about the Aquaforce deck one more time here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have quite a few of these cards, so I might have to pick up some of the stuff or just build this deck.
Yeah, the Stoicheia like techs are like very unique. I love Spiritual Body Condensation. Like one like let's not like take away from K's deck here in Naval Gazer, but like when like we've got as well in the new clan collection coming up, Tetra Drive Dragon, and we also have like I believe it is like Bubble Dagger Kid, who does something very similar to Bubble Draco Kid, where similarly wave 2 or more when your Vanguard attacks, you can draw one. And then basically, just like in this deck, you're able to Spiritual Body Condensation it out, but Tetra Drive Dragon is able to attack 3 times by itself just through its own ability.
Yes.
Like,
so you can
that's
do
also
that with
cool.
Brutal Trooper. That with Brutal Trooper as well. You can just like because it's a double restanding. You can potentially just get like draw. What if you get like if you were to get all 4 Brutal Trooper, do also Dagger Edge Draco Kid and also and then Spiritual Body Condensation it back and do it again, you'd be having draw 6 every single time, and that would be 18 draws.
Draw 6 every single time, but let's not forget that you're also gaining a crit twice on your the second and third attacks as well. That's crazy, and that's super interesting to see. But speaking about what stuff we want to see, I want to see who's in the top 16. Give me the standings. Leading us off is Duo, and followed by Royal Lover. Up at third, we have Notorio Set, and at fourth, it looks like the Doctor wasn't able to get that 7-0. Creeping up at 5, Maxime Solemn has managed to sneak out from out of 16 into the top 5. And at 6, we have Zio. And at 7, Noided, and 8, just like we saw Sora Hart grabbing that win.
Yeah, Noided is a person that we saw. They had a different name originally that I don't know if production enjoyed that name, but
emphasis on different.
Yeah. But this is someone I know personally, so definitely good to see someone from the area get to this ranking right now. Like, being 6-1, that's pretty good. But I mean, also Maxime Solemn, he lost early on, and he's going strong right now.
Yeah, managing to crawl his way back all the way up into top 5 as well. But let's take a look at top 9 to 16. You've got Chalice and Auto-Tune AJ managed to slide back as well after the loss to Kalen. That's very inspiring to see. Don't let one loss let you down, because you can easily manage to get your way back up. We have King Udon, T-Dub88, Kuroneko, Dark, the GC player, not playing GC, Living Proof, holding on at 15th, and at 16th, Basaka.
So that is unfortunate that Living Proof. Oh wait, did Dark, the GC player, just not finish their match then, or something? Because it says 5-1.
Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe that not having that 7th game played might mean a lot. I wonder if there's a bye. That'd be interesting.
Maybe. But also Living Proof, that means lost another round, which is unfortunate. You go from undefeated to 5-2 in a matter of seconds sometimes.
But don't let that get you down, because as easily as you can drop from top to 15th, you can definitely climb your way back up again with simply just winning the last round and having all the undefeated take the L. All right. Well, I missed you guys' faces, so let's swing you guys on back over to me. So, Peter, we're getting into the last round of the day. What have we not seen yet today that you definitely want to see?
I wish we got to see the One Gear Chronicle player.
I as well, but unfortunately I did hear that said person has dropped from the tournament.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. It would have been a story to tell the ages if that Singleton Gear Chronicle player happened to be what we're going to watch on the next game.
Yeah, that would have been an inspirational story saying it doesn't matter if you're one of 37 or if you're one of 1, you have a chance at getting on stream. But I mean, there were a few decks there that also had very low representation that we saw, like 3 Mega Colony, and we saw Mega Colony on this stream.
We did see Mega Colony, and I was very happy to see Mega Colony. That deck was so cool.
Yeah. I mean, I like Mega Colony personally, and I think it's going to get even cooler once DBTO3 comes out.
Yeah, nice and moist once we're able to enjoy it with some Flag Burger Dragon there.
Yep.
But yeah, going into 8th round, personally, I still haven't seen OTT yet. One of my pet decks. I would love to see OTT, because like Momo Calico,
There was
Momo Calico, yeah.
there was one OTT player that was 5-1 and lost their most recent round.
That is
So.
so unfortunate to hear. But at the
Yeah.
same time, we still have yet to see Genesis. Like
That's
Regalia's
also
was apparently one of the bigger ones, but at the same time that we do know that Regalia was one of the bigger decks coming up in the format, we saw a lot of beacons. And I wonder if the inclusion of beacons is what's stopping Regalias from sliding into their top tables.
Yeah. Genesis was actually the 5th most used clan in this tournament, which for being the 5th most used clan, you would have expected to see it more. Like we haven't seen Kagero, have we?
We still haven't seen Kagero as well, and that's also something like very, very highly like represented.
Yeah, that was
Like-
the 3rd most used clan in this tournament.
Exactly. It's very strange to not having seen at least one Kagero, but like maybe all the Kagero players can chime out as to what happened using the hashtag BRO2021 over on Twitter to let us know. Speaking of, I'm going to go ahead and pop on over to Twitter, see what's going on with the hashtag BRO. Who wants some free exposure? I know that I do. Me, Toku from Yellow Card Vanguard. So, latest on hashtag BRO2021.
We got some stuff from Matt. We got one from Jaime. Jaime saying, "Let's go living proof." Moments before the turn got over-triggered.
Speaking of Kagero, one of my good friends, Remdemption, over on twitch.tv Remdemption, participated in Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 premium format playing Kagero. So Remdemption did play Kagero. It does look like Rem was playing Dot X. Had a lot of fun experience at TCG tournament again and making new friends. Decklist code is Q2SC. Go ahead and give that deck a peep because it's a fairly standard Kagero one, but also one that we love to see.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I think I played against Remdemption. Did I play against Remdemption? I think I did. In AO. Yeah.
Also playing Kagero? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, I played against a Kagero player in the final round of AO. This might be the same person, because it looks very similar in terms of the list.
Oh, what a tale of fate. All right. Now, we're almost getting ready for round 8, and it looks like we're just getting the players set up. Peter, if you were in round 8 right now, what would you be playing?
Probably Grand Blue.
Probably Grand Blue as well.
Yeah.
If I was in round 8, I'd be playing Genesis, because that, like I said, Genesis is just really, really good.
It is good.
Yeah, I want to see Genesis finally like repping like the top tables, because I think even with the inclusion of Beacon, your game plan is a lot more consistent than your opponent managed to find that one copy of Beacon. Now, obviously, there are a lot of toolbox decks which are able to get that Beacon from deck into drop, such as Grand Blue, back to hand through Greed Shade, maybe pop it into the Soul, and filter it out using, maybe in the mirror match even, you use a Gluttony, counterblast 1, boom. And then if you had it in Soul, go ahead and grab that out and you have it in the mirror match to use against your opponent.
Yep. Pretty strong. I think other deck I might have considered bringing. If I didn't have Grand Blue, I would have definitely brought Nova Grappler. Just because I enjoy that deck quite a lot.
For sure.
Actually, I think there's a Nova Grappler that's in top 8 of Europe. So I think that's Robo Frenzy.
Okay. And speaking of top 8, let's go ahead and play the 8th round for today. Bring me the first deck.
We are getting...
Ask and you shall receive. I have been blessed with commentating some Genesis Premium. So, for those of you who do not know what Genesis Premium does, head on over to Yellow Card Vanguard and go ahead and check out the new Regalia Premium combo video. But for those who don't want to, let me give you a quick rundown here. Few key pieces to mention. First off is the grade 3 you see second from the left, and that is Yggdrasil. Afterwards, Yggdrasil, we have her partner in crime in Regalia Fate Norn. The grade 2, which basically, I want to say, Legion mates with Yggdrasil. Now, in V format, we don't really have Legion mates, so what Yggdrasil does is it searches Norn and gives it a Divine Gauge. At the same time, Yggdrasil also says that your Regalias with Divine Gauges gain the ability to boost. So, at the same time, Norn also has the second effect. After the battle that it boosted, you can go ahead and detach one Divine Gauge, discard a card. You can go ahead and stand the Regalia named unit that you boosted and give it -1 drive. Yes, this includes strides as well. Now, the big ticket stride in this Regalia deck should be that very nice, beautiful lady you see on the bottom left there, illustrated by yours truly, Tony Taka. Tony Taka. But yes, not restricted to any sort of generation break. Minerva has the ability, Soul Blast 3 Regalia name specifically, to gain 10k and a drive. So your first stride could be, at base, 25k, plus 13 from your heart, 38k, and if you go Force 2, 38k, 2 crit, 4 drives, boosted by a Norn gets you to 48k. Then, if you have Yggdrasil still on the rearguard circle, your Norn's boost is active, your Norn still has the ability to detach, restand the Minerva, you're going 4 drives, 3 drives, 7 drives on your first turn. That is insane advantage to even think about.
And not only that, though, that also gives a very good chance of checking the overtrigger, which they are running because they are choosing not to run Ultima. And, I mean, if you get the overtrigger on that, on any of those drive checks, you have a lot of attacks afterwards as well. Those rear guards, especially because you usually have to have a copy of Yggdrasil on the board. That's a twin drive right there. And if you have another grade 2 maybe, then that's a single drive. So you're getting, in addition, if you get that overtrigger, another 3 to, depending on if you got to use Minerva's skill to stand back up the rear guards as well.
Yeah.
A lot more attacks.
Yeah, there's a lot of attacks. Like, the more drive checks you do, the more likely you are to get that overtrigger, just like you said. And in a deck like Genesis, which actually looks to field a lot of grade 3 rear guards, that overtrigger is just getting massive value. I also want to point out this cute little stride here, Prehistoric Regalia Earths. So for those of you who don't know as much, like, if somehow the game manages to go to a point where most of your soul is in the drop zone and you need soul to be able to do your things, go into Earth, suck up every Regalia in your drop zone into your soul, and you gain the ability, Soul Blast 6, gain 10k and a crit. Now, at first glance, you're like, oh, I'm just going to PG that. But let's not forget, if you boost it with the Norn, you're going to restand this Vanguard. Let's say that somehow you manage to get, like, the game goes, like, super long, and you and your opponent are, like, 1 damage, 0 damage each. You use Earth, you Soul Blast 36, boom, 60k, 6 crit to your Vanguard, swing face twice.
And that's not even counting any drive checks that are crits as well. So, I mean, you could get hit well past healing points.
I do want to mention, though, let's take a look at the triggers. There is a special card that I do want to include that I do not see here, and that is Dreaming Dragon. Dreaming Dragon is a stand trigger that's able to send itself back to the deck at the end of your turn to refresh your deck. Now, in a deck like Regalia, which does do a lot of draws, a lot of drive checks, deck out is a threat. So that is something that player Suo will have to be wary of against his opponent, who's playing...
I actually don't know what clan they're playing yet. Let's see. Oh.
And it's Royal Lover again, back to once again represent Grand Blue.
So, I mean, this will be our second time seeing Royal Lover in our third match in a row with Grand Blue. You know this player's deck pretty well now. We got the Mick, the Ghosty, and family as an option for, giving defensive power. There's also the Bikun, which actually helps because you can actually G-Guard to bring it out extra times thanks to Negranora, which definitely helps.
Indeed. And yep, at this point by now, we all know the Grand Blue lines of plays, but only 3 games, that's not enough to really delve down into everything. So let's hope that Royal Lover is able to bring us some new spice. that we can also enjoy on stream. Like, I don't think that, well, obviously the deck has not changed since the last time, but just for prosperity's sake, let's go ahead and take a look at the G zone there. We still see the same thing. I never mentioned this on Royal Lover's side when we were presenting Royal Lover, but Royal Lover is also playing the Obadiah, and I guess a card that is not seen in other players' lists that Royal is running is the Roseate Night Rose.
That's true. Yes, Roseate does actually provide a crit, so on the Vanguard, which does help provide a little bit of extra pressure, and the fact that it does not search for anything, but it does give power. It just means that, like, if you've big Obadiah twice, or if you just don't want to or if you just want to have a crit on your Vanguard and think, oh, big Obadiah is not going to really do enough anyways, this does have a way to, it helps a little bit. But, I mean, like, it's pretty good. Usually just like a stopgap, though, before you go for your big finisher, because this doesn't quite have that same lethal power.
Exactly. But that's enough from us. I know what you guys want to watch, and you guys want to watch some Cardfight Vanguard. So let's go ahead and get into the games.
Let's get into it. These two players are raring to go right now. I mean, it is round 8 out of 9, so it's definitely these players in the long haul, and it's both of the undefeated. So whoever wins this is probably going to have first seed for the rest of the tournament.
Suo ends up leading off the game here. Over on the left, riding into the Shiny Angel Regalia, which has the effect that when placed on rear, you can go ahead and selectively soul charge 3 Regalias from drop. Very good to just get those Regalia names into soul.
Yep. Definitely gets the job done. And, oh man, riding Dolph the Ghosty. That's so good, because that means you get to draw a card and dig even further for your pieces. And, yep, just discarding the Quick Shield and attacking for 7, which I think is not enough to hit the Vanguard, right?
7-7 matches. Regalia Shiny Angel is an old card, so only sitting at 7k base there. We're going to go ahead and pass the turn back to Suo, and we are going to go ahead and ride into what I only can presume to be either Strud or Norn. If it is Norn, we are looking for another copy to keep on the rearguard circle here, and it do be Norn. Calling a copy of the Regalia Stride Assist, we're going to go ahead and reveal a copy of Angelica in hand, and most likely than not, search for a copy of Yggdrasil. Definitely one of the major combo pieces to keep in hand as you go into your grade 3 turn. Now, there's something that I never got to mention that was very common in the video that I also was heavily mentioned. But that is the fact that regardless if you go first or second, Genesis has the ability to stride first. And that is through the use of Marduk. So we'll go ahead and wait on Suo to decide what we do. Looks like we're going to go ahead and call down the Strud here. And with that one counterblast, I assume that we might actually opt to leave it open. We're actually going to aggress very hard here. Using Norn's skill to counterblast, draw a card, and to move a card from our soul underneath the Strud on the left as a Divine Gauge. We're also going to be able to soul charge 2. 1, 2. Lost another copy of Yggdrasil, which isn't the greatest, and lost a crit as well. But with this, we're able to take that one Divine Gauge, shuffle it to that other Strud that we see on the side, and just get a bunch of draws back as well.
Yeah,
let's see what Royal Lover does.
Yep. Really good tempo play, able to get that, like, build up just that advantage and that momentum for the rest of the match. Ooh, I love that. Using the heal guard early, just going, okay, I don't want them to get anything going on me.
Now, unfortunately, because that grade 1 Ghosty is only 7k base, this other column does still hit at 17k. The only problem is, Norn is basically swinging under at the moment and is looking for a trigger. See what happens. It is a no guard. We do get the crit, so we are going to give crit power to Vanguard.
Probably. Oh, no, not giving the power to Vanguard. Giving it all to the rear guard.
Giving it all to Strud here, making sure that crit does go through. I do actually respect this play a lot.
Yes, this is really good.
And from Royal Lover's hand, we do pull out another card.
Huh. And I guess they don't have a Columbard in hand because they don't have any damage right now.
Yeah, they don't have any damage, so And I think that's smart going into the Genesis matchup because of how many times that you can expect to be attacked with Force 2. You definitely want that damage buffer. But also, just like you said, no Coolum Bard. So, let's just call Greed Shade.
And they got back a Heal Guardian too, so that's going to really set up for next turn as well, because then you can just go for another Heal Guardian, put their Vanguard at no crit.
And this is something I never managed to mention because a lot of the matchups just never happen. But when you're a Force deck going first against a Protector on Axel Clan, your grade 2 base power asks for at least a 1-2 pass already, and that's what we just witnessed here.
Ooh, and this is going for a no pass, I'm pretty sure.
I'm going to call down the VAR here. We're going to boost with the VAR, and through VAR skill, we're going to go ahead and Divine Gauge one of our cards from Soul. Most likely going to be the crit trigger that we saw last time, as we want to keep our Soul filled with Regalia names. And on the next turn after, we're able to use VAR skill to go ahead and retire her, detach the Divine Gauge for some counter charge.
Wow, that was good to get that. I mean, right now there is 1 damage to work with, so that means if they ride Night Rose... Oh, okay, they ride Beatrice. That means they can Soul Blast, call out the Greed Shade if they want. Yep. And then they can just get their plays started, bringing things... Ooh!
Discarding the Bone Dragon to go ahead and grab a heal trigger for our G Guardian plays. Very good preparation.
And that's 2 heal triggers in hand right now. So that means that they have quite a lot of options. And if they stride, or if they G-Guard and then stride into Big Obadiah, that means that they get to actually call 4 instead of 2, which is pretty big, because then that means you get to go way more plus off of that. And you can pretty much guarantee some solid, multi-attack in addition to that.
Indeed. And over on Suo's end of things here, we definitely need to get that first stride, get going before the Royal Lover is able to set up the drop zone. Because once that Skeleton Cannoneer comes out, it's really hard to stick that Norn on board and get that restand going off.
And even scarier, because there are some ways that Genesis does want to possibly end things up or end things out. You can actually get the option of just going for a Negra Nora to just flip, and even scarier sometimes than a bad bounty turn is the other boat, Immortal Galleon. Ooh, okay.
We do get that heal trigger, which is very good for us, getting into a defensive part where that other Greed Shade's unable to hit. We do know that Suo has both the Angelica and the Yggdrasil in hand here. So we will ride into the Angelica, and most likely than not, it will be a Force 2 to the Vanguard Circle here. Indeed it is. And let's go ahead and pay stride for cost, going most likely, like I said, into first stride Minerva.
I mean, first stride Minerva is very strong, so there's not really much reason to do otherwise unless you don't have the Regalia in Soul to do so.
For sure. Just kind of mulling the decision, because I guess there is the option of going to Amaruta Aphros here, being able to restand the Amaruta, but at the same time be able to, if you had another copy of Yggdrasil, you could search for your second copy of Norn, which would then you'll be able to restand your Yggdrasil with a crit as well. Go ahead and see what Suo has to decide here. And over on Royal Lover's side, we do know that Royal Lover does have the 2 heal triggers in hand, so able to provide some level of interaction through G guards there. First one, just like you said, it's going to be that Corpse Bone Dragon to mill 2. But afterwards, if that mill 2 is juicy and we do get that Skeleton Cannoneer, we're able to actually negate the Genesis turn here.
Yeah, I don't know if they do have I don't see a Skeleton Cannoneer in there though, so it'll be a lot harder to work with.
All right. Still mulling on what to go into. Honestly, in this matchup, I think everything comes down to what happens on this first stride.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you get to the second stride and Royal Lover's been able to set up the drop zone with, like I said, the Skeleton Cannoneers, it becomes harder to stick that Norn on board. So everything important has to happen now. So we will choose to stride into Minerva and possibly just go ahead and pay cost for skill here. Going to go Soul Blast 1, to 3 Regalias to gain 10k and a drive after flipping a copy of herself face up. Actually choosing to call the Yggdrasil first. I guess we're going to go ahead and do some Divine Gauging first. Yggdrasil search the Norn, moving 2 Divine Gauges over, or up to 2. You can go ahead and not choose anything and just wait for our Norn skill usage there. And are we going to opt to move any Divine Gauges? At least move 1 to the Norn, right? But let's not forget that we also have Counterblast opened for Norn to give us some Soul Charge, to give us a card back in hand as well. But over on Royal Lover's side, we do see 2 of the Greed Shades available for the Intercept. What do you think about that Bell behind the Vanguard right now?
I think the Bell behind the Vanguard is a good choice because in this matchup right now, there's not really much reason to use Bell's skill. And also because they haven't gotten any Cutlasses out. So, I mean, there's not really a likelihood of them even being able to get Bell to activate in the first place. Because Bell's combo with Dancing Cutlass is pretty strong. You can manage to, if you manage to Dancing Cutlass, and if you have like 3 Dancing Cutlass in the drop zone, you bind 1, mill 1, call Dancing Cutlass, call Bell, send that 1 Dancing Cutlass back. You now have 2, so that you can countercharge 2 before your big play, which is actually very helpful if you just did, for example, a Cannoneer play, because that's Counterblast 2, so you can completely refund that immediately.
Exactly. And over on Tsuo's side here, we see that we've finally paid the cost for the Minerva, and through the use of VAR, we've also managed to go ahead and get a countercharge. Now, the problem is, we don't have a Norn behind our Vanguard, so hopefully we have another copy. There it is. We do have another copy in hand, luckily. Go ahead and use that Norn skill to draw a card. Pop a card from Soul under it face down as a Divine Gauge, and we are going to Soul Charge 2 as well. 1, 2. We do lose a heal trigger here, which isn't the best to see, but at least the over trigger is still in the deck. Going to go ahead and do a quick soul count there. What are you expecting to happen on Royal Lover side of thing? Are you expecting double G-Guard to try and pop the Norn?
I don't know if double G-Guard is the play, but I do think that maybe because they do have one play that's possible is because they have a copy of, if they have Bicon in hand, they can just use that and block the second Minerva attack, which is very helpful.
Oh, it looks like we called down the Angelica as well. So, from these 7 drive checks, if the overtrigger does happen, it would be a very welcome sight to see. Let's go ahead and start with the side column here. Actually going with the rear guard column here. So not playing for the overtrigger, which honestly is the better way to play. Overtrigger is very unlikely, but it does happen, and it's just exciting when it does. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and go 20k to Vanguard here. Prompting the double intercept.
I mean, you can actually play for the overtrigger in one way where if you get the overtrigger, but only after the Minerva attack, or only after the second Minerva attack, then you are still being able to stand the... Actually, yeah, no, you're right.
Well, we do pull the PG from the first attack there. The Protect marker PG. 1, 2... We do get the crit trigger, so we're going to go ahead and give it to the Yggdrasil here, because we are able to restand that Yggdrasil as well through the use of that Norn back there. 3, get a draw trigger, very nice to see as well. Refill our hand. If our hand wasn't going to be big enough after this turn, why not just get an extra draw there? Hopefully not the over trigger that we drew there. And 4th, get another crit trigger. Everything to the Yggdrasil there. We're going to go ahead and resolve the Norn skill there. Detaching 1 of her Divine Gauges and discarding 1 from hand, go ahead and restand our Minerva and give it my plus 10k but minus 1 drive, effectively becoming still 48k with base 2 crit.
And right now, because of that base 2 crit, in addition to the Yggdrasil with 3 crit right now, if both of these attacks hit, it is game.
Now, Royal Lover's hand, from what I last saw, was very healthy. So I'm not really expecting that. We also have the 2 G-Guards to be mindful of as well. And I think, looking at that crit Yggdrasil, if there's a time to double G-Guard, it might be on that Yggdrasil attack.
Yeah. Interesting.
Luckily,
okay.
We do have another PG, though.
I mean, if they get double crit right here, then okay. No double crit.
Another draw sentinel. Love to see it. That's a very huge hand and no overtrigger.
Oh my, that's gonna be a tough nut to crack there. Ugh, like, how many cards are in there now? It's practically its own deck.
Ooh, 3
No.
damage rate. I saw a second copy of Bone Dragon go there. We're gonna go ahead
Yep.
and use Norn's skill to restand the Yggdrasil. And do we have the cards to guard it?
I mean, I would hope so.
There's
Okay,
one
yeah.
heal trigger for a G guard. It's gonna be the Bone Corpse Dragon.
I would assume Deep Corpse Dragon or just Rack Dome. If it's Rack, okay, yes, Deep Corpse Dragon. Get the plus
Mill
5k
two.
shield. Ooh, that was really good. They got the Cutlass in there now.
I did see the Cutlass, and here's the second G guard.
Probably Rack Dome.
Unfortunately, because that prior G guard is not in the G zone
Oh.
yet, we wouldn't be able to activate any GB1 effects. But it looks like we've called Negro Lily.
Yes, that is Negro Lily, and they can just call whatever ghosty they want, which is going to be Dolph, and that ends the turn.
If there was ever a reason to call a ghosty to it,
Yeah.
it would be
And-
Negro Lily. Yep.
if Royal Lover goes for Big Obadiah here, they could call a full board. So, oh, they get to intercept with it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes.
With Beatrice as our main Vanguard, calling Dolphy means that you're able to intercept with ghosties.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like that was just enough to guard that last Yggdrasil turn. So we're going to go ahead and pass the priority back to Royals here.
Wait, I feel like they could have probably also just gone for Negro Lily, retire, call, because they had a Rick the Ghosty in their drop zone from discarding for heal, or discarding a heal. They could have then just called that out and intercepted. It would have been a 50k shield right there.
And speaking of ghosties, we're going into Big Obadiah, but not after using the Banshee twice to just cycle itself here. First one will be, it looks like Grenache.
Yep. Grenache, Stormride Ghost Ship, Negro Bone, Skull Dragon, and probably a Night Storm if they have one left. They're looking for Beatrice. Okay. Oh,
Beatrice.
they discarded Night Storm at the start of the game with Greed Shade.
Okay. And off of this Obadiah here, we're able to just produce a full board and give it 5k. I'm thinking probably double Bone Dragon to swing with. Now, what worries me is that I don't think we chose to mill out a Skeleton Cannoneer, which would have been helpful in the next turn.
Might just have it in hand.
Go ahead and guard with it, and then G-guard with it. Never a bad play.
When I like this play right here, they can actually give the power, if they want to, either Stormride Ghost Ship or to... or just to Night Storm from Mick.
It's just a good card to call down to just give that auxiliary plus 10k there.
And not only that, it goes back to deck as well, so that does mean that it increases your chances of just not decking out, and also your chances of just getting a second swing with Night Storm. You don't have to necessarily call another copy, or you don't have to necessarily go Beatrice into Stormride Ghost Ship in that case.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and see what Royal Lover plans to do here. Looks like the first attack should be the Ghost Ship to draw us a card back. But look at the brick that Suo is holding in their hands. Goodness gracious. That's what 7 drive checks with 2 draw triggers does for you.
Mm-hmm.
Calling the Cutlass over the Ghosty there.
Yep, because it gets to shuffle itself back in, and that means that also just increases the chances of hitting a stand trigger.
Getting those multi-attacks off, but also getting that extra counter charge off the Cutlass if we wanted to extend a bit further here. Now,
Yes.
I do believe that both players' overtriggers are still in game.
I don't know if this is the right play here because they do have the stand-in deck. They could have gone for instead they could have, if they hit a stand trigger, they could, because Night Storm is not once per turn.
Mm-hmm.
So every time you stand Night Storm, you can actually get an extra attack as well, in addition to the Night Storm attack, because you can just call something out.
Yes. Now, looks like what do we... Oh, there's the overtrigger. There is the Stoichea overtrigger, Bless Favor. And not only is the crit live, the heal is live as well. We've got the front power to everyone else. That 100 million going to... Well, it doesn't matter because it's probably going to... 100 million is probably just going to get pulled the PG there.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart right there. If they give the 100 million to a booster, because then that means that if they get... Oh, and they still have one more check, right?
No, Bless Favor came on the third check there. But yeah, that is the overtrigger.
And they got to draw 2 as well. One from the overtrigger and one just off of his own ability.
Yeah. And then let's not forget that this front power trigger from the overtrigger is in effect as well. So all of these units will be attacking very large. Gonna swing with the Ghost ship first, Storm Ride ship. And what will Suo do? We do know that Suo still has that other PG in hand from the drive checks, but we're looking at some very large attacks that could just shred that hand 2 bits. 2 bits. 2 bits. Gonna go all, and there's the overtrigger over on Suo side of things, using it to guard.
Oh, this is so much card advantage.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get that overtrigger on one of Minerva's drive checks. However, better to see it than to not see it at all.
That's true. And I mean, like, it's better to, I feel like if they saw it in a later turn, they might just deck out.
Yeah, actually, that is always a threat, especially in this deck. Like, even after that first drive, look how thin that deck is, because not only are you doing multiple drive checks, you're also getting multiple soul charges. That's just like hypering your deck out. Gonna go ahead and resolve Night Storm here.
Yep.
After that attack to call out the Betty. And
they could just call out either whether they want to go for a card advantage play or just go for Greed Shade. Wow. I'm going to say this is actually, no pun intended, this is a kind of a... Oh, wait, no. Not even that bad of a play right now, because...
Were you going to say greedy? Discarding the Cannoneer. Now we know that Cannoneer is live and in action for the opponent's turn. Grabbing the heal trigger back to basically telegraph, if you dare try attack me with Minerva again, I will pop that Norn.
Wow, this is a really big attack too. This is because it's a plus on the on that Ripple Banshee. There's plus 15. So it's a 23,000 power booster, 35, and that's not counting if they also gave the plus 4 from Ripple Banshee, which I don't think they did. But oh man, I think Suo is less concerned about taking damage that would like bring them into 6, and more concerned with taking damage that might deck them out.
Exactly. Gonna go ahead and drop that PG again on that really big attack here.
Do they have another
this
PG?
Is the power of the 100 million.
Yep.
Oh, yep. That's all. Is that all 4 PGs now?
I think so. And they don't run Dreaming Dragon, so that's all of their perfect cards for the rest of the game.
Okay. Do we know what Royal Lover's Hand is like? Do we know if there's a PG there? I do know that we do have a G Guardian, but this might be where Earths comes out. This might be where Earth comes out swinging it hard.
If you go Earth, then if they have a perfect guard in hand, they can perfect guard the first time, then go for then go for Negra Nora, because they do have a G guard to then just PG again. And because they probably have Bikun in drop zone by now, they can just make it a free PG.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we do actually rewrite into another copy of Angelica to give that Yggdrasil on the side there, the Force 2 marker. Just counting our deck here because, like we said, deck out is a real threat. And the strat we opt to go to, it does look like to be another copy of Minerva here.
Oh, this is getting dangerous right here, because, I mean, that deck practically looks like a card.
Yeah, let's not forget that through using Norn skill to gain a Divine Gauge, we also have to Soul Charge as well.
Yeah. Ugh.
So I wonder if we're actually just using Yggdrasil's skill here to whiff the search and just go ahead and Soul Charge 2 and that's it. And it looks like that was the case. Okay, and then probably now there is the line of play where you actually don't Soul Blast for the quad drive and just go 3-3-2-0. 3-2-0 is also an option as well.
Yeah, I think
And
3-2-0 is probably the right play.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh, that's the drop. Oh, they have Cannoneer in drop zone.
They have Cannoneer in
And
drop
Big One.
zone. Yeah.
Yep. So
So
ugh.
the good part about Regalia and also the bad part is Angelica is able to protect your rear guards with divine gauges. However, the moment that you stride onto anything, you lose a set effect. So now your Norns have a walking crosshair on their head that says, Skeleton, I'm right here, shoot me. Gotta let Suo mull a bit on the decisions here because this is one of like the fundamental turns of the Regalia deck.
It might also just be worth it to go for the Beacon play because it costs less resources. It only costs a single soul, and that's it. You just cost you a heal from hand and a single soul, and that's all it takes to just perfect guard the opponent's Vanguard.
That is true, but like maybe like you don't even want your opponent to get that extra hand advantage to be able to go your next turn. So you just pop that Norn right now. And it looks like we still haven't paid the cost to gain that extra drive. It looks like we're going to go through a trigger count here. Going through a lot of triggers actually, so might not be a lot of triggers to fret about. Going to go ahead and check the divine gauges, make sure there's no hidden triggers there. And I think I saw about half the triggers that a deck would have out already. Not to mention the ones that might have been blind soul charge that we haven't really checked, but I'm guessing most of the time that you soul charge triggers, you're going to go ahead and just put them as divine gauges for your rearguards there. I want to pop on over to Royal Lover's side there. Oh, going to go ahead and retire it to... Ooh. Well, we're going to go ahead and try and make our Vanguard a bit bigger. I do believe that this one gives our Vanguard an extra 5k on swing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think
so.
No.
It just says, when placed, to reduce the next time you Soul Blast by 3. So, with this, we only have to Soul Blast 3 Regalia names for Minerva's Restand, or we don't even have to Soul Blast anything to gain the drive. Like I said, I still haven't seen Suo flip up that 4th copy of Minerva to gain that extra drive. So we might be going for Soul Blast 3 to restand the board here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it to go for the extra drive because that might just deck Suo out. They got every single draw trigger active, I'm pretty sure. And they're all the draw triggers are gone now. So they do know that they don't have to worry about their drive checks taking more cards out of deck than they were expecting.
Oh, and I love this play that Suo did. We actually played over that extra copy of Angelica to call an extra copy of Yggdrasil for reassurance. If that Yggdrasil in the front was to be sniped by Skeleton Cannoneer, we would just lose the abilities to boost. So having that extra copy of Yggdrasil on the rear guard ensures that we still have at least one way to boost. Now, it does look like we called the Beatrice off of the Negro Lily, and we're going to go ahead and call the Skeleton Cannoneer. And through the use of Skeleton Cannoneer, we're going to go ahead and blast one of these rear guards. The choice will be...
Probably the Norn behind Vanguard?
That's what I'm thinking. Probably. We're actually going to...
Ooh, that was smart, actually, because they probably have enough... They probably have another G-Guard in hand, and they probably have a Perfect Guard.
Oh, yeah. So this might be enough to slide through the turn here. And being able to just hit out one of the front row attackers, especially with that being on a Force 2, probably really good.
Yeah, here's a Perfect Guard. If they have another G-Guard, then yeah, they just survive because they have Beacon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Still with a 6-card grip.
I think 7.
First drive check is Chimera. We do get the heal trigger there, giving the power to the Yggdrasil. And the third drive check is... That look like a Gluttony?
I think so.
No Gluttony. That might have been a Thrud. We're going to go ahead and use Norn skill to restand the Vanguard here after discarding 1. Then it will probably be on this attack that we will Soul Blast 3 Regalia due to Mikahiri Hime's skill to Soul Blast reduction by 3. 2, at the end of battle, restand our board.
Probably just has another perfect guard in hand. Or if they have a G guard, then they'll just bacon it.
Yeah. So blasting that 3 Regalia due to the reduction. Discarding 1 to gain the ability that at the end of the attack, we're going to go ahead and stand all of our units with Regalia in their card name. And they would lose 3 drive. That's why it's important, if you were to get an over trigger on this turn, to get it before you activate this effect.
Yeah.
And I thought Grand Blue was supposed to be the deck that mills out the fastest, but let's take a look at that Genesis drop zone there.
Wow, and there are no Dreaming Dragons in the deck. Or
no Dreaming Dragons in the deck.
Yeah.
So
like they're playing with fire right now.
This looks to be like effectively final
they're
turn.
shuffling their drop zone.
Oh, this large clump of cards. This must be my deck. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. And it looks like Royal Lover is just mulling because I guess through their discussions or so, they must have figured out that there are still some crit triggers in the deck, and on the off chance that on this twin drive we do get a double crit, that's game. That's game, and like you don't want to once you've made it to this far, you don't want to play on that like minuscule chance. Gonna go ahead and drop a bunch of triggers there. Go ahead and double intercept, and luckily because of Beatrice's skill, that Beatrice on that rear guard that was called as well does intercept for 5k.
And each of those Chads is 15 or is 20.
That is very good point to mention as well. And talk about doing double duty when Chad not only is a ghosty in name.
Wait, what?
Chad
Triple
also
drive. Didn't they
has,
lose a drive check?
should have lost a drive check, so it should have only been twin drive. But
it should only be twin drive because Norn made them lose a drive check. They only had triple drive in the first one.
Yeah. And well, at this point, there's no more drive checks left, unless because we only triple drove on our first Minerva swing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, are we getting a deck count as well? Are we going to play for the deck out win con?
I mean, this is doable. Like, if Royal Lover just survives this turn, which, I mean, there's no drive checks left.
Yeah, there's no drive checks left, so, like, we can safely take the Vanguard attack here and then play with the cards left in hand we have.
Yeah, because there's, like, 8 cards left in deck, and I think they have a Negrobone in drop zone, so they can bring that back. And at worst, they can just go for a... they can go for either a Roseate or a... or just a big Obadiah again. Or just Bad Bounty just for the attack mass.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look as to what decision will be here. Looks like Royal Lover is just pondering on what they can do with their big toolbox drop zone. And over on Suo's side of things, we still have 2 more attacks to deal with. One of them with the base 2 crit, and one of them with that extra 10k power. Now, both of them, they're both at the point where they can both be decked out. And that's the scary thing, right? This might unironically go to who decks out first. And Suo getting that extra heal, questionable if that should have happened. I don't think that should have. I don't think it should have happened either, but maybe the judges are talking to them actually right now. But yeah, so definitely after Norn's skill, that heal should not have happened. So Suo would still be 1 card less down in hand. They'd both be at even damage. And Royal Powell and Royal Lover on their side of things is also just waiting for what could happen as well. So opting to not attack, it looks like. They're just going to go ahead and pass a turn over.
Huh.
Opting to not attack, to not give any counterblast to the Grand Blue player for any kind of multi-attack shenanigans.
It did look like 6 or 7 cards in deck, so I mean it's not impossible to be able to actually just get a Dancing Cutlass, because I mean any amount of damage might just deck Suo out.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we do see that one Dancing Cutlass on the rear there. We do see that one has been bound from a prior effect. I wonder if Obadiah is live, like baby Obadiah, if you just go into Obadiah to mill out another copy of Cutlass for that extra counterblast, and maybe in hand we have the tools needed to start getting some spirit calls for multi-attacks. Because with no counterblast active, there's not much that we can go into in terms of strides. But going into the Progenitor Dragon Ballad Arena here.
That's smart. And then they can Negro Bone, replenish their deck, and pretty much just stack it with triggers. And with that, they can just call out, Beatrice.
Calling out the Beatrice, Soul Blast, and we're off to the races. Beatrice to call out the Skull Dragon.
Big thing here. Because Suo is out of perfect guards, every single Guardian that Suo puts down is valid to be retired by Balan Arena.
Let's see what happens here. Because, like, Suo can't no-guard. Like, Suo definitely needs to guard everything. Because otherwise, like you said, deck out is threat. Look,
3 cards in deck.
3 cards in deck.
And with this Balan Arena, like, this could be a huge bluff and they just have no grade 1s left in deck, or in hand. But if they have any grade 1s left, just to block this, if they have a single grade 1, they can just get rid of this Guardian immediately.
Yep. Let's see what happens here. So going into, I think that it was, this is the flip G-Guard that actually refills your deck, I believe. So
yes,
very good to see that. We're going to go ahead and put 2 or more normal units with the same grade from our drop zone or soul, total of 3. Send them back to deck, and Laurier will gain 5k until the end of the battle for each card returned. So going from 3 back to 6 with this G-Guard here.
Definitely helpful, but one issue here, I think there are still crits left in deck.
On Royal Lover side of things?
Yeah, and if that's the case, then if Royal Lover hits a crit, and Balan Arena's this Guardian hits a crit.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
No, G-Guardian is a Guardian, so Balan Arena would be able to retire Laurier.
Yeah. Yes.
I think the only thing is, like, if your opponent puts a PG down, you still get the effect off to not be hit, even though you retire it, because it does not negate the effect to hit, whereas, like, cards like Die Kaiser or Die Kaiser Leon does.
Yeah, it's more similar to Mayhem Tiger for that reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's the discard, so we're going to go ahead and pop the Laurier there. Do we have another Guardian to replace it, or are we taking it here? Using the heal G-Guards there as well. Both of them, because these are the older ones, they have the effect that you can go ahead and bind another copy of a heal guard, a heal trigger, as well as itself, to either soul charge 1 or counter charge 1. Now, obviously, in a deck thin like this, you're going to go for the counter charge as well, because you need something to play with, but also because you don't want to deck out.
Mm-hmm.
The stakes are high. The tension is high. It looks like in the end, we're just going to no guard after everything's said and done. Take 1 damage here. We do get a defensive crit, but that is an old trigger, so we only get 5k up instead of the 10. We do have another G-Guardian here. And then,
are they going for GB8 play?
Does GB8 exist in this deck? GB8 does not exist in this deck, so we are not getting Athena. But we're going to go ahead and use the Regalia G-Guard to go ahead and put 4 cards into our drop zone, from our drop zone into our soul here. It gets retired as well. So this attack is still hitting from Beatrice. 16k, 4 cards left in Royal Lover's hand there. Showing the 10k shield and asking, are you going to retire this? Royal Lover is pondering and says, no, that's fine. I'm going to attack with the Skull Dragon here. And I think that's probably the better way to do it, because it's more important. I think we want the Skull Dragon hit to go off. Because, once again, once that damage does go into the damage zone, that's less cards that Suo has to play with in deck.
Wow.
For their plays.
That Skull Dragon's huge. It's at over plus 30.
Takes the 3rd damage. It's another copy of Angelica. And we're going to go ahead and pass the turn back to the Regalia player here. We do have Do we have Norn? Do we have Yggdrasil? We do have Yggdrasil. Is
3
it time
cards
for Earth? Is it time for Earth?
Can't drive check. Can't attack with the Vanguard though.
Oh, you can't attack with. Okay, there's only 3 cards left in deck. Oh no, and there's no way to actually send cards back to deck during the main phase. Now there is a card that does do that, but Suo does not play that.
And oh man, they have. Oh, and because we saw them check the Perfect Guard as well.
We do know that Royal Lover does have that Perfect Guard. What is the winning play that Suo can do here? It looks like this will come down to who decks out first. What a way to end the stream. Both players are like racking their brains here, like trying to figure out what's my way out, what's my win con here. Because, like we said, deck out is a threat in both of these decks. And like Suo was able to grind to the point where deck out became a threat for Grand Blue. Normally at this point, Grand Blue has already like won because of the hand amassed from Suo. They were able to stave off the first turn.
And one thing to consider as well, I think they have either just enough for GB8 or they're just short. If they have enough to GB8, they can stride, get Bell back.
Get Bell back, which means we're able to get those cutlasses back into rotation as well.
And not only that, Bell gets +10 off of that.
That's an attack that hits. Very good point that you made there, Peter. Yeah, I think at this point it is favored towards Royal Lover. What can Suo do here? 3 cards left in deck, and we know like what the 3 cards are because of that G Guard setting. Normal units, we do know that there's no triggers left. Thinking on what to stride here. What options are there? We have Marduk, we have Amaruto Aphros, we also have Muspel, another Regalia Stride, but all of these, they draw a card, or at minimum they triple drive. There's like,
I don't think not striding might be the play.
You would have to not stride, and at the same time, but looking at Suo's deck list, we only run 1 copy of Laurier, so we wouldn't be able to refill our deck back up from 1 to 4 as well. What is the play here? Because
they're at 3 cards in deck right now. I think not striding is honestly the play here because, because then you can at least attack with your Vanguard. That's 3 attacks that are valid. 4 attacks, actually.
This is so intense right now. Both players having played their hearts out, making their way to XO, wanting to represent not only their clans, but also their regions.
Oh, and one other thing as well. So because they have a Columbard in hand, if Suo just doesn't attack with the Vanguard, Royal Lover can take a damage or 2. Because they have 4 cards left in deck right now. Oh wait, no. No. Then they can use Columbard to search for Skull Dragon and attack with it. And actually, they can do that. Or if they only take 1 damage, they can call Columbard, search for Negrobone, call Skull Dragon, and then use Negrobone, put it back to the bottom of the deck. So that the deck count doesn't actually change, and then bring back another Skull Dragon. That's 2 attacks that Suo cannot block, and then it goes immediately back to 1 card in deck for Suo.
Okay. Suo is very much pondering, choosing to call something onto that Force 2 circle, and choosing not to stride. On placement of Stride, we're going to go ahead and get the Divine Gauge there. Now, staying on Angelica means that all of your units with these Divine Gauges also gain 5k, but not only that, gains the ability to not be targeted. So, through the use of Angelica's skill here, through the use of Yggdrasil, I believe, we're going to go ahead and whiff the search and Divine Gauge onto our units there. So, we've got 5k on each of those units there. And Angelica is also giving them protection as well. This last twin drive will be Suo's last twin drive. Will it be what it need? to get the game. We do have 2 big attacks here on the force markers, starting at base 2 crit. If Royal Lover is not able to guard, Royal Lover is put in the same predicament that Suo is, and that is whether to pass or to, like, you have to like go on like a 2 drive check, maybe like a 0 drive check. Now, what's important to note is that because the Norn behind Angelica does not have the Divine Gauge, that Norn will not be able to actually start initiating the boost. And the check timing for Angelica's second skill to start giving Divine Gauges doesn't happen until after boost. So this Angelica is only swinging at 13k at the moment, but yeah, once again, we're going to go ahead and get that full trigger count.
They're
at the
out
point
of
in the
triggers,
game,
I mean.
yeah, at this point in the game, you need to know where everything is.
I mean,
If you're
they're
a
out of
Royal
triggers
Lover,
because they sent their last
Yeah.
3 cards are the cards they sent to the bottom. Oh, that's okay. So a defensive trigger is helpful. Getting Mick is helpful here. So that means that now it'll be
using the Norn skill to go ahead and restand the Strud there. Strud there is swinging at, matching? No, gaining 10k, gaining 5 from Angelica, 25, 5k to guard. And I think that's, there's the 10k needed to guard that from Beatrice's intercept, as well as the Cooling Bard from hand.
Oh, and this means that, wait, how much is Angelica
That's
right now?
unable to do that, as I stated before, since you can't really give the Divine Gauge on boost.
Yeah, that's missing timing there.
Yeah. So this should just be a blank twin drive there.
Mm-hmm. And because of that, that means that Angelica is going to be... Okay, so... This is the second time now where there's been a play I don't think is allowed.
Which is funny, because when you think about it, if Suo didn't get that extra drive check to get that heal trigger,
Yeah.
he'd still have that extra card in deck, which means that he'd be able to stride.
Yeah.
But yeah, this boost should not be happening here.
Yeah, this should... Like, that's 2 times now where there's... That's 2 times now where there's a play that should not be allowed.
But then, irregardless, because of that boost, this is now a 15k booster, looking at 28 to the Vanguard. And our last attack is 13 boosted by 7 for 20, plus that 10k, 30k. So just being on Angelica itself and getting those Divine Gauges is able to present a very formidable board. Royal Lover here, gauging his options here.
There's no triggers in the deck, so...
Yeah, no triggers left. It looks like that was the PG. And one last attack there. Gets the heal. Does have the G Guardian. Being able to use...
Yep, gets call out.
That's so good.
Rick the Ghosty. Or
And
just
with-
Beatrice.
Yeah, and then with 1 card left in deck, all Royal Lover has to do is pass the turn. And that spells game. Going to deck out. Not even going to 6 damage. That is deck out.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That was a grind fest of a final game of Swiss.
Big congratulations to Royal Lover on Grand Blue being able to take it clean throughout Swiss. Huge props as well to Suo for being able to pilot one of my fan favorite decks in Regalia all the way to top decks as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Regalia is very scary.
Goodness, that was one heck of a grind game. How are you feeling right now, Peter? I'm like exhausted.
I mean, that's a game where even watching that exhausted me just from the mental energy of like just understanding what's going on.
Exactly. Now, like, hindsight being 2020, if I was the Regalia player, I'm looking at my deck list now and I was like, boy, do I wish I had some Dreaming Dragons. Because the cool thing you can do with Dreaming Dragon is, like, once you stride into Prehistoric Regalia Earth, you can go ahead and suck all your Regalia units into your soul. You can selectively Soul Blast the Regalia named Triggers now. Then, with Dreaming Dragon, you're sending a bunch of triggers back to your deck. That's like massive compression, and that just scales into your next turn after as well. So even at 1 copy, Dreaming Dragon, even after watching this game now, I'm definitely going to consider at least 1 copy to make sure that I don't end up in this situation. And big props to Suo as well, because that needs a lot of mental energy to like navigate what is the best option here, because normally you don't go to like these kind of like situations where you're forced to like make the decision. Do I stride? Do I stride and pass? Do I attack? Do I just stay on my current Vanguard? Do I reride to a different Vanguard and put another force mark to my other column so everything is large and in charge? Oh. What's your thoughts on this one, Peter?
I definitely think Dreaming Dragon is that card is really good, like for this specific reason, and
Exactly.
it would have won Suo this game.
Yeah, exactly. Like normally, like you just don't expect to be able to go into games that end up being like who decks out first, and having especially now, like I think this should serve as like a great learning purpose for everyone here. That Genesis, very strong deck. Like Suo was managed to pilot it all the way to XO here. And like that's not to discredit Mr. Royal Lover on Granblue as well. Granblue, probably the ultimate toolbox deck in the format at the moment. Being able to toolbox everything. But what Genesis has that Granblue doesn't is a way to refill their deck.
Well, with Granblue, we actually did see some deck replenishment, actually, from
Negrobone, correct?
Negrobone and Mick.
Negrobone and Nick. So yeah, so we do have some soft ways of refilling the deck, but nothing as like massive as Dreaming Dragons just say, pick up drop zone, go into deck, shuffle, draw a card. Something like that, just to like ensure that it gives you, once again, that damage buffer that you're able to take the damage again, right? But yeah, I'm exhausted. You're exhausted. The players are exhausted. Let's go ahead and take a short break because I need to like recollect my thoughts here.
Yeah,
we'll see you guys soon.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe, and the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and Team Leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've say either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCSs, it's still incredibly fun because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range to say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack Advance of Intertwined Stars coming soon! Bushiroad!
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle, so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do...
And we're back, all three of us. Ain't that an exciting game? Don't you guys have more to talk about? Don't you got more to elaborate?
Oh my goodness, what a grind of a game. What a way to end off Swiss with a game that just happens to go on for that long. Those kind of decision trees that,
I was not expecting the last game of Swiss, round 8, the last game, not only to take that long, but also to be decided by deck count. And both players at 1 to 2 damage. I'm like, something ain't right. I thought you win this game by getting your opponent to 6 damage. Granted, we did see a Glendio's deck not too long ago who has like 7 win con.
I'm still thinking about that.
Oh, that deck is living rent-free in my head.
Mm-hmm. Now we're waiting for the brackets to be kind of compiled and put together, and move this here, move that one. This one's gonna fight that one. But while we wait, let's kind of look back on today. Like, you guys are probably tired. Like, I got the nice benefit of only commentating 4 of them, both at 6 apiece. But looking back at it, we started this whole talking about Grand Blue representation, Grand Blue representation, Grand Blue representation, and then the last 3 rounds, Grand
Blue. All right. I think I'm going to start off by saying what my favorite match of the day was. And for me, it was definitely Cardweeb on that Tachikaze.
Yes.
That's Spino Commando, as well as the Savage Mercenary. The fact that we were able to get the entirety of like the chat up as well, like rooting for the combo. Despite that he didn't win, he won everyone's hearts.
Also,
no, don't forget about Brexit.
Also, just for those who are still wondering, because we talked about the bingo board during Cardweeb's game. He did get bingo eventually off of Gauge Overtrigger. The actually pulling off the combo. The free space, drawing all heals, and opponent damage trigger on the rush turn.
I was about to say, like, he was the first round, and of course, yes, unfortunately he lost. But I was holding on hope, like, that was only round 1. Maybe we'll see him slowly creep up back into 16 and 18.
If somehow Cardfight managed to, like, after that round 1 loss, managed to climb all the rankings all the way to top, that would be a story for the ages.
Now, I know me and Peter, Glendios is sitting in our brains, retail free. But I gotta say, my favorite match of the day is gotta be Nova Grappler and Mega Colony. Just because of the matchup was, and Nova Grappler is going not only from Bustard, but also then going into favorite champ. That was blast for the past for me.
Oh, for sure. And the main thing I want to, like, mention about that matchup as well between Sabrier and Hax4.
Yes, Hax4 Gaming.
Hax4 Gaming is the fact that both players were able to showcase their deck so well. Sabrier with introducing Magnolia Colony into the premium format, showing off like the multi-attack, the back row attack, being able to use the Gwinosla to buff up the intrude scissors. Such a cool way. But at the same time, we also got to experience Hax4 Gaming showing off the Victor deck, using Bustard alongside Doseledge to like get that large power, get those multiple drive checks, and basically like the two clashing ideologies, Mega Colony and I'm gonna stun your board and you can't stand, and Nova Grappler's and no, I'm gonna stand if it kills me.
I was surprised you said you liked the Tachikaze matchup. I was almost 100% sure you're gonna say Aquaforce all the way.
Oh, I didn't see Pursuit Assault, so that Aquaforce was not my favorite game. Now, if there was a Pursuit Assault, that game would have been so enjoyable to watch, because then the Aquaforce player would have taken it all the way home. Maybe.
Maybe.
Man, one more thing I want to bring up is Premium. One thing about Premium that was a bit scary whenever it started getting introduced with Standard on top of it was the inclusion of overtriggers. And throughout these 8 rounds that we've seen, we haven't seen many overtriggers be ripped to actually decide the games until close towards the end. We saw that Stoicheia overtrigger on Grand Blue's side.
Yeah.
I believe we saw some defensive overtriggers against Living Proof with his Hellheart 8 turn.
Yeah, like I said, was not as big of an impact as we had thought. But like you said, in 512 players, we're bound to get some over triggers happening, right? And we did see that we managed to get the offensive over trigger, like you said, Stoicheia, and that was able to turn the tides, because it was very much in the favor of Suo that last match until that over trigger happened. And just like what Peter said a few rounds ago, that Stoicheia overtrigger, being able to gain that crit, but also being able to heal as well, that 2 damage disparity, able to just push the momentum into Royal Lover's side.
Can I just point out the irony of 2 Grand Blue players, 2 games in a row, going from 4 to 2? Like it's a staple for Grand Blue to just heal. When did this happen?
I mean, you thin your deck.
Mills everything. Thin deck. Outside of Obadiah, what are you thinning? You're just milling blindly.
Yeah, these were after grade 3 drive checks or something. So they haven't gone through Obadiah yet, and all of a sudden, boom, heal.
True.
But isn't it also funny, like you said, I believe Royal Lover's necklace name is...
He doesn't like
overtriggers should be banned.
He doesn't like overtriggers.
And how funny was it that the 2 games that we witnessed on stream with him,
he won because of it.
Because of overtriggers.
It was the same overtrigger getting he ripped offensively and defensively.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, I mean, kind of ironic.
Yeah.
My God. Another matchup I do want to kind of highlight from today was the Pale Moon Shadow Paladin. And the both deck... When you hear Pale Moon Shadow Paladin inside of Rumble, you think, probably a Luard, maybe G Luard, maybe New V Luard. And then on the Pale Moon side, probably, something like, I forgot completely the name.
Nightmare Dolls.
Thank you.
Yeah, the WCC special.
Yep.
Exactly. But then you look at the actual match, and it's like Claire versus Hari. What?
Even then, no, that game was a treat to watch. Just being able to see Claret Sword Dragon like represent Shadow Paladin as well. So cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we got to see alternative builds for some of these clans. That's the coolest thing. We didn't just see main builds of these clans. We saw like builds that like are not the popular ones actually make it on stream, and I think that's really cool.
Oh, that is beautiful. Like we said at the beginning, the Glendios is sitting up here, rent free, just turning my cog like, ooh. And I never expect, like I saw Link Joker, I'm like, oh, cool, probably Messiah. And then Glendios appears on screen, I'm like, oh.
I'd have to agree as well. The moment we saw that deck list, you're just like, what's your win con? Yes. Yes. What's your win con?
I do still want to know if the Glendios player will actually did what we talked about of going, all right, next match. I'm going to go for the Gize starter this time. Or I'm going to go for the reverse starter this time. Or, just being able to choose.
Yeah, just like switch it up a bit. Just like maybe like, ooh, I didn't trigger a lot last game, so I might trigger this game. Let's go ahead and start with Gize here so we get to Gize faster.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, like statistically, that has like no correlation between like game 1 and game 2, but it's a fun way to think about it.
Speaking of fun decks, hey Peter, how do you like Highlander?
Whew, well, we got to see the Brexit Blast in full display. That was always fun. We got to see QT Day how many times? Like 5, 6, 7? A lot.
About 4 in the turn?
Upwards of 6 or 7, I think. Yeah. Just having Kalen go, revealing cards, flip. Oh, I'm gonna bounce it back to my hand. Yeah, go ahead.
I said this during that game, like, this is official Bushiroad. You gotta do all the effects the way the card states it. You gotta do it properly, because otherwise, judges get involved in all that. But in a casual game, you have Q-Tree. You explain to your opponent, hey, I only run 2 copies of this, and 1 is in my... And Q-Tree, I also run multiple copies, but I'm using 1. Let me just pick up my deck and get anything I want. Don't make me do 1.
Yeah, normally when you're doing casual games, it's just like, hey, I know you, you know me. You're playing Highlander. I know your deck. Go ahead and search whatever you want. But like when you're starting to play against strangers online, especially online as well, you gotta make sure every movement is deliberate. You gotta flip all those cards off. And luckily, we didn't get any Highlander timeouts, but that was like a story.
I was honestly surprised we didn't get a timeout at round 8.
That is true.
Yeah.
We're still going? They're barely at 1 damage. Are we still going?
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. They were like, I feel like we mentioned that like as a joke of like earlier on, like if both these players are in the late game and at low damage for some reason, I think one of us mentioned that, and that happened.
we might have jinxed it. We might have jinxed ourselves to stay watching that like board state for a good 15-20 minutes, just going, what's the out? How do I play this? How do I navigate this game situation?
I think you two mentioned it there perfectly. Looking at the Genesis deck again, it's like, yeah, maybe a stand trigger is not a bad idea.
Oh yeah, like even just want to like do it because like based on how much you drive check, based on how much you draw, and then you like if you like include Gluttony again, you have ways of just like guaranteeing that you get that stand trigger back to your hand. Like definitely watching that game, if there's one lesson I learned, it's I'm going to go ahead and put that Dreaming Dragon back in my deck.
Saves lives.
Now, we're still waiting, so we're just going to open up some topics. Let's see here. We talked about over-triggers. We've talked about the inclusion of V-Clan selection. We've seen many different archetypes. One thing we didn't see, though, is the big representation of Kagura.
Yeah,
I'm upset. I'm upset. I want to see Eugene's Ranch. I wanted to see I wanted to see some Dragon Knight Nizari Soul Blasting 6 to hand rip 6. I want to see some... Oh, wait. Because Eugene's Ranch is not a deck until DBT03 comes out.
Yeah, it's not out yet.
Yeah, we only got sneak peeks at the moment. Yeah, there's a key card in DBT03 that we need.
Yeah.
You know what? You actually brought up something very interesting that can give us a nice topic to talk about, and that's we've seen in the games we've commented at least on. I don't know about everything else. We've seen one technically standard deck with Mega Colony Magnolia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think a lot of players came into Premium with standard-ish decks, like almost standard plus?
That's a very good question. And like thinking about that, I feel like the only like at a basal level, because like let's take a look at the strides, right? The only strides at the moment that can really go into a standard deck would be, like we said, like the V plus strides being Crystal Luster, Chain Ranker, Sunverse, and at the moment you can have like, what flavor of Bastion do you want? Do you want Crystal Luster Bastion, Chain Ranker Bastion? But something that's never been explored is seeing what Sunverse does in a deck like Eugene or even in Nirvana, and that'd be kind of interesting to explore.
Yeah.
Ooh, I know it's impossible since the deck technically is not yet, but could you imagine a Baba Sagara Stunverse?
I thought you were gonna go for the hand rip. Wait, no, you can't do hand rip into Stunverse because those are two different clans. But if you could,
just like
more
raw hand rip. Now, yeah. Speaking of Bob Sagara, like, I'm not sure, like, have you guys like explored into this, like, because you know how like Bob Sagara, like, similarly to like Legion, where you're able to like put multiple cards on like your Vanguard circle. What if throwing like Bob Sagara into Kagero in order to have like 3 units on your Vanguard circle all sharing that force marker? That's 30k to your Vanguard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder if that's the ruling for Bob Sagara, in which case, the moment Bob Sagara drops, I wonder if Kagero comes back again, just being able to go like, boom, 3 units on my Vanguard circle, 1 force marker plus 30k to Vanguard. Let's go.
Yo, I'm a little bit maybe overthinking this, but I'm reading Bad Bounty again. Face up, write a grade 3 card from your drop zone is stand. Am I overthinking this? Or is a Bad Bounty Flagberg a thing?
That could be a thing as well, actually.
Yeah.
That could be a thing as well, yeah. Just like we were saying, Bad Bounty is also like a standard plus kind of deck.
Because you ride a grade 3. You technically Persona ride.
Yeah, and speaking of Persona Ride, you could get that with Magnolia.
You can
get that with Magnolia. Persona Ride, then get more attacks. If you have Skull Dragons in the back row.
Oh, back row Skull Dragons. Okay, yo, we going like massive brain here. All right, yo, let's go a bit deeper. What other strides kind of like disappear and then become their grade 3 variants?
As much as I would love to go into this conversation, I feel like we're starting to go into deep dive conspiracy theory. We're gonna sit here for about an hour talking about this. We do have something ready for us, and that is the top 8 bracket. Ready to look at. Let's see who is gonna be facing who tomorrow. And starting us off, we got Royal Lover that we saw facing against I Am Blind. Help.
Is that King
Udon? Yes.
King Udon.
King Udon. Yes, thank you. Next up, we got Professor, or at least that's what I've been told is the actual thing, against Maxime.
Ooh.
Maxime Solemn managed to make it to top 8. Let's go.
Yeah, we didn't see him at all in the early brackets, and then towards round 7 and 8, he just skyrocketed and was like, "Hey, don't forget me. I'm still here."
Yeah.
And then we got the next part of the drop. Suo again.
Mm-hmm.
Yup. And then last bracket.
Notorious Set versus Zo.
Oh, yeah. So that's going to be very interesting. We know Royal Lover is going to be running. I have no idea what King Udon is going to be running.
We don't know what King Udon is playing. I can safely assume that Solemn is on Grand Blue based on like a lot of like testing rumors that I've heard. We know Suo. Oh, he posted his list. Is he on Grand Blue?
No, someone else did. Someone else posted
he's on Grand Blue.
Yeah.
Suo we know is on Regalia. Noto, I believe, is playing Grand Blue as well. So we've got a Grand Blue, I think, in every bracket, there's going to be at least one Grand Blue. Now, no hate to the Grand Blue players, but I'm hoping that they kind of knock each other out.
I think it's our fault there's so many Grand Blues. Like, in the early stages of the day, we were like, Grand Blue, Grand Blue, Grand Blue. It's like, we stood in front of a mirror and just went, exactly. It's like, Candyman, Candyman, Candy. Oh, but it's going to be overall interesting to see. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Like, overall, every one of these players showing their merit, getting all the way to top 8, showing exactly what they're built up and exactly how they build their deck. Yes, there is apparently more Grand Blue representation than anything else, but I am very interested to see what other clans actually made it to the top. Any predictions?
I agree as well. So, like I said, I'm hoping Professor, with now knowing that that name is supposed to mean Professor, I hope that's a great nature player. And how happy would Maxime be to play against Great Nature?
I thought Professor was K, or maybe not.
Is Professor supposed to be K?
I think so.
Like Aquaforce Professor K? Like,
yeah, because let me go back to round 7, because K played against. Oh no, never mind. Suo played against Professor.
Suo played against Professor.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Peter? We know a lot of these players are repping Grand Blue, but what do you want to see? We know multiple Grand Blues. We know about a Genesis player.
I'm hoping that there is maybe a Kagero, maybe a Gold Paladin. Like Gold Paladin, I think they're still good. They were very, for like a deck of its level, it's very underrepresented, I would say. Like, there were only 16 players for that deck, and there was let's see, 28 Shadow Paladin, 37 Grand Blue, 17 Genesis, 18 Bermuda Triangle. So it was tied for 5th with Pale Moon.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I do know that like post ban list, a lot of people were like talking up Gold Paladin having that Ezel ride skip, going into the Spear X. And yeah, it's very interesting that we didn't manage to actually see one live, but that obviously does not cut out the chance of us seeing them tomorrow.
You are 100% correct. I think with us talking about tomorrow, we slowly need to start wrapping it up and actually get everybody a nice rest. Let everybody go to bed, go relax, because tomorrow is going to be a very big day for every single one of these 8 players. They need to keep their head in the game, come back, know their game plan, hopefully know what their opponent is capable of, and to just clutch it out for, 4 more games?
Yep. But yeah, so today, let's wrap up today. We saw 8 rounds of premium for the NA and LA region. We saw many different directs, we saw many different strategies, but all in all, we all had a lot of fun. I want to thank my co-commentators, Philip from Top Deck Heroes and Peter PBE. Me, myself, I am Toku from Yellow Card Vanguard. Toku out.
Peace.
See ya.